Thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. More about them later. Folks, is there an appropriate age to stop watching SpongeBob SquarePants? Yeah, I didn't think so either. I feel like I was watching SpongeBob way later than all of my other friends. Like, well into high school, I was watching episodes of SpongeBob. And this was before streaming services, so I had to watch episodes of SpongeBob the old-fashioned way. I had to wait patiently until they aired episodes on YTV, aka Youth Television, aka the Canadian version of Nickelodeon. And since I was watching a show made for children on a channel made for children, in my teenage years, I would still frequently see commercials that were marketed towards children. I'd see a few toy commercials and just scoff at them, you know, but there were a few toy commercials back then that straight up made me go, ah, damn, that actually looks sick as fuck. But, you know, me being like 14 at the time, I had to lock in and be like, nah, I'm way too old for that shit. Anyways, back to my homework. There are so many of these old toy commercials absolutely burned into my brain. The Fushigi. Which I already made a video about a few years ago. Dude, another toy commercial I vividly remember for some reason was Baby Alive.
Baby alive, a baby so real.
Which is a crazy name for it, because that just, why do you have to specify? They never advertise their dead babies. I never wanted Baby Alive, you know, but for some reason, YTV aired the absolute shit out of this commercial, dude.
Baby alive is so real that you can feed her. Give her a bottle. Uh-oh, I need it stinky. And then she leaves an uh-oh in her diaper.
Disgusting! A doll that shits and pisses in its diaper? Bro, that's disgusting. Why would you want that?
Yeah, Mom, can I have the doll that shits for Christmas?
I feel like that's a little too realistic, right? Too much realism is bad, I think. Oops, you neglected your baby and now CPS has taken him away to foster care. Try to avoid max jail time by pleading insanity in your court hearing. Uh-oh, the jury sees right through your lie and you're sentenced to 20 years in prison. They'll never take you alive. Escape! You can run! Run! Faster! Dude, I could list old toy commercials for days. Elefun looked awesome as hell. Bullseye Ball seemed like an absolute blast. I have so many vivid memories of these toy products I never got to try, but one in particular has always perplexed me way more than the others. Like, to this day, I still don't believe this toy is a real thing that works. And I am, of course, talking about Mind Flex. If I describe Mind Flex to you right now, you straight up will not believe me, so let's just watch the commercial.
Mind Flex lets you move a ball with the power of your mind. We wanted to see how people react to playing Mind Flex for the very first time.
Awesome. Mind-blowing.
A wireless headset transmits your level of brain activity to the console. The more you concentrate, the higher the ball rises. And Mind Flex is the obstacle course game you can customize in hundreds of combinations. There you go. Can you conquer Mind Flex?
This is the future of games right here.
Mind Flex game comes as you see here, batteries not included.
A game that gives you legit fucking superpowers? Are you kidding me, dude? This compared to the doll that shits its pants? No competition. I'm so blown away by this, I might shit my pants. For obvious reasons, every time I saw this commercial, I had the urge to run to Toys R Us and buy it, or at the very least, throw it on my Christmas list. But sadly, I never did, because Mind Flex was released in the fall of 2009, which was the exact time I started high school. And if my classmates ever found out I had a toy like this, oh man, they would call me names I don't think that they were allowed to say. Okay. Mind Flex has always fascinated me. It's always just kind of been in the back of my mind. What? Because as some of you know, I went through a small wannabe magician phase. I became obsessed with Chris Angel because I legit thought he had actual superpowers. So Mind Flex essentially promising the ability to perform telekinesis, all of that was very intriguing to a young Kurt. Also, as a person with testicles, I've spent my whole life moving balls around. Huh? Never with my mind, though. That'd be awesome. That'd actually be huge. If I ever got BSTL, I could just go... and then I'm chilling, right? That's huge. For the sackless people out there, BSTL stands for balls stuck to leg. So, that happens sometimes. And when I was a kid, we used to call that bat wings. The stretched skin of the scrotum looks like a bat's wings. Isn't that disgusting? Anyways, I never actually got to try Mind Flex because, sadly, you know, I just thought I was too old for it. But now that I'm the oldest I've ever been, I feel like it's time that I finally try it out. That's right, guys. Yeah, it turns out these are actually like super easy to get your hands on. I was fully prepared for a Video Gear Command Center type expedition, but all you really have to do is just go on eBay and buy one of the many Mind Flexes available on there. Not a good sign that everybody's getting rid of these, but I know you're probably all thinking, how does it work? And I'm wondering the same thing. So I feel like before I give this a go, we should really learn what it actually is and how it works. I also just realized that this is the Toys R Us variation. Most of them, they don't have this little Toys R Us stamp on it. Selling this for $1 million. That's the real mind flex. But on the back, it says, move a ball with the power of your mind. Just put on the headset, then put your brain power to the test. Dude is fucking locked in, holy crap. Utilizing advanced mind flex technology, the wireless headset reads your brainwave activity. Concentrate, and the ball rises on a cushion of air. Relax, and the ball descends. Your objective, navigate the ball through a mind-bending obstacle course as quickly as you can, traveling up and down by using the power of your thoughts, and right or left by turning the control knob. Up to 4 players can compete in 5 challenging game modes. Okay, that's cool. This says you get 1 console, 1 headset, 4 balls, 3 ring towers, 5 rings, 2 maze cages, 6 maze panels, 1 teeter-totter, 1 propeller wheel, 1 cannon, 1 fuel, 1 instruction booklet, and a partridge in a pear tree. You're telling me you get mazes and balls in here? That's amaze balls. I mean, it still didn't really explain it that well on the box, but it says there that it's made by Mattel. But it looks like the Mind Flex technology was actually developed by a company called Neurosky. They still have a page dedicated to Mind Flex on their website, but there's no way to purchase it anymore on there. Tired of games that depend on the roll of a die or lucky draw? With the help of advanced technology, Mind Flex introduces a whole new way to play by using the power of your mind. You'll feel like a character in a science fiction movie as you strap on the headset, connect the clips to your earlobes, and align the metal forehead sensor just above your left eyebrow. But even this strange accessory won't prepare you for the sight of a foam ball quivering 5 inches above the game console. This game will send you to the fucking mental hospital, bro. The sight of a foam ball quivering 5 inches above a game console has sent even the bravest men to the brink of insanity. Once you feel like you've mastered the art of telekinesis, okay, so they are claiming this is telekinesis. It's a bold claim for sure. You can test your mental acuity with 5 challenging games designed for groups of 1 to 4 players. This game probably ruined so many kids' lives. They became absolutely cracked at Mind Flex at home, and they genuinely believed they had fucking telekinesis powers. And the next day at school, they're like, all right, that's enough, Ryan. You've bullied me for the last time. I am going to put a stop to this once and for all. What the fuck are you doing? Mind Flex, activate! What? He's impervious to my powers! It seems you are stronger than I thought. No matter. I'll just increase my concentration, therefore stopping you. Alright, so from what I read online about Mind Flex, your brain produces electromagnetic waves when you have a thought. Daughter. I'm sure it works for gay sons too, but no, when you have a thought, your brain, it creates electromagnetic waves, and these waves can be measured with electrodes like attached to your scalp, and these are called EEG signals, aka what the fuck is that?
Electroencephalography.
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 Electroencephalography signals. That's what it means. That's what it means. And then Mind Flex uses the fluctuation of those signals to move the little foam ball that's sitting in a stream of air created by fans in the Mind Flex game. I found a longer Mind Flex commercial on YouTube that goes into more detail. Let's watch this first before we actually go try out Mind Flex.
Mind Flex lets you move a ball using just the power of your mind.
I just want to keep doing it over and over and over and over.
Damn, dude is already straight up addicted to Mind Flex, dude.
Over and over and over and over.
It's funny if the commercial ended with him getting pulled out of the building by security and he's like, come on, let me move the ball one more time.
When you start moving the ball, you get really into it.
It panned down, he's got piss in his jeans. I got really into it. I couldn't control my bodily function.
I am amazed. I am amazed.
Holy fuck, okay, this is firing me up, dude. This is working. This is good advertisement, man. This dude just experienced nirvana after using Mind Flex, dude. Holy shit.
Whenever you concentrate, you generate brainwave activity. Mind Flex reads these brainwaves through the sensors in the headset and sends a signal to the console. The fan controls ball levitation, but it's your brainwaves that control the power of the fan. The more you concentrate, the higher the ball will rise. Relax and the ball descends.
All right, I think I have a firm understanding on how this shit works now, and after seeing everybody fucking cum their pants about it, I think it's time Flex my mind. Let's go open this fucking shit. But before we do that, let's hear a word from today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Folks, the other day I found out that I was still paying for a streaming service that I have not used in like at least a year. And I spent so long trying to cancel this subscription, I was losing my mind. The app was telling me to cancel on the desktop app, and then the desktop app was telling me to cancel on the mobile app. It was a nightmare. And if anything like this has happened to you before, well, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. This personal finance app allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, make a custom budget, and grow your savings all in one place. Folks, I love using Rocket Money to cancel unwanted subscriptions, because I know it's easy to lose track of all your subscriptions. But once you connect your bank account, Rocket Money identifies all your subscriptions in a single list. From there, you can select the ones you don't want anymore, and Rocket Money may be able to help you cancel with just a few taps. I also love using Rocket Money to set budgets. With Rocket Money, you can create a completely customized budget in seconds. The app shows you where your money is going at all times and identifies top spending categories with insights on how you can stay within your budget better. Rocket Money will also notify you about upcoming charges or when your balance is low to help you avoid overdraft and late fees. So what the heck are you waiting for? To save more and spend less, join the over 5 million members using Rocket Money today. Just go to rocketmoney.com/Kurtis or click the link in the description to get started for free. All right, thank you so much to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. I hope you guys check them out. Back to the video. Mindflex Zone. Mindflex Zone. I was thinking that, or I could do Chris Angel. I could go Mindflex. Mindflex. A lot of options there. We've got Mindflex, man. I thought I'd bust this thing out and just see how it works, man. As you can see, this is the only at Toys R Us variant. Very, very rare. Wow. It smells like another person's house. I'm sure they all didn't smell like that. This is a used one, so that's probably why, but this is what we got, man. The uprising begins here. Holy fuck. Are they recruiting us for a fucking war? This would be on the cover of a fucking Hunger Games novel, dude. We got the board here, I guess. Oh. We got a whole bunch of doodads here, so let's, by the time I'm done playing this game, I'll be able to take these screws out with my fucking head. My mind, I mean. There's something rattling in here too, which is not a good sign, but these actually take C batteries. I've never seen them before, so this is a first for me. And if they're C batteries, I hope they're waterproof. Shut your fucking mouth! Like, see? The uprising begins here. As soon as I fucking put these in, they're gonna start forwarding indoctrination thoughts into my head. Okay, batteries are in. Now I need to put AAA batteries into the headset. Crazy that all these amazing devices are just powered by these little batteries, right? Time machine I used a couple of videos ago, that was just batteries, and I got to travel back in time. It just goes to show you, man, just little things by One Direction. It's a good song. When I'm doing something like this, I would usually want to put my camera strapped to my forehead so you guys get a POV of what it's like to use a Mindflex. But I'm already gonna have another headband on, so I only have one head, unfortunately. So one head. Okay, so this is the forehead sensor right here. Forehead sensor, I hardly know her. So the thing about me is I have a very large head. I got a big noggin. Everybody in my family has one. They all have heads. That's a little loose, actually. Damn, this is for kids? Fuck, if I had a kid whose head was this big, I'd fucking send him back. All right. All right, as you can see, the headband is clearly upside down because the logo is clearly upside down, and it took me way too long to figure this out. Okay, make sure the forehead sensor located under the Mindflex logo is positioned above your left eye. This doesn't look right. Is this right? Ow, this hurts. What the hell? Is this right? I feel like this is wrong. So there's a Mindflex logo above my left eye, right? But then now it's all like that. That can't be right. Wait, it's upside down. Stupid fucking idiot, man. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I need all the help I can get. I hope this Mindflex makes me fucking smarter, because that was the dumbest shit I've ever done. Now we're cooking! Okay, wait, like, why am I eating? Attach the ear clips to each lobe so the metal sensors are flat against your skin. I am so locked in, you have no idea. While sitting as still as you can, turn on the headset. And here they are, the little balls. Turn on the console.
Select game.
Holy shit. Press the select button until you hear freestyle. Okay. Sitting here playing Mind Flex. Shawty said I got that nice sex. Hope I can make these balls float. Cause if I do, then I'll be y'all's go. Oh, shit. Press the enter button.
Begin.
Kill John Lennon. So I immediately tried concentrating to see if I could raise the little blue ball. And folks, I was flabbergasted.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I wojacked and it went down. Okay, sorry. I can't not wojack, dude. This is crazy, man. Sorry, okay, whoa. I know Mindflex isn't the most high-tech shit ever, but I truly did not think it was going to work so well immediately. I don't know why the hell dudes complain about blue balls. These things are awesome. Okay. This is actually fucking blowing my mind right now, dude. I then tried moving the ball around the track by cranking the little knob, and I was slowly getting the hang of raising and lowering the little blue ball. All right, I've noticed that, like, it's kind of like a nonchalant thing. Like, if you're, like, really locked in, it'll go up. But if you're just like, whatever, bro, it starts to go down, right? So that's kind of this is a locked-in machine. I then tried putting the ball through one of the little hoops, and I was having some difficulty. Come on. But then I absolutely locked in. I was more locked in than the man in my basement right now. Somebody help me! Shut up down there! Holy shit! If I had this when I was a kid, fully would have been convinced I had superpowers. Even I know how it works. I'm a 31-year-old man, and a part of me is like, I think that was just all you. I don't know if there was actually any air coming out of this at all. As much as I would just love to play this forever by myself and just have that be the end of the video, the box says you can play with 4 players. And I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to you guys. I wouldn't be giving you guys a full review if I didn't play this with someone. I think I'm gonna invite my friend Jacob over to play this with him, and I am gonna create the most diabolical, impossible obstacle course. And we'll see which one of us completes it first. We'll see who has let's see whose mind is more flexible. And I'm gonna take this off. Forgot these were clipped to my ears. Oh, let's see if that left an indent on my forehead. Okay, only a huge one. Whoa, bro, it's a crater, man. Am I gonna be okay? I gotta go to the grocery store right now, man. I'm gonna walk in there and everyone's gonna be like, mind flex, huh? I remember my first time. I spent the next 10 minutes assembling the most diabolical, difficult, brain-busting obstacle course this world has ever seen. I didn't tell Jacob what my video was about, so he texted me and asked, what's the video? And I said, it's a surprise. All I can say is prepare to have your mind blown. I'm gonna suck your mind's penis. And the next day, Jacob showed up and he was a little confused by the mysterious object hidden underneath this tablecloth. Jacob.
Kurtis.
We've been friends for a long time, right? 10, 11 years now.
Yeah.
And I feel like, since as long as we've known each other, I feel like we've always had this, unspoken rivalry to see who's smarter, right? Right? Am I off kilter?
Yes. Yes, you're off kilter.
Oh.
I mean, no.
Okay.
Yes.
There you go again. Try to make me look like a fucking idiot with your photographic memory. Yeah. So, I thought today would be pretty fun to finally put it to rest, to see who has the bigger brain.
You must be talking about my cancer. Are you talking about the tumor in my head?
I guess not. Maybe bigger was the wrong word. Underneath this tablecloth is something that will finally help us decide who between the two of us is smarter.
So this is one of those gotcha moments, huh?
No.
You're gonna try and get me and make me look stupid on camera.
No. I said prepare to have your mind blown.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this? So, Mindflex, I'll show you the commercial. Let's watch the commercial. Because this was a product available from 2009 to 2011.
Mindflex lets you move a ball with the power of your mind. We wanted to see how people react to playing Mindflex for the very first time.
Awesome. Mind-blowing.
A wireless headset transmits your level of brain activity to the console. The more you concentrate, the higher the ball rises. And Mindflex is the obstacle course game you can customize in hundreds of combinations.
It's very, 2000s, late 2000s advertising to be like, this is the coolest fucking shit you'll ever see in your goddamn stupid life. Yeah. So I created this obstacle course that will test how smart we are and how functional our brains are, basically.
Okay.
Candidly, I've had a little bit of practice. I've tried it out before a little bit, so I'll let you try it out first just to get your
I got
reaction here.
Also, I do have a condition.
What? What, you have like a stomaching?
Yeah, I got a stomaching. I actually ate a bunch of those balls.
This has to go over just above your left eyebrow. And then also these clip onto your your ears. Now I'm gonna flip this on.
Okay. What exactly do I do?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot to explain how it works.
You've only just put this on my head and then turn that on.
This is a fan right here. You control the power of the fan, like how powerful it is. Like if you really just concentrate on the ball like floating, it'll go higher. But then if you relax, then it goes lower.
And that has to do with this.
Yeah, that reads your brain signals.
And this was popular.
It was popular for maybe a year.
I think I kind of remember seeing this.
I began teaching Jacob the basics of mind flex, and his first instinct to lower the ball was to just completely look away from mind flex, and I thought that was super funny. Okay. All right, so what's your first impressions of mind flex?
Genuinely, no bit. Really cool.
I am amazed.
All right, so I was thinking it'd be fun to have a little go to see how long it would take each of us to finish the obstacle course. I mean, you're already strapped in. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, let's give it a whirl. So then, and hold on now. Like,
oh yeah, let's go through it.
The obstacle course.
Starting line is right here. You move the ball through the hula hoop. Oh god, yeah, it's wet. So you go through the little hula hoop, and then I think this one, it's kind of a free-for-all, but I think you can go either through that way or take it all the way up top shelf.
Should we make that extra points?
I think it was just a time thing that we're gonna do. I don't know if there's points, really.
I'm gonna make that. For me...
For you, okay, you'll get extra points if you do that, but next one probably will be the trickiest one, because you gotta go under, because if you go too high, the ball's gonna shoot you in the fucking face, get caught in your throat, you choke, I don't help, and you die. Or you eat it, yeah. But we got 3 more, so we're...
Well, like I told you earlier, I've already eaten like 1 billion.
Yeah, you're full of blue balls. And then next you do the teeter-totter, and then this one, the air is gonna blow this. So then you have to land the ball in here, and the ball is gonna blow it around, and then you have to go up, and for the final you got to go through this top hula hoop, and that will be it. So it might honestly might take a while. I might have made it too hard.
This might genuinely,
yeah, I don't know how much time.
Take me about 30 or 40 minutes. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. He's thinking too much. He's having a little bit of trouble with the hula hoop. I gotta commentate.
You don't have to.
I have to.
It's a gentleman's game. Don't.
Okay, laughing is not good.
It's not good for it?
No, I guess not. It lost everything. Okay.
Shut up. Distracting me like fucking crazy.
All right, he's through the first obstacle. Jacob was able to make it through the second obstacle pretty quickly, but this is when things got really difficult. This obstacle was insanely difficult because you have to keep the ball levitating as low as possible while rotating the fan really quickly, and if the ball gets too high, it shoots out of the funnel, and this was proving to be next to impossible. Fuck.
I really thought
I feel like this might be too hard. Is it impossible?
Let's try taking that out and let's see.
All right. So we removed the funnel obstacle because neither of us have a brain big enough to navigate the ball through all that bullshit. I reset Jacob's timer, and now he's at the teeter-totter, and he made it through that in no time. And then it was time for the second last obstacle. So what's supposed to happen is you land the ball in one of these holders, and you relax your mind so the fan gently blows the ball around to the other side. And this one might actually be more difficult than the funnel we just removed, so this one gave Jacob a really hard time.
I'm not looking at it. What the hell?
Oh, there you go.
No.
Oh my god. Okay, that actually might be impossible.
No, it's not. I can do this. I'm not an idiot.
And I've known Jacob for 11 years. I have never seen him more focused in my life.
I'm almost drooling. Did I do it?
And after a few...
that actually genuinely one of the hardest things I've ever done. Yeah, what was my final time?
5 minutes, 54 seconds.
I'd like to see you beat that. Is there a big...
Oh yeah, that's a little side effect.
Just tried the mind flex. I just tried the mind flex, went great.
I strapped on the headset in preparation for my turn with the mind flex. And watching this back, I do feel really bad for putting Jacob through more head trauma by wearing that fucking tight-ass headband.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Owie. I've never actually looked more like I have a brain tumor than I now. 3, 2, 1...
I was feeling really confident, but was immediately having issues with the first obstacle, which is like the easiest one, so things were not looking good. I forgot how fucking annoying this was. I made it through the second obstacle right around the same time Jacob made it through, so at this point, it was neck and neck. I don't know what was going on with my ball at this point though, but it was going back and forth like fucking crazy. There we go.
Force choke it?
Yeah. Okay, now I need to get it up.
338!
And I freaked it! I played Mind Flex with Jacob and I freaked it. I feel like I learned a lot of the technique here from you doing it though.
Bring me into your house. You show me this futuristic game that I've never seen in my life. I think I kind of remember seeing this. Also, ow. You strap me up.
Okay.
Oh, what? I can't bring up that I...
okay.
I didn't get a good sleep last night? I didn't get a good sleep last night and now I have a headache. Wow. And then something you've been practicing like crazy.
I used it one time.
I don't have the money to afford this. I can't practice like you have.
You
got nothing going on.
How much that's... Okay, ow. How much money do you think this was? That's not a number.
Pretty sure it might be. And you do this and you put on all your cameras and it's gonna go online and everyone's gonna go, what an asshole.
To
all
you.
the comments.
About you.
No.
For me?
Yes.
What did I do? I won.
You trapped me. You trapped me.
How?
You trapped me into looking like a dickhead.
You should have had better mind. I told you what this was. I said prepare to have your mind blown.
I wasn't ready. Don't post this online. Please don't post this online. Everyone's gonna make fun of me. Bring me back next week. Let me bring this home and practice.
You want me to do another video?
Can I have this?
Sure.
Can I have this toy?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Kids are gonna love it.
You can have it.
I don't want it. I'll feel like an asshole.
What do you want then? I made you look like a dickhead asshole.
Dickhead asshole is not smart.
And now I can look like an even cooler guy because I'm giving you a gift, a parting gift. You can have the mind flex. That just goes to show you it's not about who's the smartest out of the two friends. It's about who the nicer a guy is, and it's me. That's what friendship is all about, guys. Thank you, Mind Flex. Sorry for this setup. I'm in a hotel room in Houston right now. Houston, we have an outro to film. If I had to give a Mind Flex a rating out of 10, I think I'd probably give it like a, I don't know, like a 6, 7. 6, 7. Pushing 40, by the way. I think, honestly, I'd give it a 7. Mind Flex is very fun when you first try it out because, obviously, it's your first time making a ball float with your mind. So the first time you do it, it's going to be exhilarating. But after that, it's just kind of like, there's not much else to do with it, really. Like, I don't know if there was ever a kid out there waiting for the bell to ring so he could run home and play with his Mind Flex, And that's probably why there are so many Mind Flexes available on eBay right now. The initial wow factor has subsided after 15 years, right? But I don't know, dude. Me and Jacob, we had a blast using Mind Flex for that one time, okay? So I feel like it's worth it. If you've got like 30 to $100 to spend and you want to have a really good time with your buddy for an hour or two, I'd say buy a Mind Flex and have a good time. But just make sure you see a psychiatrist beforehand and just make sure that you're all good mentally, because I promise nothing will prepare you for the sight of a foam ball quivering 5 inches above the game console. Alright, thanks so much for watching this fun little video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please press the like button. Leave a comment. Let me know if you ever seen this Mind Flex commercial, if you ever had one growing up. And also, I would love to do more fun, quick little videos like this where I try out these like old, weird products. So if you have any that you remember, comment them down below because I would love to do more of this because this is a lot of fun. And yeah, other than that, press the subscribe button, come see my shows or whatever. That's it. I would stick around, but unfortunately, I have to go. I actually have a show in like an hour. So, see ya. Hello, Canada. I'm finishing off my world tour right here in my home country. I'm going to Vancouver, Ottawa, Saskatoon, Regina, Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, Montreal, and I'm taping another special in Toronto, so 2 shows there. And tickets to those shows are available right now. There's still a few tickets available for my US shows that are coming up really soon, so go get those if you haven't got those yet. All right, enjoy the video. Folks, One of my favorite movies of all time is Napoleon Dynamite. That film had a huge impact on me, and straight up, I feel like I'd be a different guy if I didn't see that movie in my formative years. I have always admired Napoleon Dynamite, mostly because all the characters are ridiculous and over the top, but at the same time, they're all incredibly relatable. We can relate to Napoleon feeling like an outsider. We can relate to Pedro's determination, Kip's mustache. It's all very relatable. My favorite character in Napoleon Dynamite, and possibly one of my favorite characters across all media, is Uncle Rico. For those of you who have somehow not seen the film, Napoleon and Kip's Uncle Rico is called in to watch the two brothers after their grandmother was injured in a dune buggy accident.
Since when did she go to the dunes?
Uncle Rico is obnoxious, rude, self-centered, greedy, but throughout the film, you find yourself empathizing with this man because it is immediately obvious that Uncle Rico is a man painfully trapped in the past.
Man, I wish I could go back in time.
Napoleon Dynamite takes place in 2004, but Uncle Rico dresses like he's straight out of the 70s, and he constantly talks about his high school football career and how skilled he was.
How much you want to make a bet I can throw a football over the mountains?
And throughout the film, he goes on and on about how different his life would be if his coach put him in the fourth quarter of their playoff game.
Coach would have put me in fourth quarter. We'd have been state champions, no doubt. I'd have gone pro. I'd be making millions of dollars and living in a big old mansion somewhere.
And I think we can all relate to Uncle Rico on some level. We all have regrets in our lives, and I'm sure there's an event in your life that you can look back on and think, well, what if this happened instead? What if I did this instead of that? You know, like, how different would my life be? For example, I always wonder what my life would be like if I never went to the 2016 Shorty Awards dressed like that. We'll never know. It's interesting to think about, right? But obviously, we know we can't go back in time and change the past. That's why it's called the past, right? It's past. In Napoleon Dynamite, though, after Uncle Rico's little monologue, he gets an idea, and he asks Kip an interesting question.
You ever come across anything like time travel?
Now, a little later in the film, Napoleon comes home to find a makeshift time machine on his kitchen table.
It's a time machine, Napoleon. We bought it online.
The time machine is crudely put together. There are different dials and knobs for power level and desired year. It's clearly a piece of junk. So, obviously, Napoleon decides to try it out. Not before saying one of my favorite lines in the movie.
Forgot to put in the crystals.
And when Kip turns on the time machine, Napoleon is electrocuted. This is also when we find out Uncle Rico has already tested the time machine.
It's a piece of crap, it doesn't work.
Well, I could have told you that.
Great bit. This scene is a seemingly pointless gag in the middle of the film that makes me laugh every time. Now, I've probably seen Napoleon Dynamite probably 1,000 times, but I watched this movie recently while I was on tour, and this time machine scene, for whatever reason, jumped out at me more than usual. That one line from Kip really stuck with me.
It's a time machine, Napoleon. We bought it online.
That line of dialogue burrowed into my brain, and it really got me thinking, can you actually buy a time machine on the internet? And that simple question led me down one of the most bizarre rabbit holes I have ever been down. But before we get into all that, let's turn the clocks. I think it'd be fun to explore the concept of time travel in general, and really have a firm understanding of it before I actually go out and try to find one for myself. So, what is time travel? Is it when an herb in the mint family forgets to dribble?
Yes.
But it's also the act of traveling through time. Pretty simple definition. If you didn't know that, I don't know, you're a fucking idiot, I think. It's fucking time travel, man. It's either you're here, not here, but you go back or you go forward. Right? My introduction to the concept of time travel, like most people, was from an old iconic movie. Pretty much the definitive time travel movie. I feel like when people think about a time travel film, they think about this one. I'm obviously talking about Black Knight, starring Martin Lawrence. You guys remember that one? The 2001 film Black Knight? Martin Lawrence's character is sent back to medieval times by a magical amulet, and hilarity ensues.
Black Knight.
Others were probably introduced to the concept of time travel by a lesser-known film, Back to the Future. A film about a young Marty McFly traveling back to the 50s to save his scientist friend Doc Brown and ensure his parents fall in love or he will cease to exist. Oh yeah, and there's also that scene where he makes out with his mom. I guess Tom Brady wrote this movie. Time travel isn't necessarily a modern concept, though. An ancient Hindu poem called the Mahabharata tells a story featuring time dilation, the phenomenon where the passage of time is perceived differently by observers in different frames of reference, primarily due to relative motion or gravitational effect. And I came up with that definition all by myself. In this ancient Hindu poem, a man and his daughter visit the gods for 27 minutes, but when they return to Earth, they learn that 116 million years have passed. That's literally me when I'm gaming. Time dilation is like, dude, I keep wanting to say Dalmatian. The time dilation is real, you know. Time dilation is like a real proven thing too, which is fucking crazy. And the popular example people use to describe this phenomenon is, if you were to take a set of twins, force one of the twins to stay on Earth, and then force the other twin into a rocket ship that travels through space like super fast, each twin would be traveling through time at different speeds. So when the space twin returns to Earth, they would be much younger than their Earth twin, also known as the ultimate prank. So that right there is pretty much proof that time can be manipulated and traverse at different speeds through space. But obviously the actual action of like jumping forward or backwards in time has never been done, even though some people think it has, but we'll get into that in a second. Time is an odd thing though, right? If you asked me to describe time, it'd be like, I wouldn't really know what to say, right? It's a thing that we're in, but you can, at the same time, you can be on it. And we also have it, but it's tomorrow. And sometimes yesterday, but also right now. It's impossible to describe. Time is this weird, otherworldly concept with no really easy way to comprehend it. I feel like when something like that exists, people kind of just make up their own ways to perceive it. But don't worry, there are some highly intelligent individuals out there who are able to rationalize time in very interesting ways. Like this alpha male I saw on TikTok.
So I measure time. I've compressed and condensed time. I've bent it. My day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago. My second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2. And then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week. Stack that up over a month, I'm gonna kick your butt.
Holy fuck. Who's to say this man is not a time traveler? He has extended the time that he has just by saying that he did. Is that all it takes? I don't know. It is always a good sign though when someone is talking and then immediately after they go, I'm not crazy by the way. You are.
I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago.
Also, did he think we were all cavemen 300 years ago? I feel like he should spend one of his 21 days a week to fucking read a book or something, because what the fuck?
And I'm not crazy.
Dude, this guy must be a fucking nightmare to make plans with. Hey man, you free Tuesday? No, sorry, I'm busy. How about the day after? Wednesday? No, not Wednesday. The day after Tuesday. Which would be Wednesday. For you? Yeah. And for everybody else. Dude, are you dumb? It goes Tuesday, Plorp Day, Wednesday, Zoopy Day, and then Thursday. What are you saying? I'm not crazy. Oh gosh, you are lucky I had my anger management class on Penis Day. Penis Day? Yeah. Did you come up with these names? Yeah. Time travel is an incredibly popular topic in film. For obvious reasons, right? Time rules all. Time is kind of like a jug of Gatorade at your soccer practice. It's all you're thinking about. It's the most valuable resource, and most of us don't know how much of it we have left. And that's why so many people create stories about time, because it is one of the few things that we all have a deep, direct relationship with. Time travel is a great subject for comedy films, especially because it lends itself to the fish out of water trope, a narrative device where a character is placed in a new, unfamiliar environment, forcing them to adapt and learn. You know, think of films like Hot Tub Time Machine, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Yeah, I even put Blast from the Past and Austin Powers in this category. And although time travel is used a lot in comedy, there are a lot of like genuinely disturbing and devastating aspects to time travel that have been explored in various drama and sci-fi films. For example, that scene in Interstellar where Cooper realizes 23 years have passed on Earth while they were on Miller's planet for only 3 hours and 17 minutes. We see that heartbreaking scene of Cooper watching his children grow up without him, and oh my god, dude.
Listen, again.
The actual concept of a time machine was popularized by the 1895 book titled The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. Full name, Home and Garden Wells. And since then, the world has become fascinated by the idea of a machine that can transport us through time. And in the study of time travel, there are generally 3 main theories of how it would work if you traveled back in time. So let's learn about them. Welcome to class. Let's go over the time travel theories. Can you see? Kind of.
How about now? Theory number 1 is the fixed timeline. So this is the timeline. Say you wore an ugly outfit right around here. And this is the present day and you want to go back to here to sort of, you know, stop yourself from wearing a bad outfit. Hypothetically. The fixed timeline theory states that even if you went back in time, no matter what you did in the past, it would have no impact on the future because what happened in the past already would have happened. A good example of this is Prisoner of Azkaban. You know, when the stranger across the pond is casting all those spells, and when they go back in time, you realize, oh, it was Harry Potter the whole time. Another example of this is Futurama, where Fry ends up being his own grandfather. And in this, all right, sorry, I gotta draw a little hat on this guy's outfit. In this theory, if I went back in time and told myself to wear a different outfit, I showed my old self a picture of me wearing that outfit to be like, don't wear this. And then I go back to the present. Me back then, I probably wasn't even gonna wear that. And then I saw the picture that my future self showed me of that. And then I was like, oh, that looks kind of fly, and then I wore it anyway. So like, no matter what, it's gonna happen. That's basically the fixed timeline theory. It's pretty cool, right? It's fun, but I think it's the lamest one out of all three, because it's like, there's nothing cool about it, you know? No free will? L. All right, theory number 2, that would be dynamic timeline. This one's gotta be the coolest one, I think. So let's get a timeline here. Me, present day, bad outfit right here. This is a theory that states that whatever you do in the past has a direct impact on the future. So think of a movie like Butterfly Effect and how changing one simple thing in your past has these ripple effects and will drastically change the way your life pans out. You could go back in time, invest a bunch of money in Apple, and then when you come back, you're rich AF. Or, you know, you go back in time and you get rid of the stupid outfit, and then, whoa, in the future, you're a little happier. The only caveat though is if you go back in time and make out with your mom, you know, when you come back to the future, you're still a weirdo. Sorry, Tom Brady. And now it's time for theory number 3, the multiverse. Someone at Marvel just fucking came their pants, bro. This is the theory that claims that there is an infinite number of universes. So if you go back in time and change something, you know, we get rid of this silly hat. Doing so would create a branching timeline. So essentially the main timeline, the original one, stays the same. I still have the dumb hat and I'm sad now. But then doing so creates a new timeline where the effects, you know, actually take place, and I'm happy down here. So this one's pretty cool, but it's also a little scary, because like if someone traveled back in time, right, it's the worst arrow ever. If someone travels back all the way here to, you know, unalive a baby dictator, obviously that'd be pretty cool, because then in this new timeline, that horrible thing never happened. Yay. But then it's kind of weird because in the original timeline, it stays the exact same. Like the terrible event still took place, but now there's this new timeline created where you're just like a baby killer. So, you know, small price to pay, I guess. All right, thank you so much for attending my lecture. I hope you have a firmer grasp of the 3 theories of time travel. Now, back to me.
Now, obviously, time travel isn't possible right now. And I don't even know if it's gonna be possible in the future, because if it did, I'm sure there'd be people coming back from the future and fucking bragging to us about it. Dude, I'd 1000% do that if I could time travel. You're from back here. That sucks for you. Neener. I'm from somewhere better. But there are people out there who genuinely believe time travel is possible in the future and possibly right now. And there are a few popular cases out there with some intriguing evidence to support their claims. So let's take a look at the evidence. So if you look up time travel evidence or time travel proof on TikTok, whoa, hold on. TikTok, like a clock? Like the passage of time? Holy shit, this goes all the way to the top. I looked up time travel proof on TikTok, and I found this guy who made a 29-part series about his first-hand encounter with a time traveler.
This dude's coming onto my property to what looks like rob my house, but it actually turns out he is a time traveler. This guy walks around my backyard, goes to my shed, opens the door, goes inside, and disappears. The cops came, they went in the shed twice. He wasn't in there, and you can see he never came back until the next day right here. Notification on my camera that there's somebody in my backyard, and this guy leaves my shed. But here's the craziest part. This looks like the same guy, maybe, glasses, whatever. It was the other guy. He noticeably aged. Looks like the same guy, but aged. So him again, and now him. Somebody explain this.
Okay, I will say this whole thing seems a little weird. And sure, you could make the argument that these guys do look a little similar. Maybe they could be the same guy at different points in their life. I don't know, man. There's something a little weird about a time traveler looking like that. When I think of a time traveler, I'm picturing someone either dressed like the Men in Black or like in a legit spacesuit or something. I'm not picturing a dude in a Guess t-shirt and long jean shorts, dude. He looks like the type of guy who would yell at you on the street about being able to time travel, okay? Not actually do it. This TikTok of his got like millions of views though, and people in the comments were convinced that this man that went into his shed is 100% a time traveler. That's him but older. Definitely a time traveler. Shed is a portal. That's the time travel. But on the flip side, some people in the comments had their suspicions. He is not a time traveler. He is a shapeshifter. Or he is a paranormal. But definitely not time travel. Lots of magicians do this very easily, but if anything, he is shapeshifters. He's not a time traveler, okay? He's a shapeshifter or a paranormal, just like Chris Angel. You know how stupid you sound?
You're not getting it. It's not clocking to you.
By the look of his profile pic though, I trust him. So yeah, over the next 29 videos, this man goes insane over this supposed time traveler. He sets up another camera inside of his shed. He then develops this weird theory that this man is this other man who died in 2018.
This guy, who looks pretty similar to our boy here. The crazy part is this guy was obsessed with time travel. And you can see 9 years ago, he used to post on blogs talking about time travel and how it works. This guy died in 2018.
First off, super disrespectful to that dead guy. But also, too, like any old guy who's obsessed with time travel, gonna look exactly like that. But anyways, he then goes into his shed and looks for a tunnel or an opening. He then asks his neighbors if they've seen this time traveler around. And at one point, he actually invites a psychic to do a reading in the shed.
Is there any supernatural activity happening here? Okay, we got a yes.
Come on, bro. All right, that's crazy. Is this shed a portal? How is it moving on its own?
So now we're gonna go to the dryer. The energy's a lot more expanded. There's like more activity, like more bugs and everything too.
There's more bugs? Yeah, guys, if you got bugs flying around you all the time, don't let people tell you that you stink. You're just a portal.
See how the pendulum acts when we put it inside the dryer? Because if it is a portal, it'll start to act a lot more abrupt.
Whoa, okay, yeah, the portal is in the dryer. Wow! So that's where all my socks go.
We're gonna get a card to see the overall energy. Magician.
Holy fuck, the fucking cowboy guy was right. It was a magician. Holy fuck, no way, dude.
So this card, if we look at it, it's more of a sense of grief. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and tip it.
Okay, also, I don't know where he found this clumsy ass psychic, dude. I don't know if reading tarot cards is the same as 52 pickup. But anyways, he ends this time traveler saga by saying that he hasn't found any more proof of this time traveler, and that one singular time he saw that man was the last time he ever saw him.
Unfortunately, nothing. The biggest movement was that paper falling down.
And I hate to be a party pooper. That's a lie. I love pooping on parties, actually. I don't believe this for a second. This old guy could have easily just walked out from behind the shed, because we never actually see him walk out of the shed. Ring cameras also glitch, like, all the fucking time, and they're really not that good at consistently picking up motion where you want them to pick up. So the younger guy could have just left the shed before the cops showed up, and then it just didn't pick up on the camera, you know? And also, the one thing that made me doubt this story the most, the guy who posted this series doesn't even live at this house. This all took place at his Airbnb rental property.
It is an Airbnb.
Sorry, man, I don't trust anybody who owns an Airbnb. The only reason this guy made 29 videos in order to find this guy who went into his shed was so he could charge him a fucking $300 cleaning fee, okay? I'm convinced. Yeah, the fine print actually says no time travel allowed, so you owe me $1,000 for the time travel fee. This also took place in Florida, so honestly, who knows? I feel like if anybody's gonna like accidentally discover time travel, it's gonna be a Florida man, for sure. You drink enough alligator blood and snort enough fucking bath salts, I feel like anything is possible, dude. And you can find a ton of other people on TikTok claiming that they have proof of time travel, other people claiming to be time travelers themselves, but this is not a new phenomenon. I remember seeing this weird video years ago about a time traveler coming back to warn us about the future.
This picture It's taken in the year 2118.
Definitely not a teen boy in a weird mask.
I'll never forget when I took that picture.
Time traveler. And for decades, people have claimed that they've seen time travelers in old pictures and videos. For example, this is a picture that a lot of people reference when they want to prove that time travel is real. Dubbed the time traveling hipster, this photo was taken in 1941, and people think it proves the existence of time travelers because this guy here is wearing a hoodie and sunglasses, and he's carrying what appears to be a small digital camera. He is simply way too chill to be from that era of time. I will say he does look a little out of place in this photo, and it does look a little strange when you first look at it, right? This guy 100% looks like he fucking brewed his own IPA in his basement. But upon further research, you'd find that the sunglasses he's wearing were available since the 20s. Kodak made cameras of that size in 1941. And he's also wearing a Montreal Maroons jersey, which is a hockey team that operated from 1924 to 1938. I think he's dressed just more casually in comparison to the old people surrounding him. If he had like a pack of Zins and a chain wallet, then, you know, then I'd be a little more convinced. Also, dude, a hipster capable of time travel would be way too powerful. They would know about literally everything before it was cool. Another common category of time travel evidence are old pictures of people using modern tech products. For example, there are some people who genuinely think the woman in this painting from 1860 is looking at a phone. There's this clip from a Charlie Chaplin movie where this woman appears to be using a cell phone. There's this video from a 1995 Mike Tyson fight where a man in the crowd appears to be filming with a smartphone. There are dozens of these examples. Could this be proof that time travelers exist? No, obviously. Each one has a perfectly logical explanation. This girl isn't looking at a phone because little books existed back then, so it's probably a little book, at least a Kindle. Charlie Chaplin lady can't be using a cell phone because that clip is from a 1928 movie, and I don't know if they had cell phone towers back then. And the Mike Tyson guy was actually using this old Logitech camera that kind of resembles a modern smartphone. The painting is the craziest claim though, dude. Could you imagine if phones existed back in the 1800s? Ooh, I got a match on Hinge. Ooh, well, come on, what's he like? Okay, he's very handsome. He likes going to vaudeville shows and wearing his pants very high. And, oh no. What's wrong? He's holding up the Confederate flag. Oh, that's a red flag. Well, yeah, there's also a little bit of blue. But hey, at least when the war is over, we'll never see that flag ever again. Folks, I have watched dozens of time travel proof videos on YouTube, but guys, I have to show you my favorite one because holy fuck, this one made me laugh like so goddamn hard, and I need to share it with you. Okay, the title of this video is 10 possible evidence of time travel throughout history. 10 million views. And all the claims in this video are a little ridiculous. Like this one, for example, where they claim the Mohawk haircut didn't appear anywhere until the 1939 movie Drums Along the Mohawk. So they cite this 1905 picture of a guy with a mohawk as proof of time travel.
This haircut only gained popularity in the 1970s. So how on earth did a man from 1905 choose such a futuristic hairstyle?
Okay, so that's obviously hilarious because the Mohawk style of haircut obviously existed way before 1939. And also, that doesn't even look like a mohawk. I think his barber just fucked this shit up. Dude, it's crazy to get a haircut so bad it makes people believe in time travel. That sucks. Whoa, you're from the future? No, what makes you say that? I've just never seen a haircut so ugly. I'm sorry, I'm sure it's stylish in your time, but right now, oh my god. If I looked like that, oh my god, I don't even know what I would do. Fucking kill myself. Okay, you're right, you got me. I am from the future. I knew it. What's it like? Everyone is really nice to me. But guys, my favorite piece of evidence they show in this video is this one.
This footage was recorded during a live football match in Uruguay. During a live football match, a shadowy figure can be seen running through an aisle at super speed. The figure seems to be running through people at an incredible speed.
Okay. The fuck does a guy running really fast have to do with time travel? He doesn't even say like when this video took place. This is just a video of a guy running fast, dude. Running actually wasn't invented until 1999. So how was this guy moving so fast? Whoever made this video, this guy would have a fucking heart attack if he ever found out about marathons.
Oh.
Call me a time traveler, how I be getting the runs. As you can see from those examples, tons of people out there believe that time travel will be possible in the future and that we've already been visited from these time tourists or time travel, whatever you want to call them. But what if I told you that there is a large group of people out there who genuinely believe that time travel is possible right now in 2025? I mean, honestly, it's not that shocking. I feel like people believe in like way crazier shit these days. But it's true though. It is true. Right now, you can go online and you can find many different ways to travel through time. And I want to know if it's true or not. I want to learn everything about whatever methods are available right now to actually travel back in time. I want to be the first person on YouTube to successfully document a trip backwards in time. Now, I'm aware that's a pretty lofty goal. You know what they say? Shoot for the stars, and if you fall, you fall right through the clouds and you fall to your death and you die and it hurts. And I've been thinking about what I would do if I successfully went back in time. Like, where specifically do I go? Because if I'm being honest, I actually like love everything about my life right now. This is all actually like best case scenario. So I necessarily wouldn't want to change anything in my personal life. But then I got to thinking, like, if I'm gonna be the first guy to travel back in time on YouTube successfully, I feel like I have a duty. I gotta poop. No, I feel like I have a duty to my fellow human beings to go back in time and prevent something terrible from happening. Not even a duty, it's a responsibility. So I think I need to travel back to a moment in time that truly changed the world as we knew it forever. I need to stop a terrible, devastating incident that took place one day in New York City. Yeah, that one. When sadly, one morning, an airplane dropped me off for the 2016 Shorty Awards, okay? Yeah. And I walked into that building, stood on that fucking teal carpet in that fuck-ass outfit, and the worst photo of all time was taken. And I've been made fun of ever since, okay? So that's what I'm gonna do. But before that, I need to figure out how to do it. So, how do we do it? So the first thing I Googled was buy time machine, and that led me to Etsy. And then if you actually search time travel on Etsy, the first things that pop up are actually like dozens of time travel spells that you can purchase and then I think maybe cast yourself, or the person you buy them from like casts them for you. So for the low price of $170.70, which is also 70% off. So the original price was $568. Okay. The title of this one is Strongest Time Travel Spell, Super Powerful Time Travel Spell, Time Travel Spell, Travel Spell. Okay, so just a travel spell? So a plane. It's a plane ticket. You get a plane ticket. Be fucked up if someone ordered a time travel spell and they're like, okay, abracadabra, thinking that they're going to show up in like 1950, but they get transported to like modern day Boise, Idaho. Okay, time travel spell there, like a weird, like, I think AI artwork there, which is great. Uncover the secrets of time with this meticulously crafted spell, infused with ancient wisdom passed down through the ages. This spell offers seamless traversal through time, ensuring a safe and exhilarating journey. Delve into the ew. You want me to travel to the annals of history, bro? Fine. Also, the reviews on this page don't really make sense either. I've seen a difference. I saw a little movement. On the clock? Yeah, I bet. Let's just... I don't know what that means. Maybe that's like this text-to-speech while they were performing the spell. So I was looking through these for an entire evening and they were fucking cracking me up. But like the more I looked into them, the more sad I got. Because like when you think about it, who's the type of person to purchase a time travel spell? Most likely it's someone who wants to go back in time and change something awful in their past so they have a better life in present day. So like all the real actual reviews for these time travel spells are left by people who are like genuinely sad and depressed and just desperate for change in their lives. And they're convinced that this time travel spell is going to be the one thing that finally fixes all their problems. I'm looking forward to the results of the magic. I hope to avoid several mistakes again. 5 stars. May the powerful magic manifest and make my wish come true. Thank you. 5 stars. Good service and I am waiting for the results. 5 stars. And no exaggeration, every single review for every single one of these time travel spells is 5 stars. But at the same time, every review is like, waiting for my results. We'll see if anything pans out. Like, guys, don't rate it 5 stars if nothing fucking happened yet, you know? I am convinced the sellers are for sure like, oh, by the way, like, if you don't rate this 5 stars, then the spell won't work. Sorry. But the time travel spell review that really stopped me in my tracks was this one. Hello. Purchase 2 times to get the enhanced effect. I maintain total faith that the results will come true. I trust in your enormous abilities, Jessica. Help me get back to that date to avoid the problem I told you about. And beyond the best review, I will thank you for life, I promise. 5 stars. No! First off, help me get back to that date to avoid the problem I told you about? So sad. Absolutely heartbreaking. But also, purchase 2 times to get the enhanced effect? That sounded weird as fuck, okay? So I checked out the description, and what do you know? Buy 1 time, single cast. Traveling 100 years in the past or future will become easy. Buy 2 times, double cast. This one will show you results sooner, and you can time travel easily. Okay, so one is easy and one is easily. Big difference. Buy 3 times, triple cast. Watch 5,000 years in the past or future with this spell. Buy 4 times. This is my strongest spell, and it helps you see any event of the past or future. That is evil, okay? I'll say it, evil. Evil behavior. Look, man, it's one thing to, like, prey on people's vulnerabilities and sell them a time travel spell so they can fix the mistakes of their past. But the gall, the absolute gall to be like, listen, if you want it to really work, you gotta buy it 4 times. Maybe that's what happened at the fucking Salem witch trials, dude. Everybody was fine with all the witchcraft and spells. They were just pissed off for being charged 4 times for it, you know? And it's like, dude, if you want to practice witchcraft and spells and shit, go for it, dude. Like, I have no beef with witches whatsoever. But I can only assume that, like, shit like this on Etsy of, like, selling these spells to people, that's gotta piss off, like, actual witches, right? This is warlock behavior, right? Like, you're just, like, scamming people for money and shit. I don't think that's what being a witch is about, right? Just securing the bag. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Every time you see a witch traveling, they're flying private. It's messed up, man. You never see a witch on an economy broomstick, man. Rich witch bitch. Alright, these time travel spells are really intriguing, but I didn't want to purchase any because I didn't want to really, like, give these people my money. I am a man of facts, science, and evidence. So if I'm going to try and travel back in time, I feel like I need to do so the old-fashioned way. The way Home and Garden Wells intended. A time machine. Welcome to a different part of my office. Gonna be honest, finding an actual time machine is actually a lot more difficult than I imagined. Based on the Napoleon Dynamite clip, I thought it was just, they ordered it online, bada bing, bada boom, it's so easy, right? It was not. When I looked for a time machine, it was mostly just replicas of the time machine from the movie adaptations of The Time Machine based on the novel The Time Machine by Home and Garden Wells. Weirdly, there are a lot of these replicas online. I mean, just by sheer volume, one of them has to be working, right? A broken clock is right 2 times a day. So guys, I really had to try extra hard to find one that suited my idea of a time machine. And who knows if I found one, but I'd like to go through some honorable mentions because in my search, I came across some gold. Literally. One of the time machines I found is literally just a gold cube. That's it, dude. Just a gold cube, like Minecraft. I couldn't get my hands on one of these, unfortunately. I couldn't really find one for sale anymore, but they used to go for around $200 on Amazon and eBay. And the item description says, this time machine is made of a special material. Secret. It has to be custom made and blessed. It's a little wild to not even say what the material is though, right? That's it's a little crazy. At least give us a hint, you know? You can't just be like, I'll never tell. Like imagine buying like a bag of chips and you look at the ingredients and it's just like, it's actually none of your beeswax. But I found this video of this father and son who purchased one, and when they got it, dude, they didn't even get a gold one, which sucks, but they ripped the paper off of it and it's just like a plastic box. And according to Atlas Obscura, this golden box is a Wiccan / pagan device, so it's a little alarming that these people are just friggin' ripping it apart and shit, playing with its corpse and stuff. I would not do that, dude. You and your family will be cursed for always and eternity.
I don't know what kind of material, gold, blue.
Just fully got radiation poisoning there, 100%. Also, this channel hasn't uploaded in like 3 years, so as far as I know, I'm correct.
I don't know what kind of material, gold.
Sadly, in this video, it shows that the time machine doesn't work, but the listing did say that belief in the time machine is of paramount importance. So much so that it claimed that you shouldn't even bid on the time machine if you don't fully believe that it will work, which is kind of a genius business tactic, if you ask me. If someone complains and says it doesn't work, you just be like, sorry, you didn't believe hard enough. That's on you. In other news, guys, if you buy tickets to my upcoming tour dates, you will gain the ability to fly. And if you don't, you just didn't believe hard enough. I also found this astral projection time travel machine helmet psychotronic technology, which is quite literally a hard hat with a wire poking out of it. I'm not really sure about the mechanics of this one, but I mean, the timestamp on this picture says 2014, and looking at it in 2025.
Holy shit!
Holy shit.
It works.
There was a lot of them, guys. There were some schematics for me to build some at home. There was one that was, you know, a little gimmicky for children. And after hours and hours of scrolling for time machines on eBay, just pages and pages, I got through so many goddamn pages. A time machine finally popped up that caught my eye. The flux capacitor. Temporal flux generator, original design by John Bajak. Rare. This is what I'm picturing in my head when I think about a time machine you can buy online. It's got dials for past, future, a switch for flux capacitor. I hardly know her. And then it looks like some sort of button for charge, whatever that is. Dude, incredible. I didn't know who this John Bajak guy was in the eBay listing, so I researched the name, and it says online that he was a philosopher of computing who published a book titled Cyber Wisdom. He also apparently created and shared schematics of a time machine that you can build. He publicly shared those with people, and I guess people have been building those ever since, and then subsequently selling them on eBay. I also found out that this John Bajak person sadly passed away, but you know, it's comforting to know that his life's work is still seemingly living on in the time travel community. So let's read the eBay listing for this time machine. $380 US dollars. Damn, okay. In 1990, John Bajak copyrighted, not patent, secret, his invention of a flux capacitance time travel circuit, and he even provided the schematics for it to KeelyNet. And it works, he says. It's amazing it never made the front page of the newspaper. Yeah, shocking. Excerpt. Point transducer output toward the person or thing you want changed. That thing, such as a clock or piece of shelving, will begin oscillating between past and future. I noticed time stretch thinner and thinner until I noticed time seemed to stop while it was turned on. It's turned on? Okay. Freaky ass time machine. Jack was on to relate how his TV exploded, reassembled itself, talked to him, and threatened him. Apparently, this time travel business can be dangerous. By his own admission, Bajak was taken to a psychiatric hospital after the time travel experience. Damn. And now you get the opportunity to experiment by yourself. Nice. Guys, I knew the second I saw this picture that this was a time machine for me. So, I ordered it. Today it is June 15th. I ordered this time machine 3 weeks ago, and I have yet to receive it. If only I had the time machine now, then I could fast forward through time to when I get the time machine, you know? Nothing else I can really do except wait, so I guess I'll just hang out until it shows up.
During the 3 weeks of waiting for my time machine to arrive, I unfortunately fell deeper into this time travel rabbit hole, or wormhole, I guess you could say. I fell deeper into this worm's asshole. I did a lot of reading on the r/time travel subreddit, and I found a lot of stuff. There was a lot of crazy, like, anecdotes from people, personal theories, but I want to show you this AMA from a so-called time traveler from the year 2372. Some highlights include them saying that there's going to be an artificial superintelligence named Gira, and Gira oversees and controls every single thing we do. They also say that everybody has guaranteed housing, which is pretty cool. But then they also said, since almost everyone is physically attractive now, cheating is far less common. Nice. No more ugly people. Man, thank God. It was really funny because, like, right after that, someone asked them, like, what life is like in the year 2372. And in response, they say, I'll be honest, I come from paradise. So much so that I've considered ending my life because I can't stand it here. Yeah, take a number, pal. It is also pretty crazy to say that you want to end your life right after you say that everyone in your time is, like, way more attractive, you know? You think he wants to end his own life because there's so many ugly people here? That's got to be the funniest reason to want to take your own life, dude. Everyone's so fucking ugly, man. His suicide note just says, yuck, you're all chopped. See ya. This time traveler also claimed that Donald Trump is going to be impeached in 2026, so let's go. And if that happens, guys, come back to this video, leave a comment. Please let me know. Please inform me, because if that happens, I actually might believe the rest of the stuff he said. I spent a lot of time reading posts on the r/time travel Reddit, and it's actually baffling how big the time travel community is. And the coolest thing about it was like everybody seemed like it was like weirdly supportive and collaborative. There's definitely a healthy amount of skepticism in the community, which is definitely important. But still, for the most part, I feel like everybody in that community is just very curious and fascinated by the concept, and they want to see it achieved one day. Like every video I see on YouTube of someone testing out their fucking time machine, all the comments are just like people giving their like tips and tricks and like, here's how it worked for me and stuff. And it's like, it's truly crazy that there's this many people passionate about time travel. A thing that's never actually been like 100% proven. I guess it's no different than people believing in God and shit and like going to like Bible study, because that's never been proven, but people lose their mind about that shit, right? At least with time travel, you get to play with little doohickeys. Maybe I'd start going to church if they had a couple thingamabobs, all right? Where the doodads at? And the eBay listing for the time machine that I purchased mentioned a man named Stephen Gibbs. So I looked him up, and he had a pretty huge impact on the time travel community. He published a book titled Plans for Time Travel Machines That Really Work, Revised and Updated Edition, How to Move Through Time and Space. Really just rolls off the tongue. So I bought this book, and it is something. It's a heavy read, for sure. The beginning mentions a run-in that Stephen Gibbs had with the quote-unquote time police when he went back to 1969, that is. If time travel does exist, that's gotta be a year where lots of people go to. 69?
Which is funny.
So, Stephen
here,
in his book, says that anybody can time travel once they understand the simple equation R1, R2 equals T. Oh, sick. Joking. That is not a GTA cheat code. R1 stands for first point of resonance, and R2 stands for second point of resonance, and T as in Troy.
T as in Troy?
Yeah.
And just so you know, because I had to look this up as well, a point of resonance is the natural frequency at which an object or system vibrates with maximum amplitude when subjected to an external force or vibration. Stephen then talks about the use of quartz crystals, so I guess that Napoleon Dynamite scene was pretty accurate. Note, when working with quartz crystals, it is a good idea to ask the Lord to bless them. To do this, walk into your closet and close the door, then ask Jesus Christ to bless them while you pray over each of the crystals. Then, with some salt water, sprinkle your crystals 3 times, blessing them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. If you do this for all your crystals, then nothing evil can affect them. Nice. He never says to come out of the closet, though. Which I guess is good, because God hates when people do that. And this isn't the only reference to God/Jesus when you look into the history of time machines. Spirituality and religion is like way more prevalent in the time travel community than I thought it was going to be. Like when I think of time machines, I'm straight up thinking of just like a mad scientist type guy, right? With like a crazy looking machine and it's just all science, right? I'm not picturing the fucking Pope, you know? And I don't know too much about Christianity, but I assume the act of time travel would be like blasphemous, right? God created time, right? And has like a specific plan for everybody. So going back and changing the past, you're pretty much like playing God. And that's fucked up, man. The only person that should be playing God? Morgan Freeman. Or maybe it was God's plan... Drake. Maybe it was God's plan for that person to go back. I don't know. Who knows? My favorite part of this book, though, is when he goes off the rails a little bit and starts talking about the other technology that he's developing. In his book, he claims that by using one of the barium oxide bar magnets that you can buy directly from his catalog, if you place... Now stay with me here. If you place a pack of cigarettes on top of that magnet, the cigarettes will then become safe to consume. Huh? You know, I really would like to try that out, but I feel like that would take a really long time to see the results. I don't know. Guys, comment below if I should develop a lifelong cigarette addiction to test that out. I'm not going to go through the whole book because that would take fucking hours, but I recommend you guys give it a read because there are some wild tidbits of information in there. Tidbits. I said timbits. Sorry. You can take the Canadian out of Canada, but So just to give you guys a little update, my time machine is currently being held in customs right now, so I should hopefully have it soon. But I figured it'd be a good idea to prepare myself mentally for what I can expect if I do successfully travel back in time. And like I said, there's tons of people out there who claim that they have personally traveled through time, and if I'm going to do it, I need to find out what it's like from them firsthand. Which brings us to our next topic, Project Pegasus. In my search for a real time traveler, I stumbled upon a man named Andrew Basiago, a man who has made several public claims that he was actually used by the CIA in a series of secret time travel missions and Mars expeditions called Project Pegasus. And this all took place when he was a child in the 80s. I watched like a 2-hour presentation he did on YouTube, and the amount of detail he gave was actually fucking mind-boggling. So either this actually happened or he has the most like vivid, active imagination of all time. And he's pretty much spent his entire life like raising awareness and trying to get the government to reveal their time travel secrets. He was so passionate about this mission, in fact, that he was actually running for president back in 2016. And I was able to see what his website looked like in 2016 by using the Wayback Machine. And it's the fucking greatest thing ever, so let's have a look. Let's get into the mind of a real time traveler. Andrew D. Basiago, one man in the name of truth. Andrew D. Basiago was a prominent figure in the truth movement. For more than 10 years, he has shared with the American people the true facts of our great nation's accomplishments in time travel and Mars visitation. He has done so as one who served bravely in the 2 secret U.S. defense projects in which time travel on Earth and voyages to Mars were first undertaken. As a result of his courageous advocacy as a crusading lawyer, oh, he's a lawyer too! Oh, sick. Oh, hell no. Look at my lawyer, dog. I'm going to Mars. Andy is credited with ending the time travel and Mars cover-ups by the U.S. government on behalf of the American people. Oh, shit. He did it. All right, let's go. And on this site, he had 100 proposals that I guess he would enact if he became president. A lot of them are about time travel and the government revealing their secrets, but his 16th proposal is protecting the Sasquatch species. Sasquatch exist. I know. I'm the first U.S. presidential candidate since Theodore Roosevelt to declare publicly that I have encountered Sasquatch. This gives off the same energy as that clip of Soulja Boy.
The first rapper with the iPhone.
Oh, what the fuck? Theodore Roosevelt's encounter occurred when a Sasquatch was scared into his campsite one night when he was on his Great North American Ape Expedition. I encountered an adult male Sasquatch and his young son when I was camping at Lake Sacandaga these nuts, in the Adirondacks in 1966. The Sasquatch have matrilineal DNA that is human and patrilineal DNA from an unknown primate. The president should protect the Sasquatch by putting them on the endangered species list. Finally, a president who has their priorities in order. I know the current president doesn't give a fuck about Sasquatch, dude. If the American government in 2025 encountered Sasquatch, it'd be like that scene in Strange Wilderness. Huh? Oh, fuck! And I know you're thinking, like, this is such a weird thing to include in your proposals for presidency, right? But I mean, this guy compared to the guy who actually won the election in 2016? I don't know. I feel like I trust this guy way more. Let's see another one. Developing an ET contact policy. According to a space physics textbook used at the U.S. Air Force Academy in the 1970s, 57 extraterrestrial species are visiting our planet. 4 ET species, the small greys, the tall greys, the reptilians, and the Nordics, are known to be visiting our planet frequently. We need to not only achieve transparency about the ET situation, but also to develop an ET contact policy that is subtle, nuanced, and recognize that the ET species that can reach us across interstellar space might include those that are benevolent, neutral, and hostile to our interests as Earthlings. Let's fucking go. I am all for this. Trump talking about illegal aliens? Boring, racist, dehumanizing, xenophobic. This motherfucker talking about illegal aliens? Cool as fuck. Wicked. Badass. Need I go on? And if you think this guy is a little out there, would it change your mind to know that he was friends with Barack Obama? Yeah. Well, according to Andrew Basiago, when he was a child, he traveled to Mars during a Project Pegasus mission with none other than a young Barack Obama, who he says used to be named Barry.
When did you first meet Barack Obama?
I met Barry Soetoro, and forgive me if during this broadcast I refer to the president as Barry, because that's how I knew him, when I first met him when I was 18 years old.
And this Wired article about his claim says, between 1981 and 1983, Obama is supposed to have visited Mars twice by way of a teleportation chamber called a jump room. Basiago, a fellow chrononaut, told the website Exopolitics that he saw Obama walk back to the jump room from across the Martian terrain. To acknowledge his comrade, Obama is said to have told Basiago,
we're here. Apparently, with some sense of fatalism. Oh, you think this guy's lying? You don't think Obama actually went to Mars?
I believe we can send humans to orbit Mars and return them safely to Earth. And a landing on Mars will follow, and I expect to be around to see it.
We've been there before.
And think about it, man. Barack. Rock. What's on Mars? Rocks. And is it Obama or Obama? Obviously, Barack's at Mars always. Wake up. I tried reaching out to this Andrew dude several times so I could interview him for this video, but he never got back to me. I don't know if he has access to his Gmail on Mars, but I found someone even cooler, dude. I found an author named Eric Bowen on the time travel subreddit who claimed to have come face to face with 2 time travelers in his life. So I talked to him for a little bit recently and we had a great conversation about all this stuff. He's never personally time traveled, but he told me about 2 separate times in his life where he's experienced these instances best described as time echoes. This is what he sent to me before we actually spoke.
My own first memorable encounter with the time traveler, and I believe in divine personage, came while I was working at Astro World Amusement Park in Houston in the summer of 1980. There was this girl, a regular visitor, who would come and sit next to me aboard the train where I worked, listen to me talk with a gentle smile, and occasionally chat. She seemed, I would guess, about 12 years old. 19 years later, I ran into that same girl at the same park, still apparently about 12 years old. I hadn't aged a day. We didn't speak, but she waved at me and then ran right past me. That wasn't the only time echo. That same summer of 1980, I was carrying an expensive school camera in downtown for a photo shoot and wandered into a rough part of downtown. I was accosted by 2 thugs who wanted the camera. I was rescued by a pleasant, somewhat stocky man in an LTD who picked me up and gave me a ride back to my car, along with some fatherly advice. Again, I didn't think too much of it at the time. 19 years later, I saw him again. Same guy at the restaurant I had a short-term job at as a waiter. Again, I hadn't aged a day.
2 separate encounters with 2 different people. And 19 years later, those same people show up in his life without aging a day. Pretty weird, right? And you can be skeptical all you want, you know, but I believe it. Because what do I know? What do I know? Nothing. I don't know anything. I don't know a damn thing about time travel, okay? So I asked him a question about my upcoming trip to the past. If I do use this time machine, do you have any advice for me?
If you develop a time travel machine, or if you get the opportunity to be taken on a time travel journey, my first advice would be don't try to make too big of a change at once. I'm not saying don't make any change, but don't make a big change. Because like I say, there are some big players in this game, and you don't want to spook them prematurely.
Okay, that's good news. The only thing I'm changing is the outfit that I wore to an internet award show in 2016. So I think I'll be a-okay. I had a great time talking to Eric, and he was a really sweet guy. So I'm going to put a link in the description where you can buy his novel, Guardian Angel. So yeah, if you want to go support an independent author, go check out his book, man. Show some love. You know what? After all this, I feel like I am mentally, physically, and spiritually ready for my journey through time. The only thing missing is my actual time machine. But the shipping estimate says it should be here tomorrow, so fingers crossed. Let me tell you, man, I had quite the morning trying to get my hands on my fucking time machine that I ordered, dude. So here's what happened. I had the time machine sent to a P.O. box, and it was sent by the National Postal Service of Mexico, which online it says that they don't ship to P.O. boxes, and I didn't look that up until after I ordered it, which was my fault. So I was already really worried about it not ever showing up, and then I got an email saying that the delivery failed. So I was like, fucking sick. Greg, I guess I'm never getting this time machine. I have to reorder it or something and have it delivered to like a home address or something. But I figured I'd check my P.O. box anyway. So I drive over to my friggin' P.O. box, and what do you know? It wasn't there. It was not delivered, which was annoying because on my way there it said delivery attempted. So I was like, what? Well, which is it? Was it attempted or was it failed? So whatever. I leave my P.O. box defeated. I'm driving home, and then I get a phone call from a random number. So I answer it, and it's the dude who was working at the post office, and he's like, dude, the second you left, a package from Mexico showed up with your name on it. Right on time. Machine. So I fucking turned my ass around, drove back to the P.O. box, and guys, I got it. Hey guys, it's time machine time. I fucking got it! I got it! So yeah, it was quite the
the mix-up to get this, but let's rip this open, man. I don't have a box cutter or anything. I can use keys. By the end of today, that Shorty Awards picture is not gonna exist on the internet. Trust me, it'll be gone. I will say, this is very light. Like, it's like not even a brick weight. A brick weight. The secret to the universe in my hand. Whoa. There it is. Also, it's pretty interesting on the box. They labeled it Educational Electronics Kit, so they could get it through customs, I guess. Yeah, they sent me some files on eBay that I should pull up. The seller like sent me some instructions, but they didn't really make any sense. It also said on the eBay listing that I had to purchase my own like AC adapter or DC adapter. I hope this fits. It doesn't. A lot of these are just like scans of weird books. Some about a fucking crystal and shit. I feel like I was sent the wrong one because this is, what the fuck is this? Astral travel connection. Time travel unit into a copper plate that's next to your navel, and then the other cord into an alligator clip into a water pipe. The fuck? Or another one, alligator clip into a metal rod buried a foot at last over grid point. Like, bro, I don't even know what that fucking means. I think I was sent the instructions for another product he has called the space-time modulator. So I'm gonna have to just go through the flux capacitor thing with the way that it's said on eBay, which was like you point it at stuff and then it'll change. I also think at least the one in like Napoleon Dynamite had like years that you like dialed it to. This is just like past, future. Like what if you turn the dials all the way to normal? Perfectly, like wouldn't that just like make it to present? And this is a button, okay. I should have brought like a fucking fire extinguisher. Well, I'm in my podcast studio, so I've got like sprinklers. So, I guess. So that just happened. I will say it is a little weird. I've been in this podcast studio for like 3 years now, and nothing has fallen off the wall. But the second I flipped this switch, I thought this was a time machine, not a friggin' poster fall down machine. What the hell? All right, well, that was fucking weird. What do you guys think is the setting for 2016? So how about future all the way down? Past, this is probably right now. So this would be the beginning of time, and that would be, I don't know, probably like around there, 2016 around there. Okay. Dude, imagine if this worked. That'd be so fucking crazy. The secret, the biggest like scientific mystery solved on my YouTube channel. And like I said, in the eBay thing, when it said like he pointed at a TV and it fucking started talking to him, I got a TV in the back too. So we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna plug this in and see what happens. All right, we got the cord here, and I guess I plug it into somewhere here. Is that even in? Is it in? All right. Is this working? This is the cord he told me to get. What the hell? Hold on, what is 9 volt plus T? Bruh, is this supposed to go into like a battery? Oh, you attach it to a battery. It told me to get this other thing. All right, fucking be right back, I guess. I'm back with the goods. It's pretty impressive that something as powerful as time travel, all you need is a fucking little battery. They get from the dollar store, dude. It was like $2. Pretty good deal. Also, I was thinking, this actually gives me a good opportunity because I was caught up in the moment, yet I wasn't really thinking. I didn't really bless this, so I wanna make sure nothing evil happens, like in the book said, so. Sup? Sup, dude? It's good. It's me, Kurt. I know I've openly talked bear shit on you for probably like, I don't know, 25 years, so I'm sorry for all that. But you know, you gotta forgive me for that. You have to. I just want you to bless this, and the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I want to make sure everything is safe and no harm is done unto me. And you keep it that way, and things won't get ugly. Okay? If anything bad happens, all right, we'll take this outside. Amen. Battery engaged. Charge. The light turned on. It beeped. "2016 Shorty Awards. Teal carpet." Imagine the fucking poster goes back up. What if I say it while holding down? No, I never wore that outfit. Bruh. What if it's like Wizards of Waverly Place? I have to say something that rhymes. On Valentine's Day, you'll find some Cupid shit. Take me back to 2016 and make it so I never wore that stupid fit. Okay, actually, I don't feel anything different, but I don't know. Let's check. I'm gonna Google Shorty Awards Kurtis Conner. Guys, this is a moment of truth.
It's a piece of crap, it doesn't work.
What if I just hold it down for fucking ever, okay? Fucking DJing here, dude. Fuck. Okay, well, there's that thing with the TV, right? He said in the eBay thing, he pointed at the TV and it like started talking. What if I crank it up to future? It's set all the way to future. Well, the thing didn't work. I'm still wearing this outfit. Unless Hey guys, I know this is a shocker, but the battery-powered time machine I bought from Mexico didn't work. Big ay caramba moment. Maybe I should have purchased it 4 times for the enhanced effect. And I know this video is long as hell, and I apologize for that, but when I got the idea for this video, I didn't want to just order the time machine off the internet, try it out, and just take the piss out of it for no reason. Because I think the actual concept of time travel is such an incredibly human idea. And I knew if I actually looked into it further, I would learn a lot about other people, and possibly even myself. Life is like an endless onslaught of mistakes, fuck-ups, and missed opportunities. And I know for a fact that each and every one of you has their own 2016 Shorty Awards in their life, okay? So I totally understand why people devote their entire lives trying to figure out how to travel through time so they can fix a mistake they made, or maybe they want to go back and see a person they lost just one more time. That makes perfect sense, dude. The fact that we're all not doing that all the time is actually fucking crazy. We're all the weird ones, okay?
I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
And if you're wondering like what's actually inside the time machine, don't worry. So was I. For all I know, inside of here is just a thing that makes a beep noise. Well, I mean, technically that is all it did, so I guess that's a little true. But I was very curious as to what was actually inside of this thing. So I started to remove the 4 screws that held everything together, and I got 1 screw out. Ow! But then I noticed the other 3 screws were like stripped, so I had a really hard time actually getting them out of here. So I left my podcast studio and I had this idea to do this like Office Space parody, you know, that scene with the copier or the printer or whatever the fuck, and they like beat the shit out of it. I was gonna do that with this. But when I brought it home and started to like crack it open in my backyard with a hammer, I realized something. If I do that, I am no better than that father and son who got radiation poisoning from the magic golden cube. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm supposed to see what's inside of here. I really don't. I'm gonna hold on to the belief that this is actually a working time machine, because if I crack this thing open and it really is just a machine that goes beep when you press a button, then that would mean I actually did not create an alternate timeline where I did not wear that hideous outfit to the Shorty Awards in 2016. So as long as this is closed, I'm not in those clothes. As long as this is closed, I'm not in those clothes. Say it with me now. As long as this is closed, I'm not in those clothes. And now that I say that out loud, I think I finally understand God. Okay, straight up, I understand religion now, okay? You know, the thing you believe in, it may not make sense. All logic and reasoning may be telling you otherwise. But sometimes, man, you just gotta have faith. Obama went to Mars. Magnets make cigarettes healthy. It's all real, bro. And earlier in the video, I didn't understand the correlation between religion and time machines, machinery, right? But now I get it. God created angels to be his messengers, and then he created man in his own image, right? Also, sorry, quick sidebar. You can't be like super religious and have a problem with pronouns at the same time, okay? Because super religious people have no problem capitalizing the H whenever they refer to God as he, him, his, you know? So if they can do that, I think they can handle a simple they, them, okay? Sorry, back to what I was saying. God supposedly created angels to worship him and send out his messages. Bro, all computers do all day is worship us and help us send out our messages. Not to be insufferable and reference a Tumblr post I saw, but every time a computer is courteous or kind to you is because it was programmed to be that way. I hope you think about how angels too were made to serve and worship their creator, and I hope you want more for them too. And when God was done with the angels, he then created man in his image. Just like how we are making AI communicate with like human-like qualities and tendencies, right? And now I'm not saying we're all God, necessarily. I'm just saying that Morgan Freeman is God. I want the final message of this video to be a positive one, so I'm gonna send it back to Eric from earlier in this video, because he said something really nice during our conversation that honestly took me by surprise from like an avid time travel fan.
If you could go back to one moment in time, where would you go?
That's a tough one because, I mean, obviously, I'd like to go back and take the Union Pacific tours in 1956 or 1957 or so, when you take a train all around the western United States. I'd like to take a voyage on the Queen Mary and the SS United States. And there's so many things I'd like to do. But if I had to pick one, right now, I would just say I am looking forward from here. I'm not really looking to the past. I want to see how this plays out. Well, I want to see what happens next.
Let him cook, dude. Guys, we're all traveling through time every second we're alive. How cool is that? Don't look back and be sad about the bad outfits you publicly and proudly wore. Look forward to the fact that you learned a lesson and you'll never wear those bad outfits again. Life is a time machine, bro, and it's free. The fuck? I spent like $300 American on this thing. You know how much that is in Canadian? Like $1 billion. So I guess the final message of
Hey Toronto, I just released more tickets for my special taping on December 14th at the Danforth Music Hall. So click the link in the description to get your tickets right now. And I've also got more Canadian dates coming up in the next few months, so get those tickets as well. See you guys soon and enjoy the video. Folks, I'll say it, being a man is hard these days. It has never been more difficult to navigate the male experience than right now. Whenever I'm sitting down on the bus or the subway, women are always getting in the way of my legs. It's like, hello, I'm trying to spread out here, you asshole. It's relentless, you know, day after day with these relentless attacks from women. Oh, I left the toilet seat up? Yeah. That's cause there's my pee on there. And I didn't feel like cleaning it up. I am joking, obviously, but I do genuinely think it is the weirdest time to be a man on the internet right now. Not the most difficult by any means. It's kind of been smooth sailing forever for us dudes, but it is a weird time to say the least. There's a lot of weird men online grifting off of young, lonely, vulnerable men by promoting just a weird, like skewed, dated, and harmful version of masculinity. And I've noticed now, like, a lot of young men feel emboldened to engage in misogynistic behavior because of who they regularly watch online, or who knows, maybe it's because of the man who is currently the president of the United States.
Grab him by the pussy.
Who knows? And there's a certain trend going on right now involving a specific type of man that I really want to talk about today. Not only because I think it's very interesting, but also because I've kind of somehow become one of the fucking poster boys for this genre of man. And I'm of course talking about performative males. Now I know you're all probably thinking, what is a performative male? Is that those birthday cards that sing when you open them up? Yes, technically that is performative male, but I am talking about performative men. If you look up performative males on TikTok, you'll be bombarded with videos of dudes holding tote bags, drinking matcha lattes, listening to Claro, and clipping Labubu's to their belt loops. Now, unfortunately for me, I actually do all those things sometimes, except for clipping a Labubu on my belt loop. I do that all the time. I am kidding, by the way. I do want to go on record and say that I think Labubus are dumb and weird. If you want an ugly little freak attached to your hip all day, just have a baby. Other than that though, I don't see an issue with all the other stuff. Tote bags fit all my crap, matcha lattes taste really good, and Claro makes good music. But the reason this type of man is labeled performative is people assume they aren't actually being genuine. People think it's all an act, a performance, if you will. The common opinion about this genre of guy is that they're only dressing this way and behaving like this so they can attract progressive women, so they can then slide their willies in their hoo-ha. And you've seen these guys, these are the dudes reading feminist literature outside of cafes. They're writing poetry, keeping spare tampons and pads in his tote bags because he's an ally.
Oh my God.
Is he an ally or ally? But obviously people are a little skeptical when it comes to the sincerity of these men. But real quick, you are lying if you say you've never pretended to be interested in a certain topic to attract a specific person. Dude, I remember there was a girl I had a crush on in middle school, and she was like a huge fan of the Montreal Canadiens. So obviously I changed my MSN profile picture to the logo of the Montreal Canadiens. And every week little 12-year-old Kurt would just be like, how about that game last night? And I never watched a single game, dude. I couldn't, okay? I was too busy playing Adventure Quest and watching Chris Angel Mind Freak. But if she knew all of that, she wouldn't have talked to me. I mean, she didn't really talk to me that much about the hockey team either, but still, obviously it's a little different pretending to like a hockey team and then pretending to think like women are people, but hockey, feminism, I think everybody has been performative to an extent. I'm a different person with my grandparents than I am with my best friends. It's a part of life. We put on slightly different performances based on who we're with. Look at Travis Kelce with his ex, and now look at Travis Kelce with his current partner. Wow. But this trend of performative feminist men has absolutely exploded these past few months, and I unfortunately have been lumped into this group, mostly because I look a lot like these dudes. Mullet, mustache, tattoos, you know. And I can take the criticism to a certain extent, but I gotta defend myself a little bit here. Because guys, I have had this look for fucking years, bro. I grew a mullet way back in 2020. I grew a mustache a year after that, and I started getting tattooed 12 years ago.
Do not cite the deep magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written.
And also, dude, the whole reason that performative males are doing this is so they can get with women. I'm married, you fucking idiots. I've been with my wife for like 10 years, dude. Leave me alone. So I want to get ahead of any of these boring ass fucking tweets that are gonna 100% they're gonna screenshot this thumbnail and the title. And they're gonna be like, the call is coming from inside the house, not the pot calling the kettle black. Because every few months, dude, like clockwork, a tweet making fun of how I look will do fucking numbers, dude. And people will tag me like fucking crazy, and I've had enough, okay? I am putting my foot down. Don't be sad. She's an old foot. She's had a very long life. It's okay. Exhibit A. So sick of seeing this genre of man. And this is the one that started it all. Picture of me and iDubbbz. Just gonna say I had to look way before him, okay?
Hello. Prepare for me to periodically pop up throughout this video because while I was editing, I found more stuff and also thought of more stuff. So I don't know if you guys have seen this, but this so sick of this genre of man screenshot. It goes viral every few months. And, you know, it does suck to see it all the time, but I've realized, you know, over the years that it's actually like bringing people together, which is really nice. I've seen like dozens of right-wing alpha male bros make fun of how I look because of this picture. But that's not all, okay? I actually just saw this page, women's rights _news, which is a page dedicated to intersectional feminism, gender equality, pro-choice, abortion rights, and health and reproductive rights. All those are great in my books. But they also just reposted it as well. So, you know, that one stings extra hard. But, you know, it is comforting to know that no matter where you stand on feminism, both sides can agree that I look dumb. That's nice. If you guys are so pro-choice, then you guys should be okay with the choice I made to get this fucking haircut and stupid mustache, bro. Shame. Shame on you guys.
And another one. There's a factory out there manufacturing this specific kind of man, and I'm going to find it and compromise its structural integrity with a pressure cooker. Hobo Johnson? Come on. What is this genre of man called? 9 million views, dude. I used to love this picture of me, and I would like to formally apologize for its consequences. Oh yeah, and this one. We got a video next. Is this a safe space to say that I have a strong dislike for this specific type of man? Oh yeah, got me good. Ouch, that one stings. How dare you put me in a slideshow with Jacob Elordi and Hassan Piker? How will I recover from that one? And then there's the most recent one. Performative male or 1980s serial killer. How many can you guess correctly? And then there's pictures of guys with mustaches. And you know what? I'll admit that one's pretty funny. You know, at least it's creative. It is pretty shocking seeing how similar I look to a 1980s serial killer. But not as shocking as the number of people I killed in the 80s. Also, hey, I think an easy way to tell which one is the serial killer is if the photo you're looking at is a mugshot. I don't know if the guy posing for a selfie with an AirPod in his ear is the 1980s serial killer. And some of the comments on this post are fucking crazy. There's no difference. One kills your body and the other one kills your soul. How bro felt after commenting that. Also, very funny to say that there's no difference and then immediately explain the difference. Thankfully, people are defending me in the comments though, so that is very nice of them. Thank you guys. Kurt, don't listen to them. We won't let them hurt you. Curtis has been rocking a bullet and a mustache. A bullet? Curtis has been rocking a mullet and a mustache forever, and he has a wife. I don't think he's preformative. Joke's on you, I am preformative. I'm a fetus. How is Curtis up here with the others? Man does a video on the game chair. Is that secretly a feminist performance? First off, not a chair.
That's a chair.
But yes, it is actually. That video of me sitting alone on a Video Gear command center crying about my dead stepfather, that was actually done to impress people. Like, why the fuck do I get looped in with this shit? I don't understand. My last video was me and my friend playing with a mind flex. If you watched that video and you were like, what a performative man, you actually have a hollow head. There's nothing in there.
Hello again. So while I was editing this video, I found like way more examples of this, but I saw one in particular that was just truly batshit insane. There was an Instagram reel with a wolf in sheep's clothing, and it also had the classic picture of me and iDubbbz in it at the end. So first off, you're calling me a wolf? Okay, that's fucking cool. Thank you, wolves are awesome. Inside of me are 2 wolves, and I am both of them. But that wasn't the craziest part of it, dude. The craziest part was the comment on this Instagram reel that got 6,300 likes. I'm soup happy. I'm soup happy are finally recognizing Curtis as performative. For real, he honestly pisses me off. How is he performative? What did he do? It just be the vibes, Loke. Like every time he talks about politics, it's so surface level and safe, and he talks about them a lot. He'll just say stuff like, guys, now hurting people is not cool, I'm calling this now. One day something's are gonna come up about him, because I don't know. There's something that's just off. Hey dude, and I say this with so much love. Touch grass. Literally, open your front door and walk outside. It will do wonders for your brain, I promise. This is why I try to ignore anything I see about me on the internet, because people are just so fucking cooked, man. Like, could you imagine if a judge was like, now I know all the evidence points towards the crime being committed by a completely different person, but I don't know. It'd just be the vibes, low-key. Send him to the electric chair at once. And also, dude, this part of the comment, he only talks about politics at the surface level. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a comedian, man. I don't have a fucking degree in politics. And also, I don't think this person does either, based on all their fucking spelling mistakes, dude. Sorry I don't give a fucking 100,000 word dissertation in my videos every time I talk about fucking politics, bro. And I'm sorry, if you're clicking on my videos expecting that, you're an idiot. I feel like I've subtracted IQ points from my brain after researching shit for this video, but I just had to talk about that after seeing that, because that was truly wild. What the fuck are we talking about, guys? Let's all just go outside. All right, back to me.
I guess I've made several videos sort of denouncing toxic masculinity and misogyny and stuff, so I guess I'm performative for doing that, but I mean, that's... And obviously, it's annoying to see people, you know, make assumptions about you and your character. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I don't care what anybody says about me, because then I'd be lying. And to an extent, I think you could call any YouTuber or creator performative, because you're only seeing what they choose to show you. This is a performance for an audience, okay? And don't get me wrong, I understand the frustration towards this type of man, because it can be hard to discern when people are being genuine or not. So with this video, I want to figure out if there is actually a foolproof way to learn whether or not a man is actually being performative. And according to engagement farmers on the internet, I am an authority figure on this subject, apparently, so what I say goes. I have compiled a small sample of performative males, and I thought it'd be fun to look at some of the accused, and together, we will get to the bottom of this. So let's start with our first performative male.
I think it's really funny that I dress like this and give off like tough sort of thing going on. And then I cry to Phoebe Bridgers in the shower, and I listen to C Rose and Boy Genius. And the dichotomy is crazy. But I don't even listen to hardcore music that much. Look at this shirt. It's my friend's tattoo brand. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Later.
All right, bro. That was not, I didn't like that. I did not like watching that one. It's a little weird to cry to Phoebe Bridgers in the shower. She'll be fine, it's just water. I think after watching this video, my gut is leaning towards performative. Because like, you can dress however you want and listen to whatever you want. Truly, nobody gives a fuck. But to set the camera up and then just keep talking and then just post all of that? Come on, man. I do feel bad that people were really making fun of him for this, but like, I don't know, you gotta have a little self-awareness, pal. You know what I mean? Could you imagine someone saying this to you in person? Crazy how I like look this way, but like, I'm sensitive and shit. I actually think boy genius should be called girl genius, because they are. Where'd you go? And also, hey man, I'll say it.
I'm about to say it.
The dichotomy isn't crazy. It's really not. I would not assume that this guy listens to hardcore music, like not even for a second. Have you ever been to a hardcore show? No one actually dresses like that, dude. Dude, every guy at a hardcore show dresses like a fucking software developer, okay? They're all nerds, man. I feel like if you wore that exact outfit to a hardcore show, people would assume you are an undercover cop. Greetings, fellow rock and rollers. The dichotomy is crazy. And what rhymes with dichotomy? I gotta be, as in I gotta be doing some hard drugs tonight. Who has some? This video was posted by a guy named Sam Wilmot, and after this video went viral, he sadly deleted his TikTok. I guess he Wilmot lived that down. So because he deleted his TikToks, the only TikToks I could find of his were ones that people stitched, like this one.
So I guess it's funny because I 100% am baby girl. I spent my Sunday journaling.
Yeah, so I guess another performative male stereotype is journaling, which I'm not even 100% sure like what that is exactly. Okay, I just looked it up. Journaling is the act of writing what you have done each day, sometimes including your private thoughts, feelings, and goals. Okay, so like a diary. It's a diary. Right, your masculinity is so fragile you can't even use the word diary. Come on, bro, man up. Man up and call that shit a diary, okay? And you can use it as a verb, I'm sure, right? Yeah, I spent my Sunday diarrheaing. Also, maybe this is just because I'm immature, but personally, I can't picture a dude like genuinely like sitting down and journaling. I don't want to say like guys can't journal, but I just like, me personally, I can't picture doing that. I just feel like guys don't take things seriously enough to actually do that, right? Especially someone who's pretending to journal to get with women. Hey, what are you doing? Oh. This is so embarrassing. I'm journaling. Oh my God, I love that. What do you write in your journal? I think the better question is, what don't I write in my journal? From my deepest, darkest fears to my hopes and dreams and anything in between. It's a glimpse into the inner workings of my mind, and I find it really therapeutic to just get out my thoughts and feelings on paper. That's beautiful. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I've got a large iced matcha latte for Braxton.
That's me. I'll be right back. I'll be here. What the fuck? Ew! This is what matcha tastes like? Ah, I hate this more than women voting! Aw, he's the worst. When it comes to fucking Dr. Dichotomy over here, I can't say for certain if he's being performative or not because I don't know him personally, right? But I mean, if the shoe fits, you know? If the Doc Marten fits, I guess. My main critique really is he just set the camera up and then just like said all of these things about himself, you know? If this was a candid video of him genuinely weeping in the shower to Phoebe Bridgers, then I'd be humming a different tune. So until I get that video, for now, I am gonna give this guy the stamp, okay? He is performative. Let's take a look at the next suspect.
Do you get attached after sex?
Do I get attached after making love?
Do you make love to everyone?
Yeah.
Everyone? I don't want to.
It's a big decision, you know, to let someone in and be comfortable with them.
Oh, brother!
So yeah, I do make love with people I make love with.
Oh, what? Dude, even if he is being 100% genuine, I cannot believe this is a real guy, dude. That's crazy. And I feel like you can tell when guys are purposely making their voice lower. Don't get me wrong, I did that all the time when I was 13. But that's when you're supposed to do it, dude. I was a literal child walking around school like, yo guys, my mommy packed me Lunchables today. But come on, bro, you're an adult.
I fall in love so fast, and I'm so sensitive. and I'm very picky.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy it, pal. This is the type of dude to like say all this and then like love bomb you like crazy and then just ghost you forever, you know? Also, speaking of, guys, we gotta call love bombing something else, okay? We gotta change that name. Love bomb? That sounds like a big hug or something, right? Here comes a love bomb. I think it should be used for like if you haven't seen someone in a really long time, okay? Maybe if a loved one comes back from a vacation finally, you meet them at the airport and you scream as loud as you can in the airport, here comes a love bomb! Okay, sorry, back to the TikTok. I forgot, I didn't show you the end. I didn't show you the end of the TikTok. It's the best part.
I tend to really be into it, and I get attached.
Hey, imagine that's not even part of the video. Those were just transmitted into the cameraman's brain.
Leave me alone!
I think it's safe to say this motorcycle man is being a tad performative. I think he's trying to seem more deep and emotional than he actually is. You know, because when the girl asked him that question, he could have just said yes. Yes, I do get attached after sex. He could have just said yes. But no, dude, he had to pull all that bullshit. I never use the word fuck. I say make love.
Yo, nice motorcycle pussy.
Make love off, man. But again, this is the hard part of figuring out, because like maybe, who knows, maybe this guy is actually like that. We don't know. It's really hard to tell, but I mean, and I hate to do 2 in a row, but my gut is telling me he gets a stamp too, okay? He is performative as well, I'm sorry. Okay, let's look at another guy. When you've been performative reading Foreign Affairs magazine for 20 minutes, but forgot to pretend to turn the page. Okay, sorry this man isn't reading quick enough for you. Like, do you think Albert Einstein breezed through every single book he read? No. He probably read the same page over and over and over again until he thoroughly understood it. And you're just laughing at this guy. This man is trying to figure out a way to stop foreign people from cheating on their spouses, and you're laughing? I assume that's what Foreign Affairs magazine is about. I am unfamiliar. And also I hate this video because like, you could just be lying. Maybe he was turning the pages. You just caught him while he was not turning the pages, and you can be like, yeah, he was actually on the page for 20 minutes. Like, we don't know if you were fucking lying or not, right? Drop the extended cut of this TikTok, okay? The director's cut. And I will say, okay, if I can be earnest, it does objectively suck to make fun of someone for reading in public. Like, sure, if a guy's reading a Ben Shapiro book in public, for sure make fun of him, dude. That guy's a fucking loser. But the whole thing with performative males is like they're out in public reading fucking Sylvia Plath or Margaret Atwood. And I think it's kind of counterintuitive to shame men for reading progressive literature when people often complain about men not reading enough progressive literature, right?
Hello again for a third time. I wanted to touch on something really quick. After talking to my wife about this topic, she actually brought up a really good point that I didn't think about myself, which is actually kind of the point in and of itself. As a man,
I'm a male.
I will never relate to or fully understand a book like The Handmaid's Tale or The Bell Jar or Jane Eyre because I don't personally know what it's like to be a woman, and I never will. Like, that is a completely different lived experience, and I will never in my life know what that is truly like. That's like if I read the Malcolm X autobiography and I was like, damn, he's just like me for real. Like, that'd be insane. So I do understand why women assume men aren't being genuine when they read feminist books, especially in public. Like, if you and your friends had a secret handshake, and then one day you saw other people doing the exact same secret handshake, you'd be like, what the fuck, bro? That's our shit. That's our thing. You don't know anything about that. Stop at once. Kind of like that, but not at all. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good comparison or not. But I think the point I'm trying to make is although men won't ever like 100% fully relate to a book about what it's like to be a woman, it definitely couldn't hurt in the long run to read a book like that and at least try to learn something new and better yourself. Like, I'm sure these books are way more beneficial to read if you want to improve yourself than those fucking books that are like, hashtag fuck that shit. 100 beast mode tips to level up your life like a boss. Forward by Gary V's hairline. That's what I was trying to say. But back to the video. I'm sure I'll see you again.
And I know this whole thing is a joke and a meme, and I understand why girls are making fun of dudes for doing shit like this because, you know, to be fair, I guess women have been made fun of for doing anything publicly for like the forever. So it's only fair, but at the same time, and I hate to be that friend that's too woke, but I think making fun of dudes who are genuinely interested in feminist literature and automatically labeling them as performative or manipulative, I don't know, I feel like it's probably gonna discourage them and other young men from engaging and adapting more feminist and progressive ideologies, right? Call me crazy, but I'd rather a guy read the same page of a Foreign Affairs magazine for 20 minutes then sit down and listen to 3 hours of the Joe Rogan Experience. It kind of brings me back to what I mentioned at the beginning of the video, how it's kind of just like a weird time to be a man on the internet right now. There's been like a calculated targeting of young men from conservative news outlets and the current administration in the United States. In the 2024 election, 54% of young men voted for Donald Trump, a convicted felon with several SA accusations against him. That is 54% too many, in my opinion. So if there are dudes out there genuinely engaging in feminist progressive literature, that is good, I think. Also, like, when did reading a book become performative, you know? It's books. Dude, they're books. You're gonna walk into a library, see a little kid reading The Rainbow Fish and be like, hey, somebody come get their performative ass kid, bro. I guess if you don't want to be made fun of for reading in public, you just gotta read a book that isn't performative at all. I'm trying to think of the least performative book a man can read in public. I mean, it's gotta be the 2001 Guinness Book of World Records, right? Dude, whipping that shit out at a coffee shop, dude? Oh my God, that would be so badass. You don't even order a coffee there either, dude. You whip out that big purple book and you slam a fucking 2-liter of Mountain Dew on that table, and then you read that fucker, and every time you flip to a new page, you go, whoa, cool. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next performative male now. This next guy is named Montaigne, but some of you guys might recognize this guy from this epic rap video he made.
I never get tired of the hate. You gotta be good before you ever be great. And I know the hate comments only happen cause they boy.
Cut that boy.
Cause they boy.
And then obviously everybody was calling him the cut that boy guy.
Cause they boy.
Cut that boy. But this guy makes a lot of videos where he's like, do you guys want to hear another disgusting secret about men that they don't want you to know? And then he'll just go on to say a bunch of stuff that doesn't really make sense to me.
Hey, his standards while he's drinking are not the standards that he's gonna have when he wakes up.
So they boy.
But he uploaded a video recently that some people have labeled as performative, so let's check that one out.
Every single man that you will ever meet for the rest of your days as a single person, okay, is simply a combination of every woman's cool traits that he knew before you met him. That is it. That every cool guy, ran through or not, is simply just a combination of every cool woman that came before you.
Yeah, I think that's just being a person. I think that's just being a human. Everyone you meet is a product of every person that they've ever come into contact with. I think that's just a human experience, right? I don't know if it's just exclusive to women though, you know? Like, you can develop cool traits from men as well, I think, right? There are many men in my life that have rubbed off on me. Not like that! Hold up! Not like that! I wish! But the way Cut Board worded this implies that every trait that men possess is solely from women. Even if you meet the most evil, hateful, racist, misogynistic man in the entire world, again, that is a woman's fault that he is like that, okay? Good message, man. It also sounds fucking terrifying, dude. Every man is just a combination of every woman he's ever met. That's horror movie shit, dude. Imagine you show up for a blind date and the man waiting for you has the arm of a woman he met at the grocery store, the legs of his mom, the eyeballs of his second-grade English teacher, the mouth of his ex-girlfriend, and he's just like, this is also frustrating because, like, dude, his video implies that men are incapable of being good role models for other men, which is just untrue. Don't get me wrong, there are obviously millions of bad role models for men out there, especially on the internet. I feel like the bar is pretty low to be considered a good role model for men, but still, that doesn't mean there aren't positive traits that you can get from the men in your life, right? For example, my stepfather, may he rest in peace, he taught me so much, dude. He showed me how to cut my hands underneath a hand dryer in the perfect way to make a really loud fart sound. Good men exist. In terms of being performative, Kareboa genuinely seems like at least a little more genuine than the other guys, which is kind of crazy. He had every opportunity to become a full-on right-wing grifter after everybody made fun of him for the fucking Kareboa thing, but, you know, he stuck to his guns and he kept making this content. You know, and I gotta respect that. I do find this video in particular a little ironic though, because his caption for this obviously pro-women video is Brandy Sweater at Brandy Melville. Bro, Brandy Melville? Bruh. How the hell are you gonna make a video essentially saying men are only cool because every woman they've ever met is unique and different and distinctive, and right below that you're like, anyways, I got this sweater from a place that makes clothing for strictly skinny girls. It's just a little odd to like hype up women while you're wearing a sweater from a company with a long history of bigotry and body shaming towards women specifically. Dare I say it, The dichotomy is crazy. But like I said, this trend of performative males, or the trend of making fun of them at least, has absolutely exploded. And when things get popular these days, they have a contest about it in local parks. So I have seen tons of videos on TikTok of these performative male contests all over North America where dudes will show up and perform as performative males to win the title of most performative male. This one was actually kind of cool. It was kind of like a fashion show where each contestant walked and showed off their books and tote bags and lattes. And it's actually bringing people together, which is actually kind of nice. But I gotta say, you guys are fucking amateurs, bro. Coming from the leader of the performative males, you guys blew it. I know an easy way to win this shit. While everyone is walking in the circle, showing off their stuff to the crowd, here's what you do. You hang out on the outskirts of the circle, and you're reading The Handmaid's Tale, and you're sipping a matcha latte. You're not even paying attention to the fucking contest that's going on, because you're too cool for that shit. And that's when you pull out the Claro record, and then you fucking drive out of there, dude. And a few weeks later, you'll get your prize in the mail. Performative male. And hey, these contests are fun and silly, but also they kind of bum me out a little bit, mostly because one of these contests used a fucking picture of me on the flyer. But also, what started as a very fair critique about men who feign interest in feminism to attract women, it has kind of devolved into hey, look at this guy reading a book. What a fucking pussy. Let's kill him. And I know it's tongue in cheek, but I don't know. I just feel like all these contests are a little ironic to me. I feel like the type of dudes who would enter this contest are only there to be like, ladies, don't guys like this suck? I'm not like these performative males that you hate so much. Therefore, you should sleep with me instead. Which is exactly what the performative males are doing in the first place that you're making fun of, right? And this isn't the first time a trend like this has happened either. History repeats itself on the internet every few years, okay? I made a video back in like 2019 about soft boys, which were like, you know, quiet, artsy guys. You know, they act like a sweet, innocent boy, but in reality, they're doing all that just to hook up with girls, right? Dude, it's the exact same. And before that, in fucking 2012, it was hipsters who rode fucking fixie bikes and dress like lumberjacks while listening to Mumford & Sons, okay? It is a constant cycle. It never ends. And to be honest, I don't know if making fun of like actual performative men, I don't know if that's gonna make them better people either, which sucks. I think if they're genuinely like being performative and then they get called out on it, I think they're just gonna drop the act and become even bigger assholes. And like, is that better? I don't know if it is. Do you want guys reading fucking Jordan Peterson books in public instead? No, of course not. If they're skimming through like some feminist literature, maybe they'll catch a stray at least. You know, a shred of knowledge, you know, who knows? I just really hope that this trend isn't giving people the impression that being progressive and reading feminist literature is a bad thing and that you deserve to be made fun of for doing so. Sadly, it's like already making men like proud of not reading books. Like this video I found of a guy bragging about being an anti-performative man. Yeah, he's got videos of him lifting weights, you know, and watching sports, pictures of him playing video games. Which when you think about it is very funny because he's like saying all this, he's not a performative man, but like he's kind of just performing for a different group of people. Which kind of brings me to the point I think I'm trying to make in this video. Like I said in the beginning, it's a very odd time to be a guy. So I mean, it's kind of a weird time to be a person in general, but for centuries, humans have performed for one another to a certain degree. It's literally what we do. We dress a certain way to let people know what we're all about. We talk different ways with different friend groups. And people often exaggerate things about themselves to seem a little more attractive to people, right? Even in the animal kingdom, this exists, dude. Peacocks? Chill, bro. Those are the most performative creatures in the world, dude. Like, bro, we get it. To be fair, I would be extra as hell too if my name was Peacock. Dude, that sucks. That's like being named Poop Butt. But with the rise of social media and the fact that everybody has a top-of-the-line video camera in their pocket 24/7, we now have to subconsciously perform for everybody all the time, even when we're not using our phone. People put specific things for their profile picture and their bio. Like you're putting on this persona that you want to show others. It's just all a performance all the time to every single person in the world forever. Because you don't know when you'll end up as the subject or, if you're lucky, the background character of someone's fucking TikTok. And this happened to me, dude. I went to a Blue Jays game last summer and I ended up in the background of these fucking kids' selfies. And then one of those kids' sister posted a fucking TikTok about it. Look at that. I look like shit. Now when I'm out and about, I gotta do this all the time. I'm just... In all seriousness, I think to live is to perform. And you kind of have to accept that everyone in your life is performing to a certain extent. So it's important to have like genuine conversations with the people in your life to see what they're actually all about. I feel like I use this analogy a lot, but it's kind of like the Philosopher's Stone or the Sorcerer's Stone to the Americans. Like instead of trying to use a false interest in feminism to attract women, if you just genuinely like read feminist literature and actually learned like the basic ethical principles of feminism, I feel like in turn you will just naturally become a better, more well-rounded human being, which in turn will make you more attractive to women, which is what you want want in the first place, dude. So everybody wins, dude. Ladies, you gotta start quizzing these dudes. Oh, you're a feminist? Name 5 songs. In conclusion, if you are a young man watching this video, dress how you want, listen to what you want, drink what you want, but make sure it is what you want. Don't try to change who you are to attract people because it is not going to work in the long run, okay? And that is coming from a happily married man, okay? I know what I'm talking about. These other fucking dudes who are like, I'm an alpha male, this is how men are. They're all single, dude. They're alone, they're lonely. I know what I'm talking about. And also, I will say this, you can call me performative all you want. Reading books is good, okay? When you're done watching this video, don't click off. When you're done watching this video, go read some, okay? I will say the block is a little hot right now for us fellas. So if you do want to read feminist literature, which I think you should, don't do it in public right now, okay? It's not gonna bode well for you. Here's what you do, okay? You go out middle of the night and you perch on the ledge of a skyscraper in the rain like Batman, and you alone, secretly, you can finally read your copy of The Bell Jar. And if people still somehow make fun of you for that, just know people are only hating Karebo.
Hello again for the last time. I was gonna end the video here, but I feel like I missed out on some points that I wanted to address. I touched on everybody... Wait. No, I didn't. I touched on everybody being quote unquote performative all the time because of social media, but I feel like I didn't talk enough about how people are using the word performative in this particular sense. I just want to drive the point home that seeing a man dress or behave in a feminine way and automatically labeling him as performative, it's really just a creative, like, roundabout way to perpetuate patriarchal ideologies. Because what you're essentially saying is men should only look one particular way, and that is big,
tough and manly,
while women are the ones that should be behaving in this more feminine way. When in reality, people should be free to look and behave any way they want to, regardless of societal gender norms, you know? Like, I swear this performative male trend feels like a fucking anti-woke psyop that was created so young people can, like, covertly engage in, like, 1950s sexism, you know? Like, it harkens back to, like, the 90s and the early 2000s when people were using the term metrosexual. You remember that shit? Like, if a guy just brushed his teeth and got regular haircuts, people were like, what the fuck, bro? Go Mr. Metrosexual over here, dude. But again, I think making jokes about performative men is fine, you know, because I fucking just did that for a half hour. But to be honest, I really don't know if any of these guys I talked about in this video are actually performative, because I don't personally know them. Just like how those people on the internet were labeling me as performative, right? They don't personally know me either. So I'm no better than the people I was complaining about if I'm over here labeling all these dudes as performative as well, right? So with that, I would like to revoke all my performative stamps that I gave out during this video. And I would like to replace all of them with a cornball stamp, okay? Because I can say with full confidence that all those videos I watched were corny as fuck, okay? Moral of the video: someone pretending to be someone they're not in order to, like, get laid, that's gross. No matter what, that's disgusting. But it's especially gross if the person they are pretending to be is a feminist, because that adds a whole other layer to it, you know? Feminism is the advocation of gender equality, so if you're pretending to think of women as your equal in order to have sex with them, then therefore that means you, like, automatically think less of them, which is kind of fucking crazy. So if someone is doing that, make fun of them like crazy. They absolutely deserve it. I don't know. If someone is just fucking reading a book, drinking a little green drink, and carrying a tote bag, all the power to them, man. Go nuts. But my mission at the beginning of the video was to see if there's an actual definitive way to tell if a man is being performative. Like, how can you really, like, see 100% for certain that a man is performative? And I think if you really want to see a performative male, you should come see me perform at one of my shows. I am literally a man performing all over Canada in November and December. These are all the cities. And guys, tickets are still available to my special taping in Toronto. It's going to be awesome.
Okay, thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please press the like button, okay? Because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 mustache hair I will pluck from my face. Yeah, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about all this shit. I feel like this is one of those videos that people will be much more knowledgeable than I am about this, and I'm excited to read the comment. All right, that's it. I would stick around, but unfortunately I have some diarrheaing I gotta do. See ya. Folks, it's the holiday season, and in the words of Justin Bieber,
Baby, I wasn't trying!
And in the other words of Justin Bieber, it's about time for you to act merrily. It's about time for you to give to charity. Christmas is all about being generous and spending quality time with your loved ones, right? Wrong. Christmas time is about owning the libs. The woke mob has gone too far. Pretty soon it's gonna be Frosty the Snow them. And I'm fucking pissed. Yeah, guys, where most Christmas movies will focus on the heart and soul of the holiday season, the Christmas movie we're gonna talk about this year focuses on how the woke left is ruining Christmas for everybody. And that movie is called Jingle Smells. It's available to watch for free on Tubi, which is always a good sign. And guys, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Every movie is good, and I stand by that. But I don't see Jingle Smells as a movie at all. Like, that does not fall under the movie category. And you'll know what I mean when we get into it. I actually found out about this movie from a creator on TikTok named Nulls. So I just want to give a quick shout out to them real quick. So Jingle Smells was released in 2023. It premiered on Rumble. And this film is especially unique because it was executively produced by the Fox News superstar Sean Hannity. And if you're unfamiliar with Sean Hannity, let's do a quick run through of his accolades. He was named in a defamation lawsuit against Fox News for spreading misinformation regarding voter fraud. He was accused of sexual misconduct in a separate lawsuit in response to Donald Trump bragging about grabbing women by the pussy. He said this.
King David had 500 concubines, for crying out loud.
He's engaged in homophobia, Islamophobia, xenophobia, pretty much anything awful you can do as a journalist. Sean Hannity has done it. He was also a fucking D1 Obama hater, bro. Like, he did not fuck with Obama whatsoever. And I'm not gonna sit here and say Barack Obama was a perfect president, but at least he looked good, man. Barack Obama was dripping in swag. No, he was drowning in it. Sorry, I misspoke. I said droning. Drone. Sean Hannity, the producer of this Jingle Smells movie, famously criticized Barack Obama for putting Dijon mustard on a hamburger.
You got like a spicy mustard or something like that, or a Dijon mustard, something like that.
All right, Dijon mustard. I hope you enjoyed that fancy burger, Mr. President.
Dude, a bottle of Dijon mustard's like fucking $2, man. It's genuinely so funny to get pissed off about that and then also endorse Donald Trump, who lives in a fucking solid gold mansion. That's like super villain shit, man. So if someone like Sean Hannity wants to produce a film, you know it's gonna be incredible the whole way through. So without further ado, let's watch Jingle Smells. The movie starts with a news broadcast from, you guessed it, Sean Hannity.
Pro-God, pro-military.
This is also when we meet the main character of the film, Nick. He's locked up in a jail cell at the prison for violating his parole.
Come on, Nick, you're killing me with that little guitar.
It's weird though, because they never say like what he's on parole for. Like we have no idea if it was like petty theft or like murder, like who knows? This is also when we find out that Nick's dad is the chief of police.
You do this again, I'm not letting you out. Let him out.
It's so great when conservatives are always like, no, guys, cops are the good guys. Trust me, there's only a few bad apples. We should give them more money, actually. And then they go on and make a movie where in the first 2 minutes of the film, the police chief is literally bending the rules of the law for his own benefit. Like, good job, guys. Nice. So Nick is like the classic slacker character with no job, no direction in his life. And Nick's dad is always like bailing him out of these situations.
But I smooth it over for you.
But this time, it's different. Nick's dad says that this is the last time he's gonna ever help him out.
This is the last time.
And then he immediately helps him out one more time by getting him a job as a garbage man.
Oh my God.
I can't be picking up trash all day.
You then get the Jingle Smells title card. So that's where the smells comes from, cause he's a garbage guy. Get it? Cause garbage stinks. You know what else stinks? Not budgeting your money. Which brings us to the sponsor of today's video, Rocket Money. Folks, everything feels way more expensive these days, and I don't like it. So I'm trying to find new ways to save money and optimize my spending. And that's why I'm so excited to tell you about today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Keeping track of all of your checking, savings accounts, loans, and investments can be super annoying because there's usually like separate banking apps for each one, and it's just way too overwhelming. But with Rocket Money, you can securely link all your accounts to give you a bird's eye view of your finances with both high-level and in-depth account insights. Rocket Money can also help you identify your spending habits. For example, if you see you're spending too much money on fast food, you can actually set a spending goal in the app to help you work towards cutting back. You can also easily create a personalized budget within the app and receive weekly or monthly spending reports to stay on top of your financial activity. So if you want to start taking control of your spending habits, Rocket Money is the best way to do that. And folks, Rocket Money is free to download, but you can get a free premium trial when you sign up with my link. Just go to rocketmoney.com/Kurtis or just simply scan the QR code on screen. And I'll also include the link in my description because I'm a really nice guy. All right, thank you so much to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. Back to me. All right, so this next scene is where we get one of the main plot lines of the film. We get to these two news anchors talking about this this action star Mason Stone, who was recently canceled for a video he posted online.
Now Mason's career has taken a turn for the worse.
And this news anchor is played by everybody's favorite stand-up comedian, Jim Breuer. If you've never heard of him, I am so jealous of you. Not because you get to experience him for the first time right now. I'm jealous because you went your whole life without knowing that this guy exists. Just take a look at Jim Breuer doing his hilarious impression of a Chinese person.
You don't think China was watching that going, oh my gosh, she's so funny! She answered no question, so funny!
Man, they really got the best of the best for jingle smells, man. Anyways, let's see what Mason Stone said in this video to get himself canceled.
May God bless America and may he protect our troops. USA! USA!
This is so corny, man. And I know they're exaggerating it for comedic effect, but I know for a fact there are people out there who genuinely think saying, God bless America and protect our troops will genuinely get you canceled, and it's just straight up not true. You know how I know? Because God bless America and may he protect our troops is exactly what Chris Pratt says whenever a camera is pointed at him, okay?
Hey guys, just stop real quick and pray with me.
And he gets cast in every movie ever. They could come out with a fucking Oprah Winfrey biopic and Chris Pratt would get the part. So they spend the next few minutes showing the public's outrage towards Mason Stone. And by public's outrage, I mean just one video.
Now is the time to boycott Stone!
And this is also when they show the CEO of Cash Bro Toys, played by Eric Roberts, and he's announcing that they are discontinuing any toys that have to do with Mason Stone.
His recent actions do not currently align with our corporate values. We will no longer be manufacturing or distributing any toys, games, or other products related to Mason Stone characters.
It's always great when conservatives complain about cancel culture because they're always just so hypocritical. They're always like, it's a free country, man, free speech. We should be able to say whatever we want. But then just a few months ago, if someone said literally anything that could be viewed as remotely insensitive about Charlie Kirk, they'd have a mob of angry right-wing people trying to get them fired from their job. That's like textbook cancel culture, dude.
Call them out. In hell, call their employer.
And also, dude, Jim Breuer can go on stage and do a fucking super offensive Chinese accent.
Oh my gosh, she's so funny!
And still do shows in theaters all across America. Louis C.K. can whip his willy out in front of several non-consenting women and then go on to sell out Madison Square Garden and also win a Grammy. So I don't know if cancel culture actually exists in the way that they're portraying it, you know? But anyways, let's get back to it. Nick is now working as a garbage man, and when I say working as a garbage man, I mean playing volleyball and having a pillow fight. I do love this scene though, because this guy in particular, he's supposed to be like the angry, like supervisor dude who's like just trying to get the work done. But then when they hit him with a pillow, he can't help but smile. I don't know, I thought that was really adorable. Genuinely, I think that was the only time I smiled while watching this movie. And I don't even think it was in the script. It's a nice reminder that no matter how shitty your day is going, if someone starts a pillow fight with you, you're gonna have a good day.
Pillow fight.
Bro, get up. Like, it's a pillow fight, dude, fight back.
Oh yeah!
He then cut to Nick back at his apartment, and look, I know this character is supposed to be like a slacker, you know? So I can expect that he's gonna have a messy apartment, but Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Is he wiping his ass on his wall? Just in his house alone, no job, just smearing his own shit on his walls? Wallpaper's the same as toilet paper. Fucking turning his drywall into wet wall, dude, what the hell? Nick then meets his dad at a coffee shop where this happy man is singing Christmas songs, and if I know anything about shitty Christmas movies, any character with a gray beard is Santa in disguise, so I'm gonna call it right now. If we find out that this guy is Santa, I'm gonna fucking flip.
On Christmas Day.
This is a pretty important part of the movie. This is when we find out that Nick actually used to be in the army.
With what you dealt with what you saw? I mean, I only saw it on TV, and I probably would have crawled into a bottle too if I didn't have Lisa.
So Nick was injured during his service, and now he's back in his hometown trying to find a purpose in his life.
Father and son, both serving in the same war, are nearly 20 years apart. How wild is that, huh?
2 generations fighting in the same war. Ain't that just a hoot, man? This is such a bummer. This guy played Clark Kent's dad in Smallville, and now he's playing the dad of a man who smears poop on his walls, man. How the mighty fall. Went from parenting Superman to fucking Pooperman, bro. We then get a quick scene between Nick's dad and his girlfriend Lisa, and Lisa thinks that Nick's dad is doing way too much for Nick, and that Nick needs to start acting like an adult. And you know what? I agree.
He is a grown man.
I don't care if you got PTSD or not. Quit wiping shit on your walls, pal. PTSD, put the shit down. So it's now the next day. Nick wakes up in his literal shitty apartment, and classic lazy slacker guy, he slept through his alarm. And Nick's coworker tells him that their regular garbage man duties have been put on hold as they've been hired to pick up a big load of boxes at a company's warehouse and dispose of them at a dump.
We are picking up some load and we're heading to a landfill.
Nick hastily gets ready, falls over, spits milk out of his mouth, and runs out of the house with a piece of pizza hanging from his mouth. This is just more proof he's living in an anime. They get to the location of the trash removal, and nobody will tell them who the client is.
Who's the client? That's privileged information.
But this is a ton of product that needs to be destroyed immediately. Pretty much an entire warehouse full of boxes. And for some reason, this huge corporation hired 2 garbage men with a city-owned garbage truck to be the guys to dispose of it.
You fellas got days, a week tops. These all need to be gone before Christmas.
But this is a super confidential job, so this guy is gonna be supervising them and watching them like a hawk.
And the client strictly said, keep this on the DL.
But then immediately after saying that, he says this.
Now, I would help, but as you know, I got several other responsibilities to take care of around here.
So fucking which is it, man? And don't try anything funny. I'll be watching you all day. Okay, all right, I gotta go. I can't watch you all day. So before they start squishing the boxes in the garbage truck, they decide to open one up to see what's inside. And what they find is fucking crazy.
What is it?
It's Silver Saturn. Silver Saturn was Mason Stone's big role.
Yeah, guys, it's all the Mason Stone action figures that they're throwing out because he got canceled by the libs.
Big client. They're keeping all hush-hush. Just Cash Bro Toys. They rent this place out, and this is where they're stashing all the Mason Stone stuff.
And yeah, I feel like if there was a huge company that needed to dispose of a bunch of product really quickly, I think they would dispose of it themselves immediately. Like, it makes no sense to put a bunch of like canceled toys in a huge warehouse for fucking days. And it's so crazy because they probably threw out all these toys because some college kid got triggered on the internet or something.
You know, it's all because some college kid on the internet got triggered or something.
Hey, that's what I said. So during his shift, Nick starts walking around aimlessly outside because he's awful at everything he does. And he comes across a sad little boy sitting on the ground.
Some older girls up at the park were throwing rocks at me. One hit my chain and that's what broke it.
Seriously? They're throwing rocks? What is this, the West Bank?
Jesus Christ, man. You know what? I wish cancel culture was actually real, so whoever wrote that fucking line could be barred from ever writing dialogue ever again. What the fuck? Little tip, if you're trying to make your protagonist like a likable guy, maybe don't have him tell a super lame and out of touch joke about Palestine. You know, putting that joke in the movie doesn't surprise me because fucking Sean Hannity produced this quote unquote movie. But anyways, this sad little kid keeps talking to this strange man for some reason. And then he reveals some more personal details about himself.
Do you live near here?
Yeah, over there on Rice Street.
And then the little kid's bullies show up and start chirping him again.
Hurry back to your little hole in the wall.
And now Nick is magically on the other side of the fence, arguing with these little girls.
Where your elves jingle smells.
It's such a title of the movie.
Jingle smells, stinking all the way.
So Nick shoves the little girls to the ground in a fit of anger, and I'm kidding, he doesn't do that, but you probably believe me, right? We then cut back to the CEO of Cash Bro, still freaking out about cancel culture.
When is this cancel culture nonsense gonna stop?
It's so funny these people are like, oh, when is cancel culture gonna stop? Yet the only people talking about it the entire time in this movie is them. They showed a video of one person being upset about the Mason Stone video, and then nothing else. Like, these people are making it a way bigger deal than it actually is.
Accountability is when there is proof you did something wrong.
Exactly. Okay, you know what? I can agree with that. Enough of these witch hunts. There needs to be definitive proof that the person did something wrong if you're gonna cancel them. I agree with that. Like when Donald Trump was proven guilty of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. By their logic, they should be canceling that guy any minute now. I'll wait.
We used to have a thing called due process. Are they teaching that in law school still, that you're innocent until proven guilty?
Yes, another classic pillar in the conservative belief system. Everybody has the right to due process. Unless you're an immigrant, of course. Then they don't give a fuck about due process. They'll just have ICE detain you, put you in a detention center, and then have you deported before you can actually have a real trial. Just like the founding fathers wanted it to be. Okay, so Nick then meets up with a popular toy review YouTuber named Pop Frog. This Pop Frog guy specializes in buying rare toys. So Nick's plan is to sell one of the discarded Mason Stone action figures to him.
Is that a legit Silver Saturn?
Pop Frog is a little skeptical, so he's got to do his intense, thorough investigation to see if it's legit.
Let me check it out. Wow, this is legit.
What did that do?
This is legit.
I feel like if he was really an expert on rare toys, he'd be able to tell that it was real by being literally right beside it. All Nick did was move it like a few inches closer to him. This is a real samurai sword used by a real samurai. I'll be the judge of that. What? Ah! Oh my god!
This is legit.
And then Pop Frog brings up a pretty good point that I brought up a few minutes ago.
I thought they incinerated these right away.
Yeah, again, it doesn't make sense whatsoever. Nobody can know that we made thousands of these action figures, so they need to be destroyed immediately. Let's hire
2 random unsupervised garbage men
and give them an entire week to do it. That's like hiring a random person to go into a bank vault and polish all the gold bars, but then turn all the security cameras off and leave them a disguise and a new identity with a new passport and everything. What could go wrong? But anyways, Nick sells this action figure to the YouTuber for $200.
$200. Done.
And plans to bring more action figures to sell.
What if I told you I had more?
We then cut to Nick's dad having dinner with his girlfriend while this jolly guy plays Christmas songs in the background. Again, if this guy is Santa, I'm gonna flip.
The stars are bright.
But they're arguing about how Nick never pays them back when they lend him money.
Well, a loan implies repayment, and to date, he has not paid you back a single dime.
But then Nick shows up and absolutely flexes on them.
Hey, that's the first installment.
What bank did you rob?
We then get a nice clip of some textbook, awful editing.
Where did you get this much cash?
Or maybe his dad is a ventriloquist on the side. I don't know.
Where did you get this much cash?
We now cut to the little boy who is getting bullied. He opens his door and finds a Christmas present sitting on his doorstep. He opens it up and it's one of the canceled Mason Stone action figures.
Wow.
And the card attached to the gift reads,
Merry Christmas, Silas, from Jingle Smells?
So yeah, I guess Nick stalked this little boy to find out where he lived and then made him an accessory in his crime by giving him one of the stolen toys he was supposed to destroy.
What a nice guy.
Imagine on the card it said, P.S. Check your walls. That's my poop. We then cut to the Cash Bros CEO finding out that Pop Frog has several of the Mason Stone action figures, and he's pretty upset.
How the heck did he get it?
Yeah, I wonder how, man. A real fucking whodunit.
We'll find out and squash him.
Dude, these guys are so dumb. Anyone with a brainstem would be like, ah, fuck, it's gotta be the only 2 guys that have access to the toys right now.
No more monkey business.
But that same day, the sad little boy tracks down Nick to tell him about the gift.
You talked to Santa, didn't you? That toy was awesome.
Oh, hey, no, we don't talk about that out loud, okay?
Okay, but why?
Just because it's between me and you, you know, and the big guy.
The president?
No, not him. Don't go near him.
So this movie was made when Joe Biden was still president. So that was supposed to be a diss towards him when they said don't go near him.
Don't go near him.
But I think that dialogue holds up, you know? I think that joke still works when you're talking about Donald Trump because, you know. Nick then lies to Silas and tells him that Santa asked Nick to help him deliver presents this year.
A lot of kids on the block probably won't be getting much for Christmas.
Okay, you're right, kid. Santa did talk to me, and he asked me for help.
So he gets Silas to give him the addresses of all the low-income households in the neighborhood so he can deliver presents to the less fortunate.
So Santa, he did give me some toys, but he forgot to give me a list, and I don't know where all the good kids live.
We then get this emotional scene where Nick is walking home and he's seeing everybody struggle during the holiday season. This couple can't afford a Christmas tree while the evil Christmas tree salesman is openly counting all the money he's made. First time I've ever seen someone try to paint a fucking Christmas tree salesman as evil, but you know, at least this movie's trying something new. Also, if you can't afford a Christmas tree, just chop one down. Trees are everywhere and we don't even need them. We need to replace every forest with a Bass Pro Shop. Why do we need the Amazon if there's Amazon? Sorry, I'm just trying to appeal to this film's general audience. So Nick is absolutely fed up with this Christmas injustice. So this is when he becomes Jingle Smells. He runs around town dropping off gifts to the less fortunate kids all over. And when I say gifts, he's just dropping off the same couple of action figures to every household. And this is what is like so funny to me about a conservative Christmas film. Because Christmas movies are always about like being generous and charitable and helping people in need. But when the fuck has the conservative government ever done anything for people in need? Donald Trump's recently passed One Beautiful Bill Act will leave 18 million children without access to free lunches. Just over 1 million people will be cut off from their SNAP benefits. And also 12 million people could lose health coverage because of the bill's massive cuts to Medicaid. Which, by the way, 1 in 10 veterans rely on Medicaid for their health benefits. And the main character of this fucking movie is a war veteran struggling to get by in his daily life. Like, how do they not fucking see the irony, dude? A conservative Christmas movie does not make sense. Straight up, conservatives would not fuck with Santa Claus if he was a real guy. A dude from a foreign country giving free toys to children and eating your cookies? If Santa wasn't shot in the chest for trespassing, ICE would fucking capture Santa Claus and slit his throat live on Fox News. All right, sorry, let's get back to the movie. All the kids find the action figures delivered to them by Jingle Smells, and word gets out about this. So we now cut back to the news anchors.
Who left the gifts or where they acquired them remains a mystery.
Who could it be? We then cut back to this guy playing the worst song ever on his guitar. If he's Santa Claus, I'm gonna flip. Nick then has a meeting with his dad, who's still skeptical about how he's making all that money.
And I hope you're keeping your nose clean.
Yeah, I don't think it's his nose you gotta worry about him keeping clean. Have you seen his apartment? It's caked in shit. We then get another awesome ventriloquist moment from his dad.
They don't have a whole lot of guidance at home, and the few that actually do have parents, they don't get to see them very often because they're...
So Nick and his coworker go back to the warehouse to grab more action figures, but they find out that Cash Bro is restricting access to the warehouse until they find out who is distributing the action figures.
And no one is to come anywhere near this warehouse until they figure out their next move.
Something they should have done fucking days ago.
Somebody has been distributing their product.
Later that night, Nick actually breaks into the warehouse as Jingle Smells and steals more action figures. And then he goes out yet again to deliver more of these toys to the kids all over town. He then gets caught by his dad's girlfriend, and her genius brain puts 2 and 2 together.
What are you doing here? You don't live in this neighborhood, and what is with the mask?
Wait, Nick was wearing a mask, and he dropped off a bunch of toys signed Jingle Smells. This can only mean one thing. Nick is copying Jingle Smells. The next day, the sad little boy finds Nick and delivers some bad news.
It's my mom. She works at the hospital. She heard 2 doctors talking. They said Santa can't visit the sick kids tonight. Said he had to cancel because there's a snowstorm.
Yeah, there's a bunch of sick kids at the hospital who aren't getting presents this Christmas because Santa is gonna get stuck in a snowstorm.
Some of those kids are very sick. They really wanted to see Santa.
This kid's a fucking bummer. So Nick's coworker confronts him about being Jingle Smells, and he freaks out.
Just because you're happy living in the dump being nothing doesn't mean I have to. Hey!
What a nice guy. Nick is down on his luck, and what do people do in shitty Christmas movies when they're down on their luck? They go to church.
Yes! I could use some help.
I want you to kill Peter Parker.
Then the guitar man shows up, and they have an emotional conversation about Nick's experience in the army.
And they die. There's warning, there's no reason for it, you know?
I hate to break it to you, son, but that's just life.
Again, if he is Santa Claus, I am gonna flip.
Every year I see it. A person who's good one year is just suddenly bad the next.
No.
Bah, humbug. Certainly not Nick Gutman, the military hero turned noble garbage man.
How do you know my name?
No.
Hello. Thank you for all you've done to help us this year.
Look at that. My little helpers have come to visit me on Christmas Eve.
Oh.
Merry Christmas, Santa. Grandpa.
Oh.
Merry Christmas.
Grandpa?
Something like that.
No. Wait, no, hold on. Seriously, how do you know my...
He was Santa? I fucking knew it, man. I'm so pissed. I am about to flip. Okay, so let me get this straight. In this universe, Santa exists. Santa is a real guy, and that guy was Santa the whole fucking time. In that case, Santa is a fucking asshole, dude. There's a whole street of kids in that town who just never got toys on Christmas.
A lot of kids on the block probably won't be getting much for Christmas.
And there's sick kids at the hospital who never got toys either.
Somebody needs to bring them toys.
And he said Santa can't deliver them because of a snowstorm.
Said he had to cancel because there's a snowstorm.
He's there. Santa is there already. Dude, just walk him over.
I hate to break it to you, son, but that's just life.
Fuck Santa, man. Fuck Santa. Okay, we're almost done the movie, thank God. Nick goes to the hospital and he sneaks around to deliver these toys to the sick kids. And I'm guessing security cameras don't exist in this town, which is, you know, pretty convenient because Nick would have been caught several times already. I also can't help but wonder why he didn't like just sell all of the action figures and then use the money he got from selling the action figures to buy like a huge assortment of gifts instead of giving everybody these random ass fucking action figures, right? All those kids are probably like, the fuck am I gonna do with this? The movie never even came out. I wanted V-Bucks.
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
Nick ends up getting caught by his father at the hospital, and his dad is pissed.
Come on, you gave me $1,000 cash, and you made me an accessory.
Well, you know what they say. Some accessories are required.
Am I smiling?
No.
But yeah, I don't know what he meant by that. I think they mixed up some assembly required and accessories sold separately.
Some accessories are required.
It was a good effort though. But shockingly, you're not gonna believe this. Nick's dad, the police officer, bends the rules yet again to let Nick deliver the toys.
I'm giving you 5 minutes. That's it, Nick. Then we need to get you out of here.
Jingle smells,
Stinking all the way. Gives out toys to girls and boys with a garbage truck for a sleigh. Hey!
Freestyle, okay.
Merry Christmas.
Man, this is so dumb. I'm sorry, this is so lame. Yeah, this is what sick kids need. They don't need free, accessible healthcare. They need an action figure from a movie that never came out. This is the American dream.
Merry Christmas.
But when Nick is all done, he leaves so he can escape without getting caught.
Don't move.
Nah, just kidding. They don't shoot him. They put Nick in handcuffs and they bring him to the Cash Bro headquarters for some reason. I guess it makes sense. If they brought him to jail, he'd just get fucking bailed out again, so it's not a big deal. And then the townsfolk show up and start protesting by singing the Jingle Smells song.
Jingle smells, jingle smells.
The Mason Stone actor guy shows up and he absolutely owns the libs yet again.
Got it, snowflakes.
And then the Cash Bros CEO just changes his mind immediately about Jingle Smells.
I was wrong.
And he lets Nick go.
Officer, I'm not pressing charges.
Yay. And the movie ends with a big party, and we also find out that Mason Stone is no longer canceled. He just booked a big new movie role.
A new movie? Oh, that is awesome.
So what the fuck? This entire movie, they're like, cancel culture has gone way too far. It is a real thing that exists, and it's ruining everybody's lives.
Jingle Smell's secret identity is Nick Gutman. He's a warrior for standing up to cancel culture.
And then you end the movie by literally showing it does not exist. Dude, what the fuck?
I guess everybody deserves a second chance.
But yeah, that's the movie Jingle Smells, guys. That movie stunk more than Nick's walls, man. Holy shit. I think overall, I'm gonna give Jingle Smells a 1 out of 10. I would give it a 0, but this movie actually did something pretty cool, I think. This movie shows us what we have to look forward to if the conservative government continues to cut funding to art programs, okay? And I'm sorry for repeating myself again, but it's just so bonkers, man. The idea of a conservative Christmas movie, it's kind of an oxymoron, you know? Like in no way was this movie ever going to be good. Christmas is about giving back and helping out underprivileged and marginalized communities. And that kind of goes against everything the conservative government cares about, which is of course making a small group of billionaires even richer than they already are. So the responsibility falls on us yet again. Somewhere around this video, you'll see a link to donate to a fundraiser for Feeding America. They are the largest hunger relief organization in the United States, and they've been given a 95% approval rating on Charity Navigator. So they actually do like good, honest work when it comes to eliminating hunger in America. And whenever I talk about American politics on my channel, there's always hundreds of comments that say something along the lines of, "Bro, what do you care? You're Canadian. This doesn't even affect you, bro." Which is probably the most American thing you could ever say. Half of my audience is American. I don't know what they're teaching in geography down there, but we do share a pretty big border. We're your fucking upstairs neighbors. And I've also done a lot of work in the US, which means I've paid a lot of US taxes. I've probably paid more US taxes than those fucking billionaires, man. I don't even live there, bro.
I think I know more about American people than you do, Julian.
So yeah, if you have the means to donate anything this holiday season, please feel free to donate to Feeding America. Any little bit helps, and I will also be matching donations up to $10,000. All right, guys, that's it for the video, and also that's it for 2025, dude. Whoa, it's been a crazy year, man. Finished my very first world tour. I did a bunch of shows in Europe and the UK for the first time in my life, and I had the most incredible time, man. I did shows in some of the world's most iconic venues all across America, Canada, Australia as well, and this has honestly been the best tour of my entire life, so thank you so much to everybody who came out to those shows. I am taking a break from touring next year, so I'm very excited to have some time at home, you know, so I can put all my energy into YouTube and making the best videos I possibly can. I have a lot of really fun video ideas that I've been wanting to make, but my touring schedule has been pretty gnarly. But yeah, anyways, thank you for the ongoing support. I really do appreciate it. Hope you guys have a nice holiday season and a happy, fun, safe new year, and I'll see you guys in 2026. Yeah, like, comment, subscribe, all that bullshit, and trust me, I would stick around, but unfortunately I have to go. I have to go deliver a bunch of toys. I've been Santa the whole time. My shows in Irvine are only a month away. We added a 6th show due to overwhelming demand. It's gonna be the best weekend ever, so make sure you get your tickets before they sell out. Okay, enjoy the video. Folks, I've talked about many men in my career, whether it's e-boys or soft boys or alpha males. I feel like they all sort of fall under the same F-boy umbrella. And much like an umbrella, they are also stopping people from getting wet. And all these F-boy adjacent guys are pretty wild in their own little fun ways, but I think I may have found the F-boy final boss. The fellow we're gonna talk about today is a creator named Garrett Nolan. First off, I gotta show respect. He's got 2 first names, just like me. Garrett Nolan. Those are just 2 guys. Same as Kurtis Conner. Those are just 2 guys. Garrett has had some pretty viral TikToks over this past year, and every time I see one of his videos, I get like really uncomfortable. And you know, misery loves company, so I figured I'd show them to you and we'd talk about them today. So this guy does a lot of like acting POVs. They will dance our socks off. Thirst traps, little comedy sketches, you know, he does it all. But there's just something about his videos, man. He's like every F-boy smushed into one, dude. He kind of reminds me of that scene in Fellowship of the Ring, in the caverns of Isengard. All the little orcs are digging out the big, huge, like bad guy orc out of the dirty, like muddy goo. And this orc is like the amalgamation of all the other little orcs mixed into this one super orc. And I think that's what Garrett Nolan is. He's kind of like the big, bad, final orc of the F-boys. And before we get into the bulk of this video, please don't go to this person's page, send any hate or anything. That's never what I want to happen with my videos. We're just goofing around here, man. We're just engaging in some buffoonery, some tomfoolery if we're lucky. All right, let's watch one of his TikToks.
Sorry, baby.
Hey, breathe, breathe. It's okay, love. Remember, we date. It's actually loyalty over love. I'm not leaving over an argument. I'm not leaving because you still have unhealed wounds. I'm not leaving because you messed up. I'm not leaving because you sometimes say the wrong things. We will learn together.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
He listed like way too many things, right? But he had like a whole list of shit that he did not like about his girlfriend. Listen, babe, if we date, it's loyalty over love. I don't love you, but I'm loyal to you. I'm not leaving over an argument. I'm not leaving because your breath smells like a petting zoo when you wake up. I'm not leaving because the size of your feet. Hell, even if I did, you'd probably step on me with your humongous, freakish ogre feet. Fuck. I'm not leaving you because of your unibrow or your forehead or your butt chin or your chin butt. Together we'll find a way. For me to ignore all of that stuff. I love you so much. I loyal to you too. But yeah, this Garrett guy does a lot of these videos where he'll like make up a relationship scenario where the girl is crying and then he steps in like, shut up. It's fine. I'm the solution. Why would you cry when I'm me? Here's another one he did.
What's wrong? Nothing. Love, what's wrong?
Nothing at all.
Love.
That's supposed to be teardrops? It looks like they put like a spray bottle on her cheek. That's how people cry, right?
Love, it's okay. It's okay. I'm here. I'm here. Everything's fine. You're safe. What's wrong?
I just really need you.
You have me.
Yeah, that's cute and all, guys, but you're kind of taking up the whole hallway. It would have been so great if this video ended with a guy just being like, oh, sorry, just let me squeeze past you guys here. Sorry. And you know what? I don't know what it is about me. Maybe I'm getting old. Maybe I'm just a fucking douchebag. But like, who is this for? Who is this content for? Because I looked through the comments and literally all of them are people just being really, really sad. Oh, to be loved like this. I want this, but I'm too single. Yeah, I wonder why. Your name is Draco Ron Simps. Sorry. I wish someone would treat me like that. It would be nice to find a man like that. Maybe it's the side of TikTok that I'm on, but when I went to the comments, I was baffled, dude. I was like, why is nobody hating on this right now, dude? Everybody in the comments are either sad about their own love life or just gassing this video up like crazy. Like this guy's comment. Give this guy a Grammy or something. A Grammy? like the music award? Listen, you can like whatever TikToker you want, but I don't think this video is eligible for a Grammy nom, okay? Obviously the person who commented this confused the Grammys with the Oscars. Or wait, hold on. The person who commented this isn't even a person. That's a car. A legit car left this comment, dude. And it kind of makes sense that a car wouldn't want to associate with the Oscars. Cars was famously snubbed in 2006.
And the Oscar goes to Happy Feet. George Miller.
Sorry, we're getting a little off topic here. It's just always super funny when dudes like this like make up these scenarios to make themselves look like a super sick guy. I've always wondered this. Why is it that all the dudes who make content about like how great of a boyfriend or how great of a husband they would be, they're always single? Isn't that fucking weird? Obviously, I can't 100% confirm that Garrett is single, but I did listen to the worst podcast episode ever recorded. Just saying a lot coming from me. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy. But the podcast I listened to was by a guy named Peter Vigilante. Fucking killer last name. But here's a little clip from it.
If I'm not allowed to like a post, which means you think I'm doing something devious, right? That means you can't post
a bikini pic because now you're posting it for devious reasons. Because if you think that...
Yeah, not good. But they had Garrett as a guest, and he confirmed that he was a single man.
I'm a single male.
And that was 3 months ago. So if I'm wrong, I apologize, but that was the most recent piece of evidence I could find. But it's just so weird that all these dudes were like, I'll be there for you, I'm always there, I'm like the best guy. They never have a girlfriend, ever. It's a fucking fresh and fit syndrome. Like if these guys are basing their entire careers off of meeting women, dating women, being attractive to women, why aren't they all fucking married? Or just like in a relationship at the very least, right? Like you think they would have figured it out by now, right? Like that's if a guy was making like video production tutorials that look like this.
So the first thing you need is a nice camera like this. And secondly, you need a good microphone to pick up a good quality audio.
You know, no pun intended, I don't mean to single out Garrett with that criticism, you know? I don't want to just stoop down to ad hominem attacks, right? But speaking of ad, let's hear a word from today's sponsor.
This video is sponsored by Opera. I'm on my computer all day, every day, so I need a browser that can keep up with the 30 things I'm doing at once, and that's why I use Opera. And it seems like the guy we're talking about in this video is pretty obsessed with his features, but the only features I'm obsessed with are all the features that Opera has to offer. Like Aria, Opera's native browser AI. You can chat with Aria to get quick, clear answers on whatever topic you need assistance with. You can highlight any text online to get a quick explanation, explore the topic further, or get a translation. You can also activate their new page context mode, which allows you to get any page summarized in seconds, and it also allows you to extract specific information and translate any text. There's tons more you can do with Aria as well, but I'd be here yapping for hours about it, so might as well just try it out for yourself. Opera also has a built-in ad blocker, which is absolutely incredible because have you guys tried reading articles lately? It's just ads now. I don't know what happened. And also loading all those ads slows down your browser performance. What the hell? And with Opera, you can get rid of all those ugly, annoying ads with just one click for a clean, smooth browsing experience. And speaking of a clean, smooth browsing experience, let me tell you about Opera's Tab Islands feature. When I'm using Opera, I'll have tabs open for my main channel videos. I'll have tabs open for podcast stuff, other tabs open with like Word documents and calendars, emails, etc. And that can get overwhelming pretty quickly. But with Tab Islands, you can easily organize your tabs for effortless browsing. It truly is a game changer. So if you want to vastly improve your browsing experience in every way imaginable, use my link below to download Opera today for free. You won't regret it, I promise. Okay, thank you so much to Opera for sponsoring this video. Back to me.
Okay guys, let's move on from the relationship POVs for a little bit. Garrett also makes a lot of videos that straight up... And guys, I read so many comments trying to figure out what the hell that means. The best explanation I could find is if someone's hands are shaking before they fight. They're auditioning for a musical, they're giving jazz hands. I guess it means they're experiencing a lot of adrenaline, and I guess if someone's experiencing a lot of adrenaline, they'll just fucking kill you or something, I don't know. But a lot of the comments were just as confused as I was. When my hands were shaking, I thought it was because I was scared. That's so funny. Because, like, you probably were also scared, man. It's so funny. People think one thing. They see a video on TikTok that maybe could be another reason. And they're like, oh, okay, got it. That's why. You tell me any information and I'll believe it. Fuck, that's so funny. I thought I was terrified, but I guess it was just the adrenaline. And I guess that wasn't piss coming out of my wiener. That was adrenaline juice. Huh. But I think we all know why his hands were actually shaking. The vaccine. It's gotta be it. We've all seen that one video of the girl's legs shaking after she got the vaccine. I'll have what she's having. Thanks a lot, Pfizer. Pfizer, I hardly know her. And you never want to fight a guy who's had the vaccine, because then you're gonna catch it. That's why I wear a mask everywhere I go, because I don't want to catch the vax. Garrett also made another fighting video in this style, so let's check that one out too. That was awesome. So let me break it down. He's saying that guys raised by their dads, they want to stand and fight, but guys raised by their moms, they wear button-up shirts and walk away. I don't know how accurate that is. I feel like dads walk away from shit all the time. In my own life, I've seen at least one dad walk away from a tough situation. You know, if we're being realistic here, the kid raised by their dad would actually be the one walking away. But then you still see them on weekends and Christmas. I think this is my favorite video of Garrett's though, because before this, nobody was hating. So I was starting to feel like a douchebag thinking that these videos were like a little strange. But this was the video that finally had people being like, you know what? What are you talking about? Because obviously this isn't true. Some kids who were raised by their moms were fucking dickhead bullies because their moms sucked. And some kids raised by both parents were dickhead bullies because both their parents sucked. So it was nice to see people goofing on this video a little bit. And this actually spawned a tiny trend of people like stitching this TikTok. Hilarious, that's great. And I thought this trend was really funny, so I made one myself. And obviously Garrett's content is harmless. Mostly. Some of the content starts getting into some strange territory. So yeah, it's a video of him breaking into an ex-girlfriend's house and going through all their shit, you know, total stalker mode. AKA, a super crazy thing to do in a huge fucked up crime. And hey, maybe it's just like an acting thing, an acting practice to be like a weird guy. I get it, but like all the comments are eating this up for like the worst reasons. Why is this hot though? Why does this make me want a stalker boyfriend? Respectfully, you can break into more than just my house. If I had someone this obsessed with me, I'd be so happy. Jesus Christ. Guys, go to therapy. Obviously go to therapy or just go outside. Either one of those, okay? This should not get you all hot and bothered. This should only get you bothered. If this is attractive to you, someone breaking into your fucking house, you're weird. That's weird. And before you comment, hey, don't kink shame, I'm not, okay? Because that isn't a kink, that's a crime. It ain't a kink, it's a crime. This is like a gnarly, life-ruining crime, okay? I don't think that should be a kink. Your Honor, we have unrefutable evidence that this man murdered his ex-girlfriend. A truly heinous act. All right. Objection, Your Honor. No kink shaming. What do you mean kink shaming? It's literally murder. No, he's right. Okay, I will not tolerate any kink shaming in my court. You gotta be fucking kidding me. This is bullshit. What's going on? Sorry, getting yelled at is my kink. Oh my god, what kind of judge are you? A bad one, you should fucking spank. And all the other comments on this stalking video were a reference to a community on TikTok called Book Talk. It was flooded with comments like, Book Talk, y'all here? And Garrett threw a heart on that one. Book Talk is gonna go feral. Book Talk girlies assemble. Book Talk has ruined me. And I foolishly thought Book Talk was just a community on TikTok where people talk about the books they like. And that is true to an extent, but I found out Book Talk is mostly just straight up smut. Oh no! It's a vast community of probably the horniest people on the planet, and whenever there's like a guy with tattoos and long hair and like a deep voice and muscles, all the fucking comments on the videos are like, oh, Book Talk's here! Book Talk has been summoned.
If Book Talk wants more of this, Book Talk can have more of this.
And hey man, I'm all for people getting their rocks off, especially to just words on paper. That's hilarious. Reading a sentence and then getting a boner about it is genuinely one of the funniest things of all time. Dude, getting turned on by literature, are you kidding me? Whenever they read an essay, they're like, damn, look at that body. Sorry, Book Talk as a whole is a topic for another video, I think. But Garrett plays into this typical Book Talk character a lot. You know, he's got the tattoos, the muscles, he's handsome. Okay, I'll say it, he's handsome. He's a good looking guy. And he shows all of that off in his various thirst trap videos. Sorry, he's walking towards me with a hammer. I got scared. Is that why construction always takes so long? Dudes are on the side of the road just thirst trapping all day. Those hats used to be soft, if you know what I mean. Yeah, he's got a lot of thirst trapping videos on his account. And hey man, that's your wiener. Okay, got it. Jeez, that's your entire wiener right there. Hello. That's fucking gnarly, dude. I mean, at the very least, his videos are like the true lesbian test. Like if you're unsure if you're a lesbian or not, I can just scroll through this guy's page. Like fucking jeez, man. Flashing full meat on main. This is gonna sound rich from a commentary YouTuber, but like, what are you doing, dude? Men used to go to war. Never mind, he's still doing it. He's still going to war. Damn, give this guy a Grammy. So that video is pretty impressive, but like, dude, it is super fucking funny to put on like a bulletproof vest and look all super tough and stuff and flex your guns while the gun is making like the cutest noise ever. Say hello to my little friend. The TikTok F-boy genre has always been like really fascinating to me because I think the most intriguing thing about them is like their journey to become one, right? Because they're not born, they're made. Just a few years ago, Garrett wasn't doing this style of content at all. He actually used to brand himself as Garrett with Ivan the cat, and he would make videos like this.
Time to go to sleep, okay, buddy? I wanna see your cheeks glow. Oh!
Yeah, I'm actually really glad he stopped doing this kind of content, because what the fuck, man? This poor cat, man, what the hell? I feel like even a serial killer would be like, yo, he's up on the cat, man. You're being a little too rough on him. Like, dude, he has a full My Cat Bites Me When I Sing mega mix on his channel that's a half-hour long. And first off, if you're watching a full half hour of the same fucking annoying bit over and over again, you're cooked. Sorry to break it to you, you're absolutely cooked. You're done. And secondly, I don't think your cat bites you when you sing. I think your cat is biting you because you're holding on to it and won't let it go when it's clearly telling you that it wants to be let go. And dude, all the comments are like, oh my god, it's so funny. And it's like, hey, no, it's not. Like, not even a little bit. It's not fun. It's just bad pet ownership. Like, what a fucking rebrand that was, eh? Yeah, I used to hold my cat hostage, now I scream. It's funny to compare like the current Garrett to the old Garrett with Ivan the cat, because now his whole shtick is like being attractive to women and stuff, but like treating an animal like this is like the biggest possible red flag, I think, right? Yeah, I guess I'm not like those other tall, handsome, buff, tattooed men. I'm also sensitive. I'm attentive and I'm gentle too. Sorry, it's my cat. 1 second. So, you ever heard of Book Talk? You know, those videos were old, I'm sure he's moved on from them, I'm glad he doesn't do them anymore. But just a piece of advice, like you're kind of ruining your whole every girl wants me bit. If you have a half-hour video on your YouTube channel of you mishandling pussy. Yeah! In conclusion, I think I was goofing on his content pretty hard, maybe a little too hard, but comparing it to his old cat hostage videos, his new content is fucking awesome, dude. So you know what, Garrett? Keep it up. All right, guys, that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed this quick, silly little video. I've got some longer videos coming up in the near future I'm very excited for, but I wanted to goof around a little, if that's okay. If you guys liked the video, please press the like button, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 cat I will rescue from singing men. And leave a comment, or I'm gonna start screaming. Also, please press the subscribe button. We are so close to 5 million. Let's get it. What are you waiting for? Press the damn button. Because as soon as you press the subscribe button, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. If you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world, and I'm the mayor of Kurtistown, so you have to be nice to me. It's the law. You can check the description for tickets to my Irvine shows coming up. They're selling out, so you better freaking grab tickets, okay? Don't sleep. Okay, thank you so much for watching. I would stick around, but unfortunately, I have to go because my hands are shaking. I need to go to the doctor. Bye-bye. Folks, what do you get when a soon-to-be married couple is given all the money they need for their dream wedding? But the groom has to plan the entire thing by himself, while the bride is kept in the dark about everything until their actual wedding day. Spoiler alert, you get some of the worst weddings that have ever taken place. And this was the premise of the British reality TV show, Don't Tell the Bride. And we're gonna watch a full episode today, but I thought it'd be fun to do a quick run through of some of the worst weddings that have taken place on this show. One episode featured a Beauty and the Beast themed wedding, which is already a pretty gnarly decision because I think you know how I feel about Disney weddings. But the groom absolutely went for it. He dressed like Beast, like with animal prosthetics and stuff. And it's like, dude, Beast turns into like a regular hot guy at the end of the movie. Just dress up like that. What does that say about the groom, right? Well, it's the most important day of my life, so I might as well dress like a furry. There was another episode that featured a groom who really likes to play darts, so naturally he planned a darts-themed wedding. The bridesmaids wore dresses with dartboards on them. It's probably not safe to do at a darts-themed wedding. Inside the reception, they had a bunch of dartboards, and they even got a professional darts player to officiate the wedding. And of course, that's what a professional professional darts player looks like, man. Why would you want a guy that looks like that officiating your wedding? Now, before the husband and wife say bullseye do, if there's anybody in the audience who objects to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace. You object? No, it's your bling, sir. It's so bright. Where the hell do you even get all of it? Target. Okay. Ow! So I think you guys get the gist of the show. Guys are super dumb and pretty much clueless when we're left to our own devices, and it's hilarious to watch. But my favorite part about this show is seeing like the husband's logic and how they arrive at the choices they make. And I found a great episode that demonstrates that pretty well. So without further ado, let's watch an episode of Don't Tell the Bride.
With just 3 weeks and £14,000 to throw the wedding of a lifetime.
So yeah, that piece of information like almost excuses any of the insane decisions that the grooms make. Because, I don't know if you guys know this, but my wife and I actually had 2 weddings. And let me tell you, each of those weddings took way longer than 3 weeks to plan. And they cost much more than $14,000. Or sorry, they use pounds. They use pounds in the UK. 14,000 pounds is $24,000. So yeah, it's not like a super low budget, I guess. It's not that bad, but still, like, things add up when you plan a wedding, trust me. You'll see going forward that even with the budget and time constraints, there is no excuse for the wedding that is put on by this groom. This episode follows 33-year-old Adam and 23-year-old Bianca. And the episode starts with a little blurb about how they met.
When they met 18 months ago on a dating app.
When I first saw Adam, I was attracted instantly because he had like the rugby photo, the action shot.
She looked like she squatted, so she had a nice bum.
Sorry, I never cry, but sometimes you hear something so nice and you just can't help it.
Nice bum.
And this next part of their origin story is pretty wild because apparently Bianca was not planning on getting into a serious relationship whatsoever because she had a big trip planned in a few months.
I knew I was going away, my tickets were booked.
But when Bianca left for the trip, Adam really missed her, so he decided to join Bianca on her 9-month-long vacation.
We went from just being, casually dating to literally spending 9 months in each other's pockets.
Take notes, boys. That's a good dude right there. That's what you gotta do, man. If a girl says she's not looking for anything serious because she's going on a really long trip in a few months, that's an open invitation, brother. And at the end of their vacation, Adam decided to pop the question.
I came up with this idea of making a heart out of rose petals.
The fact that he set it up, that's something that I wouldn't expect Adam to be capable of.
Okay. That's definitely something every guy wants to hear from their fiance. Yeah, I never knew he was capable of setting things up. I asked him to set up the patio furniture one day. He got so scared he called the cops. Well, he tried to, but he never really figured out how to set up his phone. And shortly after their engagement, they discovered that Bianca was pregnant.
18 months after first swiping right, the couple now have a new life together in South Wales.
So now we got a good understanding of the couple, and at this point of the episode, they asked Bianca what her ideal wedding would be if she could make all the decisions.
My ideal wedding would just be a glamorous, classical day. I don't want a theme or anything related to what we've done before. I want this to be a new chapter, a new experience. No jokey, gimmicky things, just very elegant.
Okay, so classy, elegant, simple wedding, no theme, no jokey gimmicks or anything, not referencing anything they've done in the past. Let's try to remember those when we hear Adam's ideas.
Fate has played a huge part in my life, so I'm going to let fate decide the major decisions of the wedding. I will come up with various options, and Bianca will unknowingly choose her own wedding.
Absolutely 10,000 IQ play right there. He's gonna make Bianca randomly choose what her wedding is going to be like with the use of sealed envelopes because...
It gives me sort of a get-out clause, because ultimately, if the day doesn't work out, then it's Bianca's fault.
Nice, man. That's a good guy right there, dude. Just totally absolves himself of any responsibility and puts all of it on her still. Even though he is doing everything, all of the pressure is still on her somehow. Good guy. So while Adam plans the wedding with his brother for the next 3 weeks, Bianca is sent away on a little family vacation that Adam isn't allowed to invite himself to this time. And as Bianca sadly drives away, Adam immediately starts to work out the details of the wedding. Or sorry, I think I said too many words. Adam immediately starts to work out. Imagine he just doesn't get anything ready for the next 3 weeks because he's just been working out the entire time. Bianca shows up at like an empty church 3 weeks later and he's at the fucking altar like,
How do I look? Spent 14,000 pounds on steroids. I hope that's chill.
Okay, this is when we find out Adam's 2 ideas for the possible themes of their upcoming wedding. So already it's not looking good because Bianca clearly said she does not want any themes.
I don't want a theme.
And both of Adam's ideas are themed weddings.
Me and Bianca fell in love through travel, maybe getting married on a plane. And the other option is obviously a big part of my life before Bianca came along. Well, obviously I was a prison officer. So we'll look at getting married in a prison. Get married in a prison.
Yeah, his 2 options are either getting married on a plane or in a prison. I mean, fucking, what's the difference? Get me out of here, I'm innocent. So to remind you, Adam is gonna have his brother present 2 options, like 2 sealed envelopes to Bianca for her to decide like major aspects of their wedding. But she doesn't know what she's picking really. So if it ends up bad, it's all Bianca's fault, quote unquote.
If the day doesn't work out, then it's Bianca's fault.
You know, because she chose it, right? And it's like, not really. That's really not how that works, especially when both the options are bad. No matter what she picks, it's gonna be a shit wedding. Also, like, as bad as the plane idea is, at least it like kinda makes sense. They love traveling. You travel on a plane, but getting married in a prison because Adam used to be a prison guard? That's fucking insane. Obviously, don't base your wedding off of a job you used to have. What the fuck? So right around here is where the wedding will take place. Looks perfect. Can I ask why you want to get married in the desert anyway? Well, I actually used to work out here, so it just felt right. Oh, okay, that makes sense. What'd you do for work? I used to disarm active minefields. Oh, cool. Well, if you would just follow me this way. Never said I was good at my job. Okay, so Adam's brother heads over to Bianca so she can make her first decision, prison or plane. She's obviously pretty nervous and confused, but she ends up picking the right envelope. Not the right envelope, because like both of them are wrong, I think, but she picks the envelope on the right.
I'm gonna go right.
And that means...
Yes. We're doing the plane, yeah?
So they're getting married on a plane. And at first I thought this was gonna be like a regular plane with like strangers on it and shit, which would have been fucking insane, but like I've seen crazier shit on airplanes, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. If I had to choose between seeing someone get married or seeing somebody like pick their toenails on a plane, I'm picking the wedding every time. But Adam at least has the decency to book out an entire airplane to fit all the wedding guests. I know Taylor Swift would be so proud of him. Just a joke. And you may be thinking, now this plane that Adam is renting, is it going anywhere? Is this plane whisking everybody away to a beautiful wedding destination? Is the plane taking people to the reception, at least? No. None of those. The plane actually isn't fucking going anywhere. Adam is spending 5,000 pounds to put everybody in a plane that will take off into the air, fly around the airport for a bit so they can get married while they're in the air, and then it's gonna land back in the same airport. That's such a dumb idea. When a girl dreams about walking down the aisle one day, I don't think they're picturing that type of aisle. And also, dude, Bianca was 8 months pregnant at the time of filming this. I don't know what it's like to be pregnant, but I can assume it's pretty uncomfortable. And I think being on a plane, the most uncomfortable place like in the world, it's probably a bad combo for a pregnant person. And dude, the next part of this episode is like so hard to watch. Bianca and her mom take a tour of Bianca's like dream wedding venue. And before we go any further, yes, I know, I'll talk about it. I'm thinking the same thing. Holy shit, that hair is gnarly. Impressive, really. I wanna know how many moms took a screenshot of this episode, printed it out, and immediately sprinted to their hairdresser. Because this is the ultimate Karen cut. Dude, if I was working a retail job and I saw her walk in, I am quitting on the spot. All jokes aside though, as diagonal as her bangs are, she's actually the most level-headed person in this whole episode, I think. And this part is just so hard to watch because all Bianca wants is a nice classic wedding to celebrate their love. You know, just no bells or whistles, super simple. And you'd assume that would be easy for Adam to pull off. Peace and love, he seems like a pretty simple guy. But while Bianca's looking at this wedding venue, Adam is on like a cramped airplane like, yeah, this will be good, bro. Perfect for a wedding. Yeah, maybe they'll even have a movie playing on the little telly screens.
Is being 17,000 feet in the air pregnant gonna make her happy?
Well, she hasn't got a choice. That's the situation I've left her in.
Such a shithead. Sorry, I'm being a little mean. Maybe he'll redeem himself with the wedding reception. Unfortunately, he wants the reception to be themed as well.
Adam wants to hold a Thai beach party reception.
Because they got engaged in Thailand. And although the plane is a bad idea, maybe he'll pick a pretty venue for everybody to eat and dance away the memory of their terrible high-altitude wedding. So let's see what he picks. Oh. Who the fuck looks at this venue and thinks wedding reception? An actual ghost could look at this venue and be like, no thank you. This is way too scary. Like, this is where the final fight of a ninja movie takes place. This is where house. This is warehouse. This old dirty warehouse with a leaky ceiling is the venue that Adam chooses for the reception. And he hires this guy to transform the building into Thailand.
So I want all my guests to be transported to Thailand.
It's also super funny that he says he wants all of his guests transported to Thailand after being on a vehicle that could literally transport them to Thailand.
We're not going to get a better space than this, are we, really?
I don't think so.
So I'm going to shake your hand on it.
Guys, you must know better places exist, right? Feel bad for these guys. Okay, so they're now halfway through their £14,000 budget, but all they have is the plane ride and the reception venue. They still need to buy rings, dresses, suits, shoes, food, drinks, and a bunch of sand to be transported to the warehouse so it can look like Thailand.
We want to fill it with sand.
You know, the things that every wedding has. And you know, as much as I'm making fun of these guys, budgeting, it's pretty difficult, right? It's hard to do for a wedding. It's hard to do in our everyday lives, which is why I'm so excited to talk about the sponsor of this week's video, Rocket Money.
That's right, this video is sponsored by Rocket Money. Folks, a little while back, I found out that I was being charged every month for a podcast hosting service that I stopped using like a year ago. And this has happened to me several times in the past, where I sign up for something as like a free trial, and then the 30 days go by, they start charging me, I completely forget about it, and then by the time I remember it, it's too late. We've all been there. Well, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. And I'm using Rocket Money to cancel all these unwanted subscriptions. They make it so easy to safely and securely identify recurring charges because they can cancel all those unwanted subscriptions for you. You can even cancel from within the app with just a few taps. And that means you don't have to worry about lengthy, awkward customer service calls. I'm also using Rocket Money to set budgets. With Rocket Money, you can analyze your spending habits to create a custom budget that fits your lifestyle. Automatically monitor your spending by category and get notifications when you've exceeded your limits. So whether you're saving up for something specific or just trying to improve your spending habits in general, Rocket Money is perfect for you. Rocket Money has helped save its customers up to $740 a year when they use all their features, with over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. So if you want to save more and spend less, join the over 5 million members using Rocket Money today. Just go to rocketmoney.com/Curtis or simply click the link in the description to get started today for free. You can also unlock even more features with premium. Again, that's rocketmoney.com/Curtis to get started today for free. You hear that? For free. Okay, thank you Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. Back to me.
And next up is the dress. One of the most important parts of the wedding day. You know, some girls go their whole lives dreaming of their perfect wedding dress. It's an incredibly pivotal part of the wedding. So it's such a big decision, Adam has no choice. But Bianca does. She has to choose whether she wants a cheap dress or an expensive dress.
Ideally, we want the least expensive.
And they say chivalry is dead.
I don't want too much booby, see?
I like this one with the cleavage.
But unfortunately, she chooses the cheap dress.
So the cheap choice it is then.
In this next part, Bianca goes dress shopping so we, the audience, can see what type of dress that she would choose if it was up to her. And this is when she voices her concern about Adam choosing the dress.
I'm a little bit worried because I'm 7 months pregnant now. Hopefully Adam thinks about that as well when he sort of thinks about his choices.
Honey, you got a big storm coming. But no, that's totally fair. Like I said, I don't know what it's like to be pregnant. I can't imagine what that would feel like to have like a fucking baby inside of you. That's weird. Not weird. It's a miracle of life. Being pregnant, that's probably the craziest, hardest thing a person can do. I'd like to think most husbands-to-be would consider that, obviously, if they had a pregnant wife. But we did just see Adam choose the birthplace of hepatitis for a wedding reception, so obviously, he doesn't take that into consideration at all. Bianca chooses a beautiful designer dress, while Adam orders a 160-pound dress off the internet. The currency pounds, by the way, not like the dress doesn't weigh 160 pounds. Although that wouldn't fucking surprise me if he did that.
No, put it on, it'll be a good workout.
Dress for women is probably the most important thing. It sort of determines how they feel on the day. But ultimately, she picked that option for it to be the cheapest dress. So if she doesn't like it, then that was her fault.
Like, yo, no, it's not. What a fucking asshole, dude. That's so mean. She didn't pick it. She picked a random envelope that you showed. She didn't fucking know, dude. I can't imagine Bianca watching this episode back for the first time and not divorcing him immediately. His logic is just so flawed, you know? Like, imagine on the plane, Bianca is like, why did you pick a plane to get married on? This is so dumb. I didn't want this either. You picked it, okay? We could have been getting married in a prison right now. It's like, dude, no matter what she picks, it's gonna suck because you suck. Sorry, I digress. Now it's time for Adam to show the bridesmaids the dresses that they'll be wearing at the wedding. And for some reason, he picks 10-pound neon pink and yellow dresses. I don't know the reasoning behind that decision. I feel like maybe he watched an episode of Power Rangers and he was like, oh, okay, so pink and yellow are girl colors. Got it. And I feel like for this whole episode, Adam's been kind of operating on like another planet. Every decision he's made has been objectively awful, but everyone around him is like, oh, yeah, all right, mate, that sounds pretty fucking chipper then, bruv. But this next part of the episode is when Adam finally gets a dose of reality from the sand delivery guy of all people. Yeah, I never had a sand delivery guy at my wedding, but his presence was missed for sure. So the Sandman quotes them 2,500 pounds for the amount of sand that they'll need to completely cover the warehouse floor, which by the way is roughly 16 times more expensive than Bianca's wedding dress. But really, what's more important, ladies? A nice dress or 150 tons of sand? You can't make a wicked baller castle out of a nice dress, I'll tell you that. Ladies, say no to the dress. Yes to the sand. Power over spice is power over all. But after the Sandman quotes them on that price, he goes on to warn them about the safety of the warehouse.
You've got rainwater coming in, there's going to be electrical wiring everywhere. You have, in my opinion, massive health and safety implications that you really need to take seriously.
So Adam moves on from that dingy warehouse because of the safety hazards. And this was the perfect thing to happen to them because now this is a fresh start. They can pick a completely different venue that will suit their needs much better. And they do find a new venue. Goodbye, old dirty, stinky warehouse. Hello, new dirty, stinky warehouse. Yeah, man, he just finds a different dirty warehouse. Oh, that old warehouse was absolutely fucking filthy, mate. But this warehouse is dirty. Adam then heads to a department store, buys 2 wedding rings.
£69.
Hilarious. He then spends £500 on a suit, which is wild, considering he only spent £160 on his wife's dress. He then tops it all off by spending £130 on plastic buckets. I'm not 100% sure why he got the buckets. Ooh, maybe they'll be handed to the guests when they walk into the venue because they'll probably puke upon seeing where they are. It's pretty smart. This next part is pretty wild. This is when Bianca gets her first glimpse into what her wedding is going to look like. Before, it was just her pointing at random envelopes. But now she has to face reality when her wedding dress is delivered to her house.
Are you joking me? I am literally gonna cry.
Alright, so things aren't looking too good right now. Who knows, right? Maybe when she finally sees the dress, she'll fall in love with it.
The neckline's crap, the arms are crap, the length of it's crap, the material's rubbish.
Why play games with me now?
Okay, this is really sad to watch, obviously, but God, it's even sadder because, like, of what we know. Like, I'm sorry about your dress, but you don't even know the half of it. You don't know anything about the dilapidated warehouse that's being filled with sand. It's about to get so much worse. And this is the challenge of the show, I guess. Weddings are inherently expensive, so if you spend a big chunk of your budget on one aspect of it, the other aspects are gonna suffer. So it's just a matter of knowing your partner and what they value the most. And I guess sometimes dudes don't know their partners that well at all. And it's just so frustrating because it's like, you could just get married in like a pretty part of a public park, right? Kind of like Eminem there. I got married in a pretty part of a public park. But no, seriously, just fucking get married in a park for free. Rent out like a big cheap tent for the reception. And then spend the rest of the money on stuff that like matters, right? Like, why does there always have to be a fucking theme in these episodes? It's like, you know, an Extreme Makeover Home Edition when they're showing the family the renovated house. And then when they get to the kids' room, they're like, hey Braxton, we heard you like swimming. So we actually drilled all of your bedroom furniture to the bottom of your pool. This show is like that, but with wedding. But we're getting close to the end now, so let's get back to the episode.
I was speaking to my dad the other day, and he said a line that just resonates through my head all the time now. Listen, son, if she loves you, she'll forgive you.
Good attitude to have, brother. All right, guys, it's time. It is now the morning of the wedding day, and everybody is getting ready. Bridesmaids are wearing their neon dresses. Bianca's mom has got her neon hair, and I can only assume Bianca is gonna have her neon Adam's neck when she sees it. The guests arrive at the airport, and they got high hopes for the wedding. Had to have high hopes for the wedding.
That's the only information we got told was a passport.
We're hoping he's going to fly us to Spain.
Okay, super messed up to tell them to bring their passport, right? That is diabolical. A passport implies the act of leaving a country. They're not even leaving the same airspace, really. They're just flying above the Bristol airport. Why'd you tell them to bring their passport? That's fucking mean. Like, imagine if someone invites you to their birthday party and they're like, I don't want to give anything away, but make sure you pack a bathing suit. And then when you get to their house, they're like, all right, you're gonna help me nail my kid's furniture to the bottom of the pool. I saw it on TV. All right, guys, it's go time. Adam shows up to the airport in his finest sneakers, boards the plane, and waits for Bianca to arrive. Bianca enters through the back of the plane.
Adam and best man Alec are hiding up front.
I wouldn't really call that hiding. I don't think you can really hide anywhere on a plane. All Bianca has to do is look to the front of the plane, which is, by the way, the usual direction people look when they're on a plane. Like, does she really not see him? God, I'm so excited to get married. And on a plane, too.
Are we seriously getting married on a plane?
That's so stupid. I hate planes. You know, I'm pregnant, too. Oh, yeah. This is so uncomfortable.
If our marriage happens on this plane today,
this will officially be the worst thing that has ever happened on any plane ever. Okay. Whatever, I'm over it. At least we know the baby will be safe. You know, they say flying is the safest way to travel. Welcome on board, everybody, to this very special flight on this gorgeous Boeing aircraft. I want to divorce! And this next part is fucking terrific. They reach their cruising altitude, and then they call Bianca up to the front.
Would Bianca John please join us at the front of the aircraft?
Dude, and she still doesn't know that this is the wedding. She still thinks they're flying to a destination for the wedding. And like, the poor dad doesn't even get to walk her down the aisle. It's like, well, I mean, like, I don't know how he would have in the first place, because his airplane aisles are pretty small. I will warn you, a little cringe warning. The actual wedding on the plane is like really rough to watch, so strap in.
Let your marriage be a time of waking each morning and falling in love with each other all over again.
How are you?
That was the official, like, wedding then?
That was...
We haven't got vows!
Oh my god! What are we doing now then?
What do you mean, what are we doing now then? You should know! You planned the wedding, man. What are we doing now then? What are we doing? Dude, no vows, nothing. The wife walked up to the front of a plane. A guy said a nice sentence, and then that was it. Like, what did Adam expect to happen? This is rough, dude, but we're almost done, okay? Bianca is understandably a little confused by the wedding ceremony, but Adam really thinks the whole day is gonna turn around when she sees the reception venue.
When you see the next sort of venue, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised and amazed.
Just picture in your head what you think the reception is going to look like. Now, whatever you have in your head, make it 1,000,000 times worse, and that's what it looks like. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? That looks like shit, my man. That looks like poop. It looks like the unknown is about to pop out.
It's the end of.
Oh my god. Dude, I love the one tiny blue sky photo backdrop, and then the rest is just filthy brick walls, dude. And yeah, no cutlery or plates, nothing, just fucking buckets.
Babe, it's awful. It's like
Wow.
proper, like...
This wasn't the reaction I was expecting.
Adam is so dumb. I'm sorry, he's such an idiot. I can't imagine how many criminals escaped under his watch when he was a prison guard. All they probably had to do was just ask Adam to be set free, and he'd be like, okay, no problem. What are we doing now then?
What are we doing now then?
And dude, I really feel bad for Bianca, because by the end of this whole day, she is a broken woman. She has lost all hope and sanity.
Suits are tacky, the dress is tacky, the flowers are tacky, the shoes are tacky. At least you get to Link.
Like, dude, this is her Joker origin story, dude.
Want to know how I got this wedding ring?
So the episode ends with Bianca and Adam enjoying the rest of their night to the best of their ability, and then we can only assume they live happily ever after while they raise their baby boy together. So that was an episode of Don't Tell the Bride. This is an evil show, I think. Give dudes a small budget and a limited amount of time to plan like the most important day of their lives. That's bad news. And I'm not sympathizing or anything. I'm not trying to cut Adam any slack here. But like, this is a dastardly television program. And that is proven even further when the credits roll and it is revealed that this show was devised by John Rowlands. It all makes sense. This is a show that only could have been devised, okay? It was not created. No more wedding planners, okay? We need wedding devisers.
I devised some plans for us tonight, bro.
We gotta use that word way more. Now, I thought this was gonna be the end of the video. It's not. Bianca and Adam's story does not end here. It turns out I was wrong. They did not go on to live happily ever after. I found an article about this couple that came out a little while after their episode aired, titled, "Don't Tell the Bride's Star Who Had Disastrous Wedding in a Sand-Filled Warehouse Recalls How She Uncovered Her Husband's Affair While He Was in a Coma." Now that's what I call turbulence. Let's read some of the article because holy shit, this is insane. Bianca was at the gym and Brock, their son, at the nursery when Adam called her from their home one day in September 2017. He was slurring his words, not making sense, and he said he didn't feel right. I phoned for an ambulance and the controller said it sounded like a stroke. By the time I got home, he was semi-conscious on the floor. The ambulance arrived just after me and I followed it to the hospital. It later emerged that Adam, who had just taken part in a bodybuilding contest, was suffering from rhabdomyolysis, the breakdown of muscle tissue that leads to the release of muscle fibers into the bloodstream. The rare condition, often occurring in endurance athletes, can be life-threatening. I called Mom on the way to the hospital to tell her what had happened, recalls Bianca, and as we were talking, my phone battery died. I had Adam's phone with me, so I switched to his. He never made a secret of his security codes, and it pinged as a message came through. It read, "What are you doing today, babe?" I thought, babe? That's a bit cozy. But I laughed and told myself it was probably completely innocent. Okay, first off, how the fuck did he even go into a coma? That doesn't make sense to me. How can one slip into a coma when there's already zero brain activity? Right? At the hospital, Adam was in intensive care and I sat in the family room distraught, anxiously waiting for news. Then another text came through. Just 2 question marks. I thought, what the hell? And clicked on the profile photo of the sender, which showed 3 women. I thought, this isn't right. I had a little word with myself, don't do anything, he's really poorly. But I couldn't help it. I turned detective to find out who had messaged my husband. Bianca, who had never suspected Adam was being unfaithful, scoured social media and uncovered the identity of the woman with whom he had evidently been having an affair. On a rugby mates WhatsApp group, he found that Adam had shared photos of his lover in her underwear, together with graphic details of their clandestine sex life with his friends. Ew. Yeah, and now I don't feel so bad calling him dumb so many times. I think Adam was putting a little bit too much stock in that advice from his father.
If she loves you, she'll forgive you.
And if you're wondering what happened next, Adam woke up from his coma and completely recovered. And once he did, Bianca immediately left him. Crazy turn of events, dude. Not really shocking that the guy that didn't really think about his wife at all during the wedding planning continued to not think about his wife at all once they were married. So what did we learn? Guys are dumb as hell and probably shouldn't be in charge of large decisions. And that's the whole sentence. I really didn't need to say anything after that. Now, is that new information? Not at all. Is it important? Yes! Alright, that's it. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please press the like button, because 1 like equals 1 grain of sand I will bring into my office. And leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this whole thing. I'm excited to see what you guys have to say about this one. And guys, subscribe. Subscribe right now. What are you doing? Almost at 5 million. Let's friggin' get it, okay? And as soon as you press the subscribe button, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. If you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world, and I'm the mayor. So you have to be nice to me. It's the law. And check the description for the other stuff I do. I got a podcast. I got shows in Irvine, California coming up. All right, thanks so much for watching. I would stick around, but unfortunately, I have to go puke into a neon plastic bucket. See ya. USA, I've got some shows coming up in a few weeks. Salt Lake City, Denver, Phoenix, OKC, San Antonio, Austin, Houston, and Dallas. These shows are like 2 weeks away, so if you haven't got your tickets yet, click the link in my bio, and I'll see you there. Enjoy the video. Folks. Emergency video alert. Over the years, I have talked about many men, pickup artists, self-help gurus, alpha males, you name it. And they've all got their fun, silly little quirks about them, but they all have one thing in common, and that is their unbridled, deep-seated, insatiable hatred for women. They just can't stand them, dude. They love manly things and being a man, but if you put a W and an O in front of that, whoa, look out. We've got breaking news about one of these dudes that I've talked about on this channel 2 times already. And that man is Russell Hartley. I really thought I was done talking about this guy, but somehow Palpatine has returned. Let's do a quick recap on the Russell Hartley saga, just to get you all up to speed. 5 years ago now, I made a video titled TikTok's Worst Dating Coach. In this video, I talked about a man named Russell Hartley, who at the time, he was making these very weird, misogynistic TikToks. The most notable being one where he compared women to horses.
A stable is a rotation of women that you have available to you that you can hit up and they can go on dates with. So what this means if you're a bachelor is that every time you have sex with a new woman, that's a new mare in you're stable. But when the mayor...
He also made the claim that women live life on easy mode.
I keep seeing so much lately that women are living their life on easy mode, and I'm here to tell you that that's absolutely true.
In that video, I did a little deep dive. I guess that's an oxymoron. I did a shallow dive into his operation. At that time, he was selling a course through his business called Get Coaching, and this course was about attracting your dream partner. Just the classic pickup artist bullshit. And shortly after I uploaded that video, Russell made a reaction video to mine that I then talked about on my podcast called Very Really Good. You should go subscribe.
And that's what half-baked journalism gets you, Kurtis Conners.
Just says my name wrong. And after I uploaded that podcast episode, he took down his reaction video. So caught the dub on that one, I think. And after that, there was nothing for a while. But unfortunately, at the end of 2022, I made a video about Siren Agency, a company actually co-founded by Russell Hartley.
That's when I find out Siren Agency, one of the co-owners, Russell Hartley.
And Siren Agency was a company that was managing OnlyFans creators and allegedly taking up to 50% of their earnings.
And it turns out you have to give them 50% of your earnings on your spicy site.
But since 2022, it's been all quiet on the Russell Hartley front. That is until I checked my mentions on TikTok a few weeks ago, and this is what I see.
Listen, if a man asks you what you bring to the table, that man has a low credit score.
Women should be gold diggers. Women should look for a provider. What's wrong with that?
If a man cares about how much money you make, he's scheming. If you don't think you should provide for your woman, you should just date a man. Okay, so he canceled the date. How do I reject him? Block him!
This caught me like way off guard. The last thing I was anticipating in 2025 was a Russell Hartley rebrand. Because on the surface, this seems like an improvement from his older content, right? Which isn't saying much, but the more I looked into Russell's rebrand, the more questions I had. So for this video, I thought we would take a deep dive, and then maybe by the end of this video, we can discern if this is genuine or not. So Russell still has me blocked on TikTok, so I had to use a burner account to see his videos. But this shift in his content actually began way back in 2023, where he was doing his usual style of content, and then he posted this video.
What's wrong with women liking successful guys? I keep seeing these hidden camera videos where the girl like hops in the guy's Lambo and he's like, oh, you're on camera because you're a gold digger.
All right, first off, I don't think I've seen a gold digger exposed video since like 2013. So Buddy's a little behind with the trends, but usually the sentiment behind those videos are like, oh, women are bad, they just want you for your money. And he doesn't blatantly say that, which is good. I will say though, I don't think being a gold digger is necessarily a good thing though, right? I think you should obviously love someone for who they are. But hey, if you're solely into someone for their money and the other person is aware of that, then screw it, you know? Do whatever you want. And honestly, he probably could have just left the video at that. But unfortunately, as always, he kept talking.
I like women who have nice taste. I want them to have expensive things, nice earrings, nice jewelry, whatever. Because when she's out in the world, that's a representation of me. And if she's not balling, then that makes me look bad as a man.
Had me in the first half there. Pretty much just said, yeah, the only reason I have a girlfriend is to make me look good. That's fucking crazy, dude. My girlfriend's gotta be dressed to the nines at all times. Yeah, I make my girlfriend sleep in a Gucci dress, red bottom Louboutins, and she's gotta be in full glam, just in case we get robbed in the middle of the night. I would hate for those robbers to think I don't have a bunch of money and nice things in the house they're currently robbing. And as you can see on his old TikTok videos, a lot of them weren't really cracking 100,000 views until he posted the one that I just showed you, which got over 600,000 views. And ever since that video, he's been posting content that's very pro-rich man and also like trad positive videos, I guess you could call them.
What do women bring to the table? If the table is the relationship, a man's responsibility is typically to put the meat on the table.
Pause, bro. It's a man's duty to flop their wiener on the table.
And the woman's responsibility is typically to set the table. And what that means is that a woman civilizes a man. They do this sort of instinctually. It's like a part of their process of selecting a mate. Like they're looking for the potential in men.
And it's like, again, I guess these videos are better than his old videos, but I don't think these are necessarily good by any means. The videos he's making now are still like a little misogynistic, but they're just like disguised a little bit, you know? Before he was just like, yo, women are literally farm animals. But now he's like put a bow tie on everything. Because in the videos, he's like kind of insinuating that women like can't achieve wealth on on their own.
Whether you like it or not, women like men who can provide for them.
And he's also encouraging these traditional patriarchal gender roles where the man has to be the provider, you know, and flop his wiener on the table. And then the girl just stays home and puts pie on a windowsill to cool all day long, you know? Like, I feel like he still doesn't fully understand, like, modern relationships.
Why would a woman be with a man in the first place if he's not going to provide for them?
I don't know, man. Love? A romantic attraction, maybe? Perhaps a deep emotional connection with another human being that transcends monetary value? I don't know. Like, what the fuck? Dude, when I first met my now wife, Jenna, I had zero money. Goose egg. I wish I had a goose egg. I could sell it. But I didn't. I had nothing. I didn't even have that. Dude, I was in college with student loans, so essentially I had negative money. My bank account was fucking gluten-free, dude, because I had no bread. But she didn't care about that because she liked me for me. She likes me for me. She liked me as a person, right? But hey, you know, what do I know? I'm just happily married to the love of my life, and this guy is not. So around the end of last year, Russell started doing these like TikTok live streams, and then he would like clip segments from the live stream and upload them as clips to his TikTok account. And that Russell Hartley core video that I showed you earlier, I believe like a majority of those clips are taken from his live streams. And during these streams, he'll talk to his audience about like dating in general, and mostly around dating rich men. And the first live stream clip he posted was titled "How to Be a Gold Digger." And it is way too long. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but it essentially boiled down to if you want to start dating a rich man, you just have to start working all the time. So whenever the rich man asks you what you're up to, you're like,
"Oh, sorry, I can't. I don't know. I'm a nighttime bartender or whatever."
And then when the rich man hears that, he's going to be like, "Okay, well, I'll just pay you what you would have made tonight at work, and then you can come hang out with me instead." And then you just do that forever, I guess.
I'll just cover your night so you can just come over here instead. That's how it works with rich men. I promise you.
Fellas, I don't care how rich you are. Don't do that. Okay. I know it sounds crazy, but some girls actually enjoy what they do for work. What the fuck? Imagine like a rich guy talking to like a trauma surgeon and doing that. "I'll just pay you what you usually make, and then you come hang out with me." And then they're out to dinner while there's a guy like bleeding out to death or something. And that How to Be a Gold Digger video got over 1 million views. So he's been posting that exact same content ever since, and it's performing like really well consistently. I gotta hand it to him. It's like he's like getting more views than he did like back in 2020. So the rebrand seems successful, right? He went from having a primarily male audience in 2020, using language that would appeal to young single men that would in turn convert into them buying his dating course or whatever. And there's actual proof of this on his website. To this day, there's a bunch of testimonials from people who bought his texting course. They're all from dudes that are just like, "Thank you so much, Russell, for teaching me how to text girls."
The course so far has gotten me cheesy. Great stuff.
But a scroll through his comment section today paints a wildly different picture. Now his audience are mostly women who are commenting stuff like, "Keep me on the rich men algorithm, please. Who are you and why are you a girl's girl? You need to be a girl dad." I'm not so sure about that one, based on Russell's past behavior. His daughter would come home from her first shift at Starbucks or something, and he'd be like, "And I'll be taking my 50% cut. Thank you so much." And the general reaction to this new style of content has been mostly positive, but there has been a fair amount of negative feedback as well, so let's take a look at that. Ladies, please do your own research before falling for blank statements like this. This man is just capitalizing on what he thinks women want to hear. Hating women didn't work, so now he's going to try hating on men. Nailed it, dude. I'm going to give that comment 5 big booms. Boom! Boom! He straight up used to be like, "Women live life on easy mode," and "Women are horses in your stable," and "Give me 50% of your money," allegedly. But since that obviously didn't work out very well, he's completely switched to the other side, and now he's like, "Yes, queen, not me being one of the girls." And guys, obviously, people can change. I know that. We've all done things in our past we're not proud of. And in a perfect world, I would love to take all of this content at face value and be like, "Okay, great. He's a little better now. Yay." But I don't know, man. It's one thing when like a fully grown adult is called out for something they did when they were a teenager, but I think we should be a little more skeptical when just a few years ago, this dude co-founded a company that was allegedly taking 50% of women's earnings. Dude, like, that's gonna take a little bit to get past, you know? Like, that is just straight up evil behavior. I don't think you do that if you're ill-informed or like that doesn't accidentally happen, you know? Your Honor, owning that agency was a complete mistake. I fell down on a bunch of paperwork in the business registry office and I accidentally created a legit LLC. And then my phone was hacked and someone made all those websites and sent all those DMs. I'm a good guy. There was another video I saw from a creator named Makeup Fresh, and they brought up a really good point about Russell's rebrand as well.
That man was a woman-hating grifter, and now he is a man-hating grifter.
Sorry, grifter, I hardly know her.
If they have specific stances like him, his new stance, he should be talking to men, not women. He should be talking to men because if he really believed what he was saying, he would want men to change, not women.
But it's a good point. Like, if your whole thing is being a rich, successful man, why not just preach to men about those values? Straight up, I feel like he squeezed like every penny he could out of like lonely, single men. And now that the well is dry, he's trying to do the same thing to like lonely, single women. And there are tons of videos like this of people like critiquing this new Russell rebrand. And this next one in particular got 1.5 million views and 200,000 likes. So it's nice knowing that I'm not alone in this situation. Other people feel this way, so that's good.
If you're believing anything that this grifter fucking says, you should not be dating, because you need to tighten up a little bit, because you're gonna get played.
And also, dude, his whole thing is men should be providing for their partner. Rich men can get any girl they want. Gold diggers are awesome. Then bro, where is the woman you're providing for? As far as I can see anywhere online, this is a single man. Practice what you preach, dude. What the fuck? This is like when Gal Gadot did that Huawei phone advertisement on her Twitter page where she posted the ad from her iPhone. It's the exact same thing, dude. Ain't it just the worst when someone promotes something they don't actually use? Well, I'm happy to tell you that's not the case with today's sponsor, Midas Merge. Guys, Midas Merge sponsored one of my videos 2 months ago, and straight up, I've been playing this game ever since then. If you've never heard of Midas Merge, let me explain it real quick. Midas Merge is a Merge 3 game where players combine creatures and treasures strategically, completing quests and harnessing the sun's energy to dispel the darkness cast by Nyx, the goddess of night. And folks, this game is so adorable, it's insane. And I'm really glad I gave it a chance because honestly, this is not the type of game that I would think to start playing, but it really is a lot of fun and super rewarding. You get all these cute little creatures that you can evolve by merging items. My favorite are the crystal fawns, which can transform into these even cuter level 3 creatures. Adorable. And like I said, in the world of Midas Merge, the Gardens of Gold have been cast under shadow by the evil goddess of night, and you have to restore brightness to the garden and free its inhabitants. And I really love the gameplay because you're able to like clearly see your progression over time, and it's super satisfying figuring out ways to merge your way through the map. And one of my least favorite things about most mobile games these days is they always need to be connected to the internet. But get this, you can dive into the enchanting world of Midas Merge anytime, anywhere, no Wi-Fi needed. Dude, I went to New York a few weeks ago and I was playing this game 30,000 feet in the air when my phone was on airplane mode. Midas Merge is also free to download and ad-free with no dead ends, so you can always merge and explore without interruptions. And I've got exciting news. Be among the first 100 to install via my link or the QR code on screen and receive a unique Mox Fox level 1. This cute little creature boosts your garden progress and will be personalized with my name. What the heck? So don't miss out and download now by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on screen right now. I've truly been having a blast playing Midas Merge the past few months. Like I said before, it's genuinely such a rewarding and enjoyable game, and I seriously cannot recommend it enough to you guys. Because once you start merging and uncovering all these adorable little surprises, you'll be hooked immediately. Thank you so much to Midas Merge for sponsoring this video. Back to the video. But again, who knows? You know, maybe he is a changed man. I watched a video on his YouTube channel where he reacted to his old TikToks, and to his credit, he admits that the stable comparison he used was a little insensitive.
The stable part, I get that. I honestly, looking back on it now, I get where people can see that and be like, whoa, hang on a second. Well, women aren't horses.
Okay, well, no, I guess he just said he sees why people would interpret it as misogynistic. He never actually claims that it was. And that's always a good way to take accountability. Sorry you felt that way. That's on you. I didn't even know horses could get offended. But then there's another part of the video where he talks about like all the backlash he received. And he said it was like a really difficult time.
I lost businesses. My mother was getting death threats and doxxed, and I had to move, and people were filming me outside my house. It was like a whole thing.
And obviously, I don't support any of that, no matter who I'm talking about in my videos. Like, it's never the goal is to be like, yeah, let's fucking ruin their lives. That's fucking, like, don't send death threats, especially not to someone's mom, dude. That's crazy. Like, if someone sent a death threat to my mom, I'd be fucking pissed, dude. The only person who could threaten to kill my mom is me. When she told me I was playing too much Left 4 Dead on my Xbox 360. And yes, that happened last week. But he does say that he learned a lot from his mistakes.
Learned a lot of lessons, and I definitely over time have learned about myself, about kind of what I want to be.
He then went on to denounce Red Pill podcast as a whole, which I think is also good.
The Red Pill men's podcast style, sit at a round table where it's just a bunch of men in their 30s and 40s berating women. And I never wanted to be a part of that. Those guys invited me to their show a couple of times, and I never did it.
And I think you can be the judge of all this at the end of the day. But we do have more things to discuss about this whole situation that I think will help you make up your mind in the end. So Russell has been putting in work on this rebrand, dude. In my Siren Agency video, I referenced an article that they paid to have published so they could seem like a legitimate business. And history repeats itself because we've got another paid article to coincide with Russell's rebrand from the iconic Los Angeles Wire. Huh? Why are you publishing this? You can see at the top there, it says branded content, and on their site, it says, we may have been compensated by the contributor who wrote the contributor content or whose product or service is the subject of the article in exchange for publishing the article as so-called native advertising. So this is not an article that a journalist wrote because it was an interesting story to tell. This was paid for by Russell or someone on Russell's team. I don't know exactly who paid for it, or maybe as a secret admirer that just was really rooting for him. It's also fucking poorly written as well. It seems like someone went to ChatGPT and was like, can you write a nice article about me? I'm Russell Hartley. Can you write a nice article about me? Here's a few excerpts. The secret behind Hartley's appeal lies in his authenticity and relatability. Unlike many influencers who curate their online personas to match perceived expectations, Hartley remains true to himself, an approach that has endeared him to millions. Yeah, that's true. He's remained true to himself for years. He's always had the same opinions. He has never switched up or anything. And here's the end, which is my favorite. In conclusion, though subtly so, Russell Hartley stands at the forefront of a cultural shift facilitated by social media, yet rooted deeply in timeless values. As one of TikTok's most eligible bachelor continues to spread his message far wide through captivating content coupled with actionable advice. Whatever the fuck that means. If you handed this in for like a 6th grade English project, you'd fucking fail, dude. This is dog shit. I also found this Yahoo Finance article that's pretty much the exact same as the other one. They've just changed a few words around slightly. Like at the end, instead of in conclusion, though subtly so, they put in summary, albeit subtly. Just so, like, what the fuck are these, man? If he actually did pay for these, I hope he asked for a refund, dude. Because I don't think these accomplished anything at all. And if you think the photo in this article looks like a paparazzi pic, that's because it is. That is a real paparazzi photo of Russell Hartley. Wow. And I found the paparazzi video that goes along with it, and it is fucking bizarre. So I really want to show that to you guys. It's from a channel called Rav, and this video is titled Russell Hartley USA Most Eligible Bachelor Talks Outside BOA.
What's up, guys? How's it going? Oh, sorry. I didn't even know you were coming out right now. Turn my shit off and everything. Did you just have dinner or what?
Yeah, we just catch up with some friends at BOA.
What's up, man? What's up, what's up? How's the food here at BOA? I never eat here.
I love BOA. I come here all the time. I live here in the hills, so
okay, so you're
convenient for me.
I feel like you're the guy I see like on TikTok and stuff, right?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Come on, man. Come on. You expect me to believe this celebrity paparazzi was just waiting outside of this restaurant for an A-list celebrity to walk out, and then he was like, oh shit, no way, it's that TikTok live streamer. Like, no shot, dude.
What did I see? Was it USA's most eligible bachelor?
Yeah, what did I see? What did I see in the email that you sent me prior to this?
For real though, how did that happen, and what did you think when you saw that?
Dude, I fucking love this paparazzi, dude. He is giving it his all. How did that happen? And what did you think when you saw that?
Well, it's funny because I started talking about like men paying on dates and stuff like that.
I know. I was looking at your stuff actually just the other day, to be honest.
Yeah.
Fucking slow day in LA. If the paparazzis are taking pictures of this fucking guy, dude. But anyways, the paparazzi then segues into a very normal and natural question that perfectly coincides with Russell Hartley's rebrand.
When I look at the comments, though, I do feel like it's mostly like women that are commenting, and it's pretty positive.
Russell doesn't actually get the opportunity to respond to this observation because the paparazzi is just so jazzed about this entire interaction.
Yeah. How you doing, by the way? My name is Will. How you doing, Julie? Okay, wait, are you still an eligible bachelor?
Russell then shows shows off his McLaren and gives some advice to the eligible bachelors out there.
What would be your advice? What would be your advice?
Just be a gentleman. The video ends with the paparazzi giggling at how nice these cars are.
Both of those are nice.
And again, maybe this is real. Maybe this paparazzi guy just so happened to be outside of this restaurant, and then a TikToker walked out, and he was like, yes, all the hours waiting was worth it. I knew ignoring Justin Bieber was a good idea, so I had enough room on my memory card for Russell Hartley. You know, and then he got this great piece of content. Who knows? It does seem a little manufactured, though, I will say. And celebrities call the paparazzi on themselves all the fucking time, so I think this was probably pre-planned in advance, because the fact that it wasn't just photos, like it was a full video of him asking a bunch of specific questions that perfectly align with Russell's new image, like, it's a little fishy, right? And looking at this paparazzi guy's other videos, it seems like people reach out to this guy just to promote whatever they have going on. For example, this video with a rapper named Yaki. In the video, she's in like a random shopping plaza, and this paparazzi guy just so happens to be there also.
Now, I had seen online that you were going to be doing something like here soon in LA. Is that coming up, or I don't even know?
I don't even know.
Or I don't even know.
I don't know. You do know.
Coming up, or I don't even know.
That's so funny to think of a paparazzi who's just like way too specific about this shit. Whoa, I didn't even know you were gonna be here. I love your TikToks. Hey, thanks, man. Hey, tell me about that donation you made this morning. Oh my god, that's so embarrassing. I didn't even know you knew about that. Yeah, so basically I donated $10,000 to the ocean. Oh, awesome. Tell me about the Sorry, do you really want me to say this? What am I paying you for? Okay. Tell me about the penis shortening surgery you had. Whoa, okay. This guy did his research. Yeah, it was just too big, man. All the girls were complaining about it. You guys hear that?
Shut your fucking mouth!
Can you pay me now? Pay you with what? I threw all my money in the ocean. No offense to the rapper for doing this if this was all pre-planned. It's so much work to get people to come out to shows, and this is a pretty smart way of doing that, so I'm not trying to like dunk on that person. I'm just using that as an example. Back to Russell, okay? I'll say it. This rebrand is rubbing me the wrong way. I think if he was actually a changed person because of his past mistakes, I think he would just be that. You know? Like, it'd be kind of crazy to make all those personal changes in private, you know, to like genuinely better yourself, and then to be like, all right, now it's time to pay a publicist so people know that I'm a good guy. Like, that just seems disingenuous to me. I feel like he's spending more time on the optics of the rebrand than actually like trying to be a better person, right? Okay, so while I was editing this video, I found something pretty crazy. I was reading that Yahoo Finance article, and at the top it said, this is a paid press release. Contact the press release distributor directly with any inquiries. And if you scroll down to the bottom, it says the press contact is Glazers Media. Bro's glazing. So I looked up Glazers Media and I went to their website, and it is fucking wild, dude. There's a little bio on their front page, and then a little further down, they outline their 3-step process. Step 1, follow the money. Optimize your offering, determine how attention will make you money. Step number 2, sell your story. Figure out where your audience is and tell your story there. Book, videos, etc. And then step number 3, amplify. Use media like press, TV, podcasts, live stages, influencers, etc. to amplify your story. And it's pretty crazy because this 3-step process is pretty much exactly what's happening in front of us. Determine how attention will make you money. He's getting a lot of attention and making money from it. Sell your story. And I guess he assumed his audience is watching random paparazzi videos on YouTube. So that's what they did in step 3, dude. Like, they used articles, paparazzis, even morning news.
Russell Hartley is here to share why he's known as TikTok's most eligible bachelor.
I'm not against PR firms. Obviously, that's like a huge part of the entertainment industry. But it seems like Glazers Media in particular has a specialty, because it says on their website that they specialize in reputation management, get uncanceled, better yet, build a wall. E! News published Glazers Media's CEO as #1 on the list of top reputation management experts celebrities turn to in crisis. But we don't just work with celebrities. We first amplify your side of the story through positive press. Second, suppress the negative false narrative using top SEO methods. Third, permanently de-index and remove defamatory content using a vast legal network of intellectual property, copyright, trademark, and defamation experts. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. And the cherry on top of all of that is the thing they use to advertise this aspect of the business is a picture of the Glazers Media Media CEO, posing with Tucker Carlson. My dog hates Tucker Carlson, man. Oh, and also at the bottom of the page, to further legitimize the CEO of Glazers Media, there's an article titled, Photos of Vito Glazers with Andrew and Tristan Tate resurface. Just a little tip, if you ever want to advertise like how awesome you are, don't cite an article that has the word resurface in the title, you know? I feel like nothing good has ever resurfaced. And dude, this is all on their like public website that I really didn't have to look that hard to find, dude. This is insane. So yeah, man, after seeing all this shit, I am fully convinced this rebrand is 100% manufactured. I fucking don't believe it for a second. And I fucking wish I saw this before I filmed everything, because everything I talk about later in this video makes so much more sense now after seeing all this. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting and wanted to include it in the video. Back to me. I think influencer rebranding in general is a pretty tricky subject, because when a company rebrands, you know, they switch up their logo or they switch up their slogan or something, but they essentially have the same product. When an influencer rebrands, I always feel really weird about it, because that's like a human being. You know what I mean? It's a person. That's like a human person with like emotions and memories. Like they're not like a product. It's weird, right? For example, when David Dobrik almost fucking killed Jeff Wittick and then all those other crazy allegations were popping up, he took a few years off and then he came back and he was like, hey guys, I'm back with muscles now. Yup, the guy you hate is out of shape and I'm not. Therefore, you don't hate me. And obviously, people don't stay the exact same their entire lives. That'd be insane. And when it comes to a purely creative endeavor, I think rebranding is necessary, not to fucking lose your mind. I think the videos I'm making now are a little different than the ones I made like 5 years ago, right? Even though this is a continuation of a video I made 5 years ago. But no, like fucking Addison Rae used to be a Hype House member, TikTok dancer, and now she's like a popular musician performing with Charlie XCX. Jojo Siwa used to be like a kids musician, and now she's... I don't really know what she's doing now, but, you know, it's different. But when you use your platform to solely get attention from a certain group of people, to then leverage that attention just to sell a fucking product, i.e. Russell's old coaching programs, it's hard to believe your new outlook on life is genuine when you're essentially doing the same thing you did before, but just with a different audience, right? Which brings us to why I think he's doing all of this. Money, 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 money. When you go to his TikTok page on your burner account because he blocked you, he has a pinned playlist titled Get a Bag of Money. Click here. And in this playlist, there are 2 videos.
You guys know what's happening with this TikTok shop thing? Stay-at-home mom's making a ton of money, like insane levels of money on TikTok right now. Like crazy amounts. Like it's actually crazy. I work with TikTok directly. I've been on social media a long time.
Okay, sorry. Saying I work with TikTok directly is fucking so funny, dude. Could not be more vague. I actually work with TikTok directly. There's a little button on my phone with the TikTok logo, and when I press it, TikTok opens directly on my phone. Beat that. Dude, I'm gonna start telling people I work for Google. All right? That's the exact same shit.
I'll show you. I'll put together a little packet.
A packet? If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. All right, sorry, let's watch the second video. The caption is, it's a gold rush right now.
How do you make money? Girls, listen. Right now, my latest project is I'm working with TikTok. I'm a TikTok shop partner. The shop right now is crazy. Women are making money. You won't need a man. It's like that right now. It's insane.
Whoa! You hear that, ladies? You won't even need a man. Ladies, doesn't that make you feel awesome? Like, how the fuck would someone hear that and be like, yeah, no, that's a girl's girl right there, dude. Like, that's so insulting. The only way that you could support yourself financially is with a rich man. Or clicking the link in my bio, queen. He also has a little blurb in his TikTok bio that says, make money on TT, and it points to a link. And when you go to that site, you get this. And as you can see, this is on getcoaching.io, as in I owe a bunch of OnlyFans creators a bunch of money. Allegedly. No, this is his coaching website that he was using all the way back in 2020. How to make money on TikTok with Russell Hartley by reviewing products that you get for free from the TikTok shop. Breaking down how people are making money by reviewing products on TikTok with Russell Hartley. There's a little write-up about him, and at the bottom of the page, there's a button to sign up for the free live training. Whoa. Free live training? So maybe he isn't doing this for money after all. That's so sweet of him, man. He's teaching people ways to make money out of the kindness of his own heart. So obviously, I signed up for this free live training, and I can confirm It didn't ask me for any credit card details or anything to sign up for the actual training session. So I watched the live training and I learned a lot. This webinar was about an hour and a half long, and Russell went through all the details on how people are making insane amounts of money right now using the TikTok shop. He starts off the presentation by giving a brief explanation on affiliate marketing on TikTok shop.
People are making TikTok videos, selling and promoting products for the viewer's consumption and getting paid directly through TikTok.
Transparently, this was all news to me because we actually don't have TikTok shop up here in Canada. I straight up heard about TikTok shop for the first time like a few months ago. But if you're unfamiliar with affiliate marketing, a company will give their product to a creator, usually for free, and that creator will post about said product. And if any of their followers purchase that product using their link, that creator gets a percentage of that purchase. And this has been around for a very long time online, but it is especially lucrative on TikTok shop because the shopping aspect is directly integrated into the video platform. So if you see a video of a creator like advertising a product, it just takes a few taps on the app and you've already purchased it, and then you can keep using the app. Like, it's pretty seamless. So what the hell does Russell Hartley do in that equation? Don't worry, he'll get there. First, he's got to play a clip from a Cher interview.
When you get older, I wish you'd hurry to get older so that you would settle down and marry a rich man. And I said, Mom, I am a rich man.
Isn't that funny?
Isn't that hilarious?
I am a rich man.
A woman making money on her own.
Isn't that funny?
He then goes into this whole spiel about how owning a business is the fucking worst thing you could ever do.
Owning a business means that you deliver a product to customers. It's a lot of work.
You know, it's way too time consuming and overwhelming.
Typical business, you have to deal with endless problems. You got research and development, product costs, inventory management, logistics, customer support, payroll, you name it. Most businesses are lucky to profit 20%.
And it's just like the absolute last thing you would ever want to do, okay? And remember that for later. He then shows his own personal TikTok shop.
I have a shop on TikTok. I have some products and stuff on there. You guys might know that already. I make t-shirts, like crew necks.
Oh yeah, dude, he has merch. Holy fuck. Okay, forgot about that. Let's go see Russell Hartley's merch. Anteater. I hardly know her. He's got 100% certified gold digger. It's so ugly, man. Also, this is offensive to real gold diggers, man. If you're not fucking knee deep in a river panning for gold, don't wear this shit, man. Future rich wife club. Pretty ain't cheap. Thank you card to my ex. Okay, send a sincere thank you to the person who saved you from a lifetime of misery. And all this is marketed towards like straight women. So if they're sending this card to their ex-boyfriend or ex-husband, they are not going to understand this at all, okay? The back of the card says, thank you so much for saving my life. You know how dumb dudes are? Your ex-boyfriend will not pick up on that sarcasm, dude. They'll get that card and be like, thank you for saving my life. I guess we're back together now. So yeah, he shows the back end of his TikTok shop. He's got a whopping 0 listings sold. Damn, this guy knows how to sell some products.
It's not like a high income generating business per se.
Yeah, it's no income generating, dude. And throughout this webinar, sorry, every time I say the word webinar, I feel like a year is taken off my life. That is the most embarrassing word to say out loud. Through this webinar, he says the same thing over and over again. And the message he's trying to portray is, you don't have to have a bunch of followers to start doing this, okay? You're going to start making videos, one could hit the algorithm and pop off. And that is true for the most part, but the way he's saying that is like the worst way you could say it.
Most of these people that I'm showing you here are nobodies. They're not famous influencers, they're just nothing. They're just literally non-famous nobodies.
They're nobodies. They're nothing. They're dust in the wind. They have no followers. They're nothing to anyone. When he said that, all I could think of was that fucking I Think You Should Leave sketch with the babysitter.
It's like a hit and run.
Oh my God.
Should we call the cops?
Cops said that like the people she hit are just kind of like nothing.
Non-famous nobodies.
Like they don't matter.
To Russell's credit though, the next slide gives a disclaimer about like what people can actually earn while doing this. You're not going to become a multimillionaire overnight, which is nice because I feel like a lot of times people when they're selling shit, they're like, you'll make $1 billion a second. So I guess it's nice that he's trying to stifle people's expectations a little bit.
The woman on the right is doing cleaning supplies and she made about 152 grand herself.
But at the same time, I guess he's doing the exact opposite. So I don't know.
Stay-at-home mom's making a ton of money, like insane levels of money.
He then shows an example of TikTok shop affiliate marketing. This is video of a girl advertising a broom called the Helio Air Broom. And it says that she sold 15,000 units and earned $7 a sale. So she apparently made $105,000 from just that one video. And if that's true, that's fucking crazy. You know, good for her. That's wild. Because according to Russell, people doing this aren't even influencers.
7,000 followers. That's nothing. This is a regular girl. She's not an influencer. She's getting stuff for free on the TikTok shop. She's posting about it. And this girl's making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month.
Okay, not an influencer, but she's getting free product from a company in order to advertise it and make money for herself. Hate to break it to you, my man, but that is quite literally the exact definition of influencer, dude. She is influencing people to buy shit. And it was truly fascinating watching this presentation, just knowing Russell Hartley's past and how he used to market himself, because there are several times throughout this webinar where he is like directly speaking to strictly women. Like he knows for a fact that there are no dudes watching this right now.
Y'all got sisters or sisters-in-law? You ever come over to your house and you're like, gotta get that bottle opener? Hey girl, watch this. And it goes just like that and takes the cork out automatically. And they're like, oh my God, that's so cute. And then you're like, oh my God, yeah, I know. It's so cool. It's so cool, right? He's like, where'd you get that? A TikTok shop.
Bro, like that's like a middle schooler's impression of a woman, dude.
TikTok shop.
But there is like pretty much only women there. You can see in the chat the whole time. Andrea, Astrid, Lala, Isabella, Tish, Stacy. I don't want to assume anyone's genders, but you know, I don't think I've ever met a dude named Lala. What's up, bro? I'm Lala. We then get a slide where he's, you know, selling the dream to all the single moms watching this webinar. Imagine a life where you wake up, get your packages from the mailbox, make a couple videos reviewing the things you received is spelt wrong, and then use the rest of your time enjoying your hobbies and living your life. And now's the time we finally learn what this is all about.
This is my company, Rise. I call it, you're only one post away, because that's literally how it is. I'm directly partnered with TikTok, like I said.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell.
Ding, 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 ding. Another company, dude. Right after saying owning a business is the fucking worst thing you could ever do, why would anyone do that? He is pitching his company, dude. And spoiler alert, I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit because he doesn't reveal the price to people until the very, very end. But to be a part of Rise, which is this TikTok shop partner agency, it is $146 to start, and then after that it is $49 a month,
and then a $49 a month service fee.
The $49 a month pays for a dedicated social media manager, a dedicated product manager, additional free samples, higher commissions, monthly retainers, and health benefits for elite creators. But the rest of the flat fee up front, the $97 that you pay at the beginning on top of the first $49, that's for academy tuition. Of course. It's always a course, bro. Every fucking time with these dudes, it's a course. And this is to learn how to sell stuff? What do you know about sales, man?
And the only way to make money is if you do it my way. Inside of Rise, you learn how to make money in my way.
Yeah, that's the best way. That's the best way to make money. Clearly, it's not, dude. And that's the other thing I've always wondered when people like sell courses with all these claims of people making like hundreds of thousands of dollars per video, and they know all the secrets. And if you know all those secrets to get super rich, why not just use all those secrets to get super rich? Why the fuck are you selling a course, dude? Shouldn't you just be doing affiliate marketing yourself? It's like if it's the best way to make money. But after I heard something he said later on in this video, I think I understand why he does the managing instead of the actual affiliate marketing.
How many sales people do you have in Rise? You mean like other sellers that are happening? We have over 700 sellers right now.
So there are over 700 sellers in the program right now, and they're supposedly making a bunch of money. So if that's happening, good for them. But I'm gonna do a little bit of math real quick. So 700 people paid $146 just to start doing this, which adds up to $102,200. And that just goes right to Russell's company, okay, before they even get anything. And then, assuming nobody cancels their subscription, with the $49 per month, that's an additional $34,300 a month that goes right to Russell's company. And that money is going right to him. He doesn't have to make any content. That's money that goes directly to him without worrying about one of his affiliate marketing video getting into the algorithm and actually converting to sales, you know? That's coming directly from like vulnerable women, a lot of stay-at-home moms.
Stay-at-home moms making a ton of money
that are trying to make more money to cover their bills or like put their fucking kids in a nice daycare and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's crazy, right? So the way this business works is Rise is essentially a official TikTok shop partner and creator network, which are real legitimate things that do exist. And they pretty much all claim to do the things that Russell said that they do. On the TikTok shop official website, there's a whole page dedicated to TikTok shop affiliate partners, or TAPs. And I think that's what Rise would be, because I looked up what TikTok shop partners, or TSPs, are. And a TSP deal more with the sellers of the actual product, and the TAPs, TikTok shop affiliate partners, they deal more with the creators who are doing the affiliate marketing. Agencies share product links with the creators so they can add the products to their showcases and promote them. The commission splitting is then completed online via the tool. Partner campaigns offer several benefits. For agencies, a new revenue stream that allows agencies to collect commission from sellers by setting up affiliate campaigns on their behalf. For sellers, a way to outsource the creation of campaigns and selection of creators to agency. For creators, more opportunities to earn affiliate commissions from product lists curated by the agencies. So it can be beneficial for everybody involved, but one line in there made me raise an eyebrow. A new revenue stream that allows agencies to collect commission from sellers by setting up affiliate campaigns on their behalf. And then further down in the article it says, click into the campaign details page to see all the registered products as well as the commission rates they are offering for this campaign. Note that this is the total commission rate that will be paid to you and the creators in the campaign. So if this is saying what I think it's saying, Russell's agency is not only receiving $49 flat fee a month from every member, they are also receiving a separate commission from that seller when that single mom who works 2 jobs, who loves her kids and never stops, makes a sale. And look, I wouldn't be mad about this if signing up for Rise was free, but it's not. It's $146 up front and then $49 a month. And then on top of that, they're still taking a commission from a sale that you make. Like, what the fuck? And like I said, I'm in Canada, so I had no idea about any of this TikTok shop crap. We just got FM radio like last year, okay? I had to do a bunch of research on the TikTok shop to see if this business model that he's selling is legitimate. And I have seen a few other agencies doing the same thing as Rise and also charging people a monthly fee. So it's not just Rise. I think the whole thing is yucky, in my personal opinion. I don't know. I feel like as a creator, if you are providing a service to not only the agency and the seller, making the videos, posting them yourself on your own channel, you shouldn't also have to pay them your own money. It's like if the agency is making a commission on the back end as well, like that should be enough for them. Well, let's get back to the webinar, okay? Maybe the services they provide are actually worth $49 a month.
You get a dedicated social media manager. Now, what a dedicated social media manager does is your analytics.
Nice. All right. They do your analytics. That's actually amazing, guys. Like, you don't know the half of it. That is the worst part about being a creator, man. Every day I'm like, I gotta do my analytics. My analytics are due. Bro, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's so nothing. Guys, here's how you do your analytics, okay? You open up your analytics, you look at them. There you go. You're done. You've done your analytics. The fuck are you talking about, man?
Catered niche video recommendations, growth strategies, and one-on-one support.
Yeah, bro, like you don't need any of this. Maybe for TikTok shop you do. I don't know. I'm familiar with this whole world, but if you want to make videos, just make videos, man. That's oversimplified, you know, and I may be biased because this is what I do for a living, but like even so, if you want information about like growth strategies and shit, like you can find all of that for free online, like so many places. For example, I found this video on YouTube that is teaching basically everything that Russell is teaching for free.
This is all free information, okay? I don't have a course to sell you. This isn't some type of sales pitch.
The only thing you're really paying for is the opportunity to be signed to his agency. But an agency that you have to pay to be a part of is a huge red flag in my own personal opinion and experience. But let's get back to it.
Pay to play. All right? So, straight up, straight up, this is a gold rush right now. And I'm a gold digger, baby. The thing is, here's the thing.
No shot, dude. No fucking way he's using the keep gambling meme format unironically, dude. It's also very fitting for him to compare this whole thing to the gold rush.
This is a gold rush right now.
Because historically, the people who made the most money during the gold rush were the people selling the shovels. Russell is essentially selling metaphorical shovels to these women who want to make a bunch of money on TikTok. Sure, you could do this by yourself and use your hands to dig in the dirt for gold. But it'd be so much easier if you just paid me money and I gave you the tools that will help. At least with the gold rush, you didn't have to pay a monthly fee for your shovel to keep working.
I don't take from creators. I foster them. I make them good. I incubate them. I make them good salesmen. And then once they start making videos that sell and make themselves money and TikTok starts making money, then TikTok pays me.
Okay, well, that's a lie. You do take money from creators. You're taking $49 a month from them. But again, hey, what do I know? I might be wrong, right? There is an option for agencies to not take a commission if they don't want to. Like, it's not a mandatory thing. So maybe he isn't, right? He probably doesn't need to take a commission because he's making fucking $49 a month from each person in this fucking program, dude. The other thing I'm confused about is he keeps saying that you can just start making videos immediately and start affiliate marketing immediately, pushing products and stuff. You don't have to wait. You just do it.
We have people start TikTok accounts following my training. They started a TikTok account from zero and made money within their first 7 days.
But everyone online says you need 5,000 followers on TikTok to be approved to be an affiliate marketer. So maybe if you're part of an agency, you can like circumvent that process. I don't know. He then starts talking about all the benefits you get if you become an elite creator within Rise. And later in the live, he clarifies that that to become an elite creator, you need to be generating at least $500 of gross merchandise value per month. And if you achieve that, the spoils. And the spoils are abundant. You get one of his awesome gold digger sweaters.
If you guys get to an elite seller inside of Rise, I'll send you a sweater.
Which is pretty cool because those are impossible to find, man. They're always selling out. And then apparently you also get health benefits, just like Siren Agency.
If you're with Rise, I have a backstage access to everything you guys do. I can see all your numbers, I can see all your access, I can see all your data. Any problems with TikTok whatsoever, I can get it fixed just like that. Because we have a rep at TikTok, we'll call them up.
Okay, if that's true, although I wouldn't be a fan of him having access to all my personal shit on my TikTok page, it is beneficial to have someone on the back end. Like if any problems arise, because especially if you're a smaller creator, getting in contact with TikTok can be very difficult and things can be pretty slow. So if you have someone to expedite that process, that is good. I don't know if it's worth $50 a month, but you know, that's to each their own. And at the end of the webinar, after he revealed the price, he set off a timer for 30 minutes to indicate how long people have to hop on this deal.
I'll put this timer on the screen. So here's my offer.
Even though I've had the checkout page open for fucking days and it's the exact same amount still, so he just put that timer on the screen to evoke a false sense of urgency so he could pressure people into purchasing the thing right now, which is very awesome and kind of cool. He then spends the next 30 minutes answering some questions from the women watching this webinar, and we got some good nuggets during this segment.
I guess we're all co-workers now. That's right, Laren, we are. We're working together now.
Yeah, all co-workers now. You know how you have to pay your job $146 up front when you get hired, and then there's no guarantee of any income no matter how many hours you put into the work, but then you also get to pay them $49 a month. My dream job. Great.
I am in. Nice, Zoe. I have knee surgery and plan to spend my time learning and how to make money online. That a girl.
Knee surgery, you say? He then gets a pretty gnarly comment that I actually can't believe is real.
Thank you for making it affordable. Of course, Vanessa.
Thanks for making it affordable? It's not. That's not $49 a month, dude. That's wild.
I make money from TikTok. So I need you guys to pay a little something because I know if you don't pay something, you're not going to do it. It's like if I give you free concert tickets, you're not going to go to that concert. I need you to pay something so that I know that you're going to try and dedicate yourself to this.
Yeah, he's doing you a favor by letting you pay him. You should be thanking him. This is the women empowering message that he's been preaching all along. Either marry a rich man or pay an already rich man so you can maybe make the same amount of money as he does.
Yes, queen, slay!
But guys, the rebrand is clearly working, and this next comment perfectly illustrates that.
70-year gold digger videos that entice me to your webinar. Great. I'm glad. That's right. I'm a gold digger too, baby.
And he pretty much went the entire webinar without the old Russell creeping through. You know, you could see a few hints of the old Russell in the way he imitates women.
A TikTok shop.
Or calls women with no following nobodies.
Non-famous nobodies.
But he could not go more than 90 minutes without falling back into his old ways.
You're here at Rise. You're inside of my TikTok shop partnered agency. You're under my umbrella now. You're in my little chicken coop. You're in my little chicken coop.
What the hell?
Oh my god, dude. Russell Hartley, stop comparing women to farm animals challenge. Level impossible. You could have said anything else, man. You're all mares in my stable. You're all chickens in my coop. Fucking Jesus, man. Old McDonald over here cannot help himself, man.
You're in my little chicken coop.
I don't know, dude. This whole thing just seems like a fucking waste of money in my personal opinion. Assuming you actually do get all these benefits like more free samples, higher commission, possibly circumventing the affiliate requirements, and possible retainers from companies, I feel like you shouldn't have to pay a monthly fee for these benefits if Russell's company is already making a commission from the seller every time a sale is made, or he gets paid from TikTok, as he says.
Then TikTok pays me.
And at the same time, it seems like a creator who is a part of Rise would never know this, because when you go through an agency for these affiliate deals, again, according to the official TikTok website, it says the commission rate that is shown to the creator is the commission rate they are paid by the agency, not the seller. So the agency is essentially like a middleman in the equation, and I think that's weird if you're paying the middleman also on top of that, right? And also on the TikTok website, it says the agency can only collect commission from the seller. The agency cannot collect commission from the creator, as this would be considered double dipping. So if that's good that that can't happen on the TikTok shop, but like, he kind of is double dipping in a way, right? Because he's making commissions from the seller while also receiving $30,000 a month from the 700 people paying $49 a month. I looked up a bunch of other TikTok Shop partner agencies that were listed on the official TikTok website, like VIP Streamers and To Boost, and it doesn't look like they charge an upfront fee for people to be a part of the agency. It seems like a lot of these operate like a regular MCN, where you apply to work with them, and then if they approve of you, then you're added to their agency, and then they just make a commission off of what you sell. I don't want to make it seem like Russell's company Rise is the only TikTok agency doing this. So they're not the only agency charging people a monthly fee and shit. I found several other agencies like Social Army that also charges $49 a month, and another one, Brands Meet Creators, which is $97 a month, which is fucking crazy. I think the whole thing is gross, not just Rise specifically. And also, Social Army? Just an awful name. Terrible name for a business. The fuck is a social army, dude? People running at each other in an open field with swords, and then they stop in the middle and just talk. And there has been positive reviews of both Social Army and Brands Meet Creators, but there's also been some negative reviews as well. This creator made a video about how they joined Social Army, and that Social Army promised a lot of like one-on-one coaching and shit, but as soon as she paid the fee, they completely ignored her.
I specifically asked, do I get a mentor? She said yes. I never even talked to her after I signed up.
And she stated in her comments that you could learn all the same stuff for free elsewhere. You really don't need to pay for anything. I learned a lot more from free communities I'm in. I'm in multiple free communities that are a lot more helpful.
Once I did leave Social Army, my sales skyrocketed.
In conclusion, though subtly so, like many other people have pointed out, it seems like Russell found out how lucrative owning a TikTok Shop partner agency could be, realized he could use his like rich guy aesthetic paired with quote-unquote empowering messaging to attract single women who want to make more money, and then somehow convince them to pay for another fucking course. And while I was researching influencer rebrands in general, I came across Christian Walker. You remember that guy? He used to make a bunch of videos pandering to like a conservative audience, even though I'm convinced he was like fully rage baiting the whole time. But when you look at his current content, it is the exact same shit that Russell Hartley is doing. This was his old content.
Honey bun, why do you need a month to celebrate who you sleep with? Newsflash, nobody cares. You have all your rights, now shut up.
And this is his new content.
I see a lot of men worry about gold diggers when they don't even have any gold for anybody to dig for.
What's your type? What type of guys you like? What are you into? Rich!
And it seems to be working, man. His videos are fucking crushing. And this style of rebrand is just so fascinating to me, because most influencers will come back with a new look, a new name, but Christian Walker and Russell Hartley, they're both back. Same name, same look, same everything. It's just so crazy. But I guess with the algorithm like so personally catered to specific groups, where you kind of end up in like your own echo chamber, you can just like completely reinvent yourself and reach an entirely new audience who are completely unaware of your past. That is a totally doable thing if you just say the right thing at the right time. And I'd love to think that Russell has actually, you know, learned from his past mistakes. But I think just as a blanket statement, if someone you follow on TikTok is trying to sell you a course and is showing off all these people who are making insane amounts of money.
There's a woman right now making $700,000 a month. If a man cares about how much money you make, he's scheming.
Please do your research. Try to find reviews from people who actually did it before you actually like give your money to this person, because you'd be surprised how much you can learn for free on YouTube and Facebook groups. And if you want to do this TikTok Shop thing for extra money, I'd say just try it out yourself. See if you actually like it and enjoy it and are good at it. And then if you're getting a little traction and you know, do your research and see some positives in an agency, then maybe apply for one of those agencies that don't charge you. Just base level, just don't give your money to someone on TikTok who's selling you a course that you really don't need, in my personal opinion. And I feel bad for these women who are like, honestly, I feel like they're being tricked by this persona. Like this comment I saw at the end of his live stream just totally bummed me out, man. Done. I just signed up. I need help desperately. So sad. I need help desperately? And wow, such a kind thing to do when someone needs help desperately. You go, okay, well yeah, that's gonna fucking cost you. I hope this is the last video I ever fucking make about this dude, but it seems like he just keeps popping up every few years with a new fucking business that's insane. So I wouldn't be surprised if in like 3 years I'm making another video about this dude. About his new fucking trough business. He's gonna start a trough business and be like, women, stop eating out of bowls. You're all my little fucking piggies. Oink, oink. I'm a rich pig farmer and you roll around in poopy mud because you're a pig, oink, oink. Or something along those lines, I don't know. I got lightheaded after that. Wow.
If a man cares about how much money you make, he's scheming.
All right, that's it. Thank you so much for watching. Sorry I talked for so long. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, please press the like button, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 article I will pay to have written about myself. Leave a comment, man. Let me know what you think about all this, and subscribe right now. Also, I got shows coming up real soon, so come see my shows. They're all the places I'm going to. I'm so excited. Wow. All right, that's it. I would stick around, but unfortunately, what the heck? Paparazzi just showed up.
I can't believe this is happening.
Thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. More about them later. Hey guys, quick reminder, my Australia tour starts in a few days. I'm going to Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, Melbourne, Brisbane, Sydney, Adelaide, and Perth. It's gonna be so much fun. Click the link in the description for tickets. Okay, enjoy the video. Folks, food. What is it? Is food solely a way to provide us nutrients and energy so we can continue to live? Or is it something more? Maybe food is the one true universal language that has the ability to bring us all together.
That's what good pussy sounds like.
Food can be a fond memory, a first date, a broken heart. Food can be a lot of things for a lot of people. But when you really boil it down to its most basic definition, food exists so YouTubers can expand their brand. Hey dude, we gotta level up financially, you know what I mean? Grow your business. Passive income. That's what it's all about, man. I like to think that the very first person who ever harvested wheat was thinking in their head, one day, Mr. Beast is gonna make some fuck-ass burgers with this shit.
Jesus turned water into prime.
Folks, obviously I jest. I also digest a lot of food. Yeah, I love eating a lot. Dude, whenever my wife and I travel, food is the main thing on our minds, dude. Straight up, we've had a few meals in Italy that have like brought tears to our eyes. We were in Paris a few years ago, and I remember everybody is like, you gotta go to the Louvre. Oh, you gotta check out the Louvre. You gotta see the Louvre. And we were just like, actually, we Louvre some creme brulee. But I don't think I would call myself a foodie, because that's a little too millennial. But I do love food a lot. I love cooking. I love going to restaurants. I love trying new food. Eating is like one of the best parts of being alive, truly. It's just such a special thing, you know? Like food can bring back old memories. It can create new ones. And people we've lost in our lives can live on through their recipes. And since the beginning of time, people have always enjoyed entertainment along with their meals. You know, think back to medieval royalty eating a plate of only turkey legs, while a court jester named Roland the Farter passes gas in front of them to make them all laugh while they enjoy their dinner, right? That was a real guy, by the way. I feel like that's important to say. Roland the Farter was a real jester who existed. He's a real guy, and I talk about him whenever I can. Real quick, dude, each year, the real guy, Roland the Farter, was obliged to perform saltum, siffletum, pedum, a jump, a whistle, and a fart that were all done at the same time for the king's court at Christmas. Now, right off the bat, that sounds hilarious. A jump, a whistle, and a fart at the same time? Incredible. Here's the thing. King Henry I liked Roland the Farter's performance so much that he gave him a house and 99 acres of land, dude. I was born in the wrong generation, bro. Imagine farting so good you get a house. And I bet he didn't even have to pay for gas. Fast forward to now. The dinner and a show concept is a little different. Now it's dinner and a YouTube video. Some of you are probably eating food right now as you watch this video. Give me some, I'm hungry! Food and YouTube. A god tier combo, right? And for years, us YouTubers were kept separate from the food you were eating. We weren't allowed to touch it, right? That was a mutual understanding. But for some reason, over the past few years, YouTubers got the idea in their heads that they could also provide you the food that you're eating while you watch their videos. I assume they were like, well, we already got 2 senses with our video. How about we try to snag the other 3 senses with some YouTuber food products? Feastables, Mishmash, Mr. Beast Burger, Dobrik's, Prime, Joyride, Minus Snacks, Lunch Sleep, Chamberlain Coffee. The list goes on. The popularity of YouTuber food products has absolutely exploded over the past few years. And there's actually a few reasons for this that not everybody knows. And me, being a YouTuber, I would love to break down why so many YouTubers are releasing food products. Reason number 1, money, obviously. To be real for a second, nobody really knows how long their career is going to last on YouTube, so you kind of have to like strike while the iron is hot. You know, and you gotta diversify your portfolio, right? You know, increase the amount of revenue streams you have, so if one, you know, fails or like stops, you have other ones that you can rely on. And creating a food product can be a good way to do that, especially if you partner with an existing company who knows how to produce everything and you also don't have to put up any capital. So yeah, reason number 1 is money. And reason number 2 doesn't exist, all right? It's just money. Straight up, YouTubers are only making these things for money. Don't get me wrong. That's fine. You can start a business to make money. That's, you know, probably the #1 reason why people start businesses. I don't know everybody. I don't know the story behind everything. So I don't want to make the claim that every single one of these YouTubers aren't passionate about the food products they're putting out. But like, what the fuck does the D'Amelio family know about popcorn? You know what I mean? And I don't think Mr. Beast, the guy who only talks about money and all of his content is about money, created Feastables because of his passion for chocolate bars. If he was really passionate about chocolate bars, he probably would have made a chocolate bar that doesn't taste like dog shit. Sorry, I'm showing my hand already. Realistically, I can only assume that the overall plan with these YouTuber food products is to leverage their existing audience to have a leg up on the other products and then, you know, slowly grow that brand and business over time so they can ultimately sell it to fucking Nestle in a few years for millions of dollars. And don't get me wrong, half of me is like really supportive of YouTubers creating their own product, disrupting industries that they're aligned with, you know, and creating a product that can live on and provide for them and their families as they grow up and maybe move away from YouTube. That's good. That's all great. But the cynical half of me is like, just make fucking YouTube videos, man. And that is hypocritical for me to say because I don't only do YouTube. I have merch that I sell. I do stand-up comedy that I sell tickets for. And I make money from both of those, which is a contributing factor to why I pursue both of those endeavors. Personally, the last thing I would ever want to be responsible for as a YouTuber is what my audience is putting in their bodies for sustenance. That is my nightmare, dude. That is an insane amount of responsibility that I would not want to be burdened with. And it's just so funny because, like, you know, YouTubers never start making videos so they could maybe one day make their own juice. You know what I mean? All I'm saying is, like, I don't want the people that I watch on my phone to have a little laugh at. I don't want them in charge of what I'm putting in my body. I want a multi-billion-dollar company in charge of what I'm putting in my body. There's no winning, truly. But call me crazy, I don't think a YouTuber needs their own chocolate bar. There's actually enough chocolate bars out there already. Have you been to any gas station? The only chocolate bar I would ever eat from a YouTuber is if Tay Zonde came out with one called Chocolate Rain, okay? I'd buy all of them. But regardless of my personal bitter opinions about this YouTuber food trend, there's clearly no sign of stopping it. The food and drink space can be one of the most lucrative markets to get into, but it's also the most competitive. So I think the act of like attaching a celebrity or public figure to a food product to set it apart and sort of jumpstart the sales a little bit, that's only going to get more popular. And it's like a fun thing. I totally get it. You eat the YouTuber food product, you go, okay, and then you just go back to your regular diet. But what if you couldn't go back to your regular diet? What would life be like if you were only allowed to eat food products made by YouTubers? I think we should find out. That's right, folks. This week, any food or water that I put in my body is strictly gonna be made by YouTubers. I have gone to great lengths to secure a wide variety of YouTuber food products over the past few weeks, and I want to see what strictly consuming food products made by YouTubers does to the human body. So let's go see what's on the menu. But first, a word from today's sponsor. This video is sponsored by Rocket Money. Folks, budgeting is hard, and I've struggled with it my entire life. Sure, I could use a spreadsheet, but I don't know how to use those, and they're scary. Luckily, with Rocket Money, my budgeting problems are a thing of the past. Rocket Money is an all-in-one personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. I love using Rocket Money to set budgets. With Rocket Money, you can create a customized budget in seconds. The app shows you where your money is going at all times and identifies top spending categories and insights on how you can stay within your budget better. Rocket Money will also notify you about upcoming charges or when your balance is low to help you avoid overdraft and late fees. Rocket Money can also cancel unwanted subscriptions. Once you connect your bank account, Rocket Money identifies all your subscriptions in a single list. From there, you can easily select the ones you don't want anymore, and Rocket Money may be able to help you cancel with just a few taps. And Rocket Money can also lower your bills. Yeah, Rocket Money will automatically scan your bills to find savings. With just a couple of taps, Rocket Money can help negotiate your bills for you, from internet service to cable to phone bills. And no need to worry about those pesky customer service calls. Let the app's negotiators work for you to try to get the best possible rate. All of that and more is available when you use Rocket Money. So what are you waiting for? To save more and spend less? Join the over 5 million users using Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/Kurtis or click the link in the description to get started for free. Thank you so much to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video and so many others in the past. And I really hope you guys check them out because it helps me out when you guys check out the sponsors, helps you guys out, helps them. Everybody wins here, man. Thank you, Rocket Money. Back to me. All right, this is the shot that all these videos have. It's all the shit on the counter. How's it look? Okay, first off, it's like I got all these at a big and tall store, because it was no small feat getting all this YouTuber food, okay? As you all know, I live in Canada. For some reason, like 90% of this shit is unavailable up here. Just like my water talk videos, it was impossible to find stuff because like Canada has a little bit more rules and regulations around what people put in their bodies and stuff, which is cringe. So for the non-perishable products, I had to use a package forwarding service in America that shipped it to there and then they forwarded it to me. And then for the rest of it, like the lunchlies and stuff, I actually had to pay someone to drive to Michigan for me, buy all this, and then drive all the way home. So this was a lot of work just to get these fucking brightly colored foods. So this is all the food I'm pretty much gonna be eating this week. First up, breakfast. Most important meal of the day. And this one was a little tricky, I'll be honest. At first I wanted to order Mishmash, that cereal that Rhett and Link made, but it was all sold out on their website and there was also like nowhere to find it anywhere online. Dude, I even texted Link personally. Yeah, I have his number. Wow. Asking if he had any for me that I could just send me, but even he didn't have any, so I couldn't find that. But shout out to those guys, they're awesome. I then tried ordering the Best cereal, which was made by the Sidemen, but it's only available in the UK. So I had to do a little bit more research to find a breakfast food. It would be nice if there was just like a famous chicken on YouTube that sold all of its eggs, but sadly that doesn't exist. I was going to order the JoJo Siwa cereal. There's a lot of unopened boxes on eBay, but a lot of those expiration dates were 2022, and I didn't want to do that to myself. The last way that I would ever want to die is by eating expired JoJo Siwa cereal. JoJo Siwa. That would suck. I'd get to heaven at the pearly gates, you know, and God would just be like, "Come as a bitch." Okay. Ow. So after doing a little, that hurt my fucking head, ow. So after doing a little bit more research, I found a product from this YouTuber called Feel Good Foodie called Oath Oats. It says gluten-free, naturally sweetened, vegan, overnight oats. Nice branding, I like the name, seems healthy, non-GMO. I'm not the biggest fan of overnight oats. If I'm having oatmeal, I want those fucking dino eggs, dude. Those are fucking awesome. The little eggs, you pour hot water on it, and the eggs, they hatch, little candy dinosaurs come out of them. Those better be in here. And I haven't tried this yet, but I'm really grateful for this product because as you can see on this table, this is like the only YouTuber food product that's like fucking good for you, I think. This is the only one that's like real food and like healthy, so that's really nice. So yeah, I'm gonna be having Oath Oats for breakfast every morning. Also in the morning, I gotta have coffee. I gotta have my coffee. You know that saying, don't talk to me or I'll fucking kill you. So I ordered some Chamberlain coffee, of course. I couldn't find any of the like beans in Canada, so I just ordered these like single-use coffee bags. I'm actually super interested in this product. You use it like a tea bag, but it's coffee. I've always been curious about this product also because, you know, I'm on the road a lot for tour and stuff. Hotel coffee tastes like grandma shit. If this is good, maybe I'll buy some more of it and bring it on tour with me. I don't know. I'm excited though. I've never had a coffee bag before. I've had to beg for coffee. Please, barista. But I was stressing because I'm not just gonna have fucking black coffee, dude. That's boring, that sucks. I want it sweet and milky and creamy. So we're gonna do a little collab here, all right? You know what I need in my coffee? I need some of Ninja's nut. Huh? Yeah, for some reason, Ninja, you know the Fortnite guy? He came out with his own cashew milk called Nutcase. Cashew! Yeah, I don't know what cashew milk has to do with Fortnite and streaming, but Ninja, my man, you had the perfect opportunity for a food product on a silver platter. I'd like to remind you all of my favorite tweet of all time. I'm in the middle of carrying a League of Legends game, about to close it out, and my braless wife brings me a sandwich, not asked for, with chips as I get a double kill bot lane. So how is your day going? Bro. Oh my God. I think when you got that low taper fade, they missed and got some of your brain, dude. What the fuck? Ninja, you could have put out a pre-made lunch box, right? Like a fucking Lunchable, right? But you only advertise it as a sandwich, right? But then you open it up and there's chips in there. Because you didn't ask for them, but they're there. You could have called it braless. Come on, Ninja. You can have that idea. It's totally yours. I'll even invest in that company, I swear to God. So yeah, I'm gonna use the Ninja nut milk in my coffee every morning, as well as overnight oats. I got the variety pack, chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla. All right, moving on to lunch. Obviously, I had to go with lunchly. This thing is all the craze. I'm a little worried right now that it's not in the fridge because of all the mold shit.
From the screen to the ring to the pen to the key.
But yeah, this is a Lunchables competitor created by KSI, Logan Paul, and Mr. Beast. There's 3 kinds of meals. There's the pizza. I'm not the biggest fan of the quotations there, I'll be honest. Yeah, the pizza. There's also the turkey stack'ems, as well as the Fiesta nachos. And each one comes with a little Prime bottle, which is the drink that KSI and Logan Paul make. And then also, it comes with a little Feastables bar, which is Mr. Beast's chocolate bar. So yeah, I'm gonna have Lunchly every day for lunch for the next 7 days. And can't wait. And for snacks, I've got a lot of snacks, okay? Because for some reason, YouTuber food, mostly snacks. When's the fucking produce coming out, guys? Do I have to do it? Am I gonna be the guy that's gonna come out with produce? All right, so I got these Mina snacks, midnight mini cookies from Pokimane. And then I got these Joyride sour candy strips from Ryan Trahan. This is actually the only YouTuber food product from someone I know, or someone I've met personally, and I would consider myself on good terms with. So I hope that's good, because I don't want to burn any bridges. I also got some full-sized Feastable bars, lucky me. And then I also got some Be Happy popcorn from the D'Amelios. Also, isn't Be Happy the name of that fucking song from the D'Amelios?
Sometimes I don't wanna be happy.
Why would you make the thing that if sometimes you don't want to be that? Sometimes I don't want to eat popcorn.
Dinner.
This one was a little tricky. This might have been more tricky than breakfast. There's a pretty big gap in the market for YouTuber dinner products, and I think I gotta be the guy to capitalize on that. Okay, I'm gonna put out the new Hungry Man's, but more inclusive, the peckish person. Well, I'm gonna come up with a new TV dinner, but update it, you know? Call it a fucking TikTok dinner. But after doing a little bit of research though, I found out that the very popular YouTube show Hot Ones, they actually make a variety of frozen spicy chicken meals. So I figured I would just have those. But again, the person I sent to go find all of this products, they looked all over and the only thing they could find was this Hot Ones Hot Pockets collab. The Hot Ones Smoky Green Chili Cheese Steak with reduced fat mozzarella cheese, jalapeno peppers, cilantro, and Hot Ones Los Calientes Verde hot sauce, and a crispy seasons crust. Crispy season, not seasons. And also, I have that gene that makes cilantro taste like soap, so that sucks balls for me. This is gonna be a shit week. This is what I'm gonna have for dinner every night for the next 7 days. I also had a fun idea, okay? So, Hot Ones, right? I ordered 3 of their sauces, okay? Because it is probably actually one of my dreams one day is to be on Hot Ones. Sean Evans, if you're watching. I've been a fan since like the beginning, season 1, bro, come on. Okay, but I got 3 sauces. I got the garlic Fresno, which is the not too spicy one, the Los Calientes, which is the middle one, and then the last dab. So I figured I would put those hot sauces on the Hot Ones, and then I'd gradually increase into the last dab on the final day. You know, just like my own Hot Ones, okay? Because you gotta dress for the job you want, not the hot sauce you have. And lastly, which is not a Lunchly spinoff, lastly, let's go through the miscellaneous items, the beverages and stuff. So I got this Pizzafy stuff made by Arak. Apparently you just like squeeze this onto food and it pizzafies and it just makes it taste like pizza. And I'm really curious to try this later because I don't know if I believe it. Okay, because you know, if you put ketchup on something, it's gonna taste like ketchup, right? If you put pizza sauce on something, it's gonna taste like pizza, but well, we'll see. I also got some full-sized Prime drinks. That's gonna suck. I've had one before, sweetest thing I've ever had. I got some Prime hydration packs so I can have my water of the day, right? Water talk it up. And I also got a bunch of Happy Dad seltzers if I plan on getting drunk, which I probably will. Why do they sell alcohol this big? Almost a liter, bro. Get fucking blackout after this one thing. So that's everything that I'll be eating this week. I figured, you know, I'm definitely gonna go more into detail and, you know, review these products as we go. And then I think I'll update all of you on how I'm feeling throughout the week. But yeah, this amazing diet starts tomorrow. So I guess I'll fucking see you then. I'm gonna go to bed and I'll see you tomorrow for day 1. I started off my day with some Mountain Wild Blueberry Overnight Oats. And like I said earlier, I'm not the biggest fan of overnight oats, but this was actually like really, really good. It wasn't overly sweet, which I really liked. And I especially enjoyed this because this is probably the only way that I'm gonna be having any real fruit this week. And I think it's also just super convenient if you're someone who doesn't have time to make breakfast every morning. I've seen all I needed to see. Oath Oats, 9 out of 10. I've also never heard of Feel Good Foodie before making this video, but I just think it's super fun funny that out of all of the YouTuber food products that I'm eating this week, there's only one from an actual YouTuber who talks about food. Like, this product actually makes sense for her to put out. It feels very natural, and I think she's really smart for doing this. It just feels a lot more genuine than Logan Paul being like, hey, I know I just scammed all of you out of my NFT project, but can you please buy my juice? Anyways, now it's time for coffee. This week I'm trying out these Chamberlain coffee bags. I really like the colors and the branding, and it seems like everything was made from pretty high quality crap. These definitely seem like they're best if you're traveling somewhere and don't have access to like a real coffee machine, because it was just like making a cup of tea. And that's the tea. I poured in some hot water, and now I just had to wait for 5 minutes. When the 5 minutes was up, I went to the fridge to grab a can of Nutcase to put in my Chamberlain coffee. On any other day, I would usually put cream in my coffee, but that is not allowed. And real quick, the Nutcase website describes Nutcase as nostalgia in a sexy, slim can. Kinda like Nesquik, but designed and refined for adults. Made with clean, real ingredients. Grown up and guilt-free. And I may be wrong here, but aren't Ninjas fans like all little kids?
Hi Zach, I heard that you are turning 9 today, so I just wanted to wish you a very happy birthday, and I hope you have an awesome Ninja/Fortnite themed birthday party.
They don't want this shit, man. They want real chocolate milk from a braless cow. I also don't think I would describe the can as sexy, because it's the shape of every other can in the world. Nostalgia in a hot, fuckable can. I stay getting my wiener trapped in this thing. Ouch! But these are apparently plant-based. They're good for recovery after a visit to Tilted Towers. They've got potassium, and they're naturally sweetened. I'm just not the biggest fan of cashews, so I hope this doesn't contain any cashews. Oh no, fuck! I tried out the vanilla flavor first, and it didn't taste bad or anything, but it definitely had like an interesting flavor. This shit was straight up perplexing me, dude. Poured it into my Chamberlain coffee, and I forgot to record myself actually drinking it on this day, but it tasted fine. Tasted like fucking coffee. I don't know. I think the Chamberlain coffee bags, they kind of taste like just a slightly upgraded version of instant coffee. And for 10 coffee bags, it costs around $20 American. So it's basically like $2 per single use bag, which is a little steep for making coffee at home. But for like traveling or camping especially, the coffee bags are worth it, I think. I've never gone camping and I never will, but I can assume. And a few hours later, it was time for lunch. Okay guys, it is lunchtime. I'm usually pretty full after my breakfast. I usually have like a pretty big breakfast with like maybe a bit like with eggs and stuff, but those oats, they filled me up for a little bit, but now I'm starving. So we've got lunch lead. I'm honestly really excited to eat this, not because I think it's gonna taste good or anything, but I'm just excited to get it out of my fridge because this box is huge. It's friggin' massive, dude. And I feel like the whole appeal of Lunchables is like they're small, they can fit into a lunchbox and stuff. This is the size of a kid's backpack, I feel, you know? I don't know the size of stuff. I'm gonna try the pizza one. I'm actually really curious about this because, little fun fact, I have a rider at my shows. Rider? I hardly know. So I get to a venue, they'll have stuff there that's on my rider. So there's like beers, like a fruit tray, you know, water, Gatorade and stuff. And actually pizza Lunchables are on my rider because I love pizza Lunchables and they're just like a fun little snack. I know they're not that good for me, but they taste okay. So I'm curious what this is gonna taste like in comparison to the regular pizza Lunchables. Also, this will be a fun little game because this is the one that apparently was covered in mold. There's a lot of mold happening with the pizza ones. Pretty excited to see if there's gonna be mold in this one. Oh, that's why the box is so big. You gotta fit this fucker in there. That's fucking huge, dude. I feel like this is a big drink for me and I'm 30. Kids are supposed to have this much? 355 milliliters? How much is in a can of Coke? Editing me, can I put that on screen? And this thing here says, leave no crumbs. Don't worry, Jimmy, KSI, and Logan, I won't. It's time to play. Find that mold. Hey yo, mold check. I think we're good. That's a W. So Lunchly is obviously a Lunchables competitor, right? I was a big Lunchables kid growing up. I always had Lunchables in my lunch. I think it was easy for my mom to pack it for me. And I also just liked but when I was a kid, the pizza ones used to come with a little red stick, a red flat stick, and you could spread the sauce on really easy with it. And I'm really bummed that Lunchly had the opportunity to do that and they didn't do it. And don't tell me it's because, oh, we're trying to reduce plastic, because fuck off. That's not real. Plastic isn't real. And down the hatch. It tastes exactly like a regular Lunchable. The only difference is in the pepperoni. It's got a little bit more like seasoning than a regular one, which is honestly pretty surprising. And they keep saying this one is made with real cheese. I can't tell the difference, brother. I've personally never had a problem with fake cheese. Now let's try this Prime. I've had one Prime before. I've had a blue one. I got it when I was on tour a couple of years ago because I was curious, and I hated it. It was the sweetest thing I've ever had in my life. And I think my teeth were trying to run out of my mouth. They're like, that's not for me. How many calories in there? 360. Ooh, that's pretty brat.
Yeah, 360.
Wouldn't have lunch, I was having lunch sleep. I'm just kidding, this is not brat. This is not giving brat. And I used most of the cheese on the first one. Not a good amount of cheese, I'll say that. I'd rather have the right amount of fake cheese than not enough real cheese. And that's the realest shit I've ever said. Let's do this final pizza and then... I get to have my dessert. I got a lot of extra sauce too. And we don't waste food around these parts, man. I regret that. Now it's a little chocolate bar time. The whole branding of Feastables is like, this is so much better. We worked so hard at this.
We worked tirelessly. Like, I'm talking barely even sleeping.
We spent so much research hours.
I traveled from country to country, chocolate factory to chocolate factory,
finding every possible chocolate possibility to make the best chocolate ever. And it's like, it's fine. Now I gotta finish this Fortnite juice. This literally looks like a fucking chug jug, bro. I can't even enjoy it, so I'm just gonna chug it. Ow, brain freeze. Oh, I feel like KSI in the thick of it video. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. I'm not hungry anymore, so I guess that's good. It did the thing that it's supposed to do. I was hungry before, and then now I'm not. Okay, I don't know if it was the Lunchly as a whole, or just me chugging the Prime at the end, but stomach's not feeling very good. Like, I feel like I got more tired after I ate that, which is not ideal. Who knows? Maybe that was something else. Maybe that was Ninja's nut. Later on in the evening, I decided to try the Joyride Sour Blue Raspberry Strips from Ryan Trahan. Again, I don't know what sour strips have to do with his videos, but his content, it's very fun. It's really engaging. It's really bright and colorful, right? And I think the branding of this candy reflects that really well. I was pretty skeptical of these because it says it has 80% less sugar than regular sour strips, and those are like my favorite candy. I think I like them so much because there is so much sugar on them, so I was nervous, but I was actually pleasantly surprised by these. There's like a hint of that health food flavor in them, but they taste really fucking good, and I could not stop eating them if I'm being honest. The only thing I will complain about is the packaging. All the strips were like stuck together and it was really hard to peel off, so I ended up getting a bunch of sugar dust all over my counter and my floor, and there's no way to close the bag after, so there's no fucking zip top, which is devastating. So I just had to put them in like my own Ziploc bag. Other than that, pretty fucking good, okay? I'm gonna give Joyride the sour belts 9 out of 10. And then it was dinner time. I'm having the Hot Ones Hot Pocket by Nestle. I was right. And this is actually the first time I've ever had a Hot Pocket in my life, because I don't think we have them in Canada. They had to call them, if they're up here, they had to call them cold pockets. I've never had a Hot Pocket, so all this crisping sleeve nonsense was fucking confusing. I felt like I was deciphering ancient hieroglyphics or some shit. It was scary. Should have called this thing a Thought Pocket. How much brain power I needed. The fuck is Herbie? I also paired the Hot Pocket with the first Hot Ones sauce in my hot sauce gauntlet, the garlic Fresno. In terms of taste of everything, I can't really tell you right now because I burned off all my fucking taste buds when I first bit into it. That was pretty cool, but once it cooled down, I actually didn't mind it. Thankfully, I couldn't taste the cilantro in it, and the spice level wasn't too gnarly for me, so thankfully, I deleted it in no time. All right, it's the end of the first day. No real change yet. Stomachache went away shortly after. Hot Ones one, the Hot Pocket was good, but TMI. But I just farted, and it was a smell I've never smelled before. So, scared for tomorrow. Day 1 in the books.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
Who the fuck is this guy? You know him? I then got my breakfast ready for tomorrow with this sexy ass fuckable can of nutcase. Went to bed and woke up on day 2. I had a fucking terrible sleep this night and I woke up feeling really tired and bloated. I don't immediately want to blame the diet for the poor sleep, but I will absolutely blame it for the bloating. I will say though, the bad sleep was very odd because I usually sleep like a baby, you know, wearing a diaper and waking up crying every 20 minutes. Why does sleeping like a baby usually mean good sleep? Aren't babies like famous for sleeping like shit? The saying should be, I slept like a baby's dad after he forgot the baby in the car. Anyways, I tried the maple roasted almond oath flavor, and this one wasn't as good as the blueberry one, but it was still okay. It would probably be better in normal circumstances, but my milk situation was complicating things a bit.
So thick. Usual oatmeal is pretty easy to eat, but with Ninja's nut, it's like really thick. Ninja's got a thick stream. Thick nut, dude. Oh my god. This shit just fucking double pumped my fucking stomach.
I then made my Chamberlain coffee. I decided on the Careless Cat blend for this day, even though they all taste the fucking exact same. Maybe my palate isn't developed enough, but I feel like 99% of coffee tastes the exact fucking same. And I'm tired of pretending like it doesn't. I always hated that part of my job when I worked at Starbucks. People would come in and ask me like to describe what the different roasts taste like, and it's like, brother, it all tastes the same coming out. And this afternoon was really interesting because I was getting some work done up in my office, and I suddenly got like a really, really sharp pain, like right where my heart is. And for a few seconds, I genuinely thought I was gonna die. But then like 5 seconds later, it went away and I never experienced it since. So who knows what that was, but it feels important for me to relay that information to you guys. But there's only one cure to a little heart attack, a little lunchly.
Another day.
Another lunchly. I hope this GoPro is working. This is the first time using it. It's kind of matching my table really well too. Fiesta nachos. Nacho chips with queso blanco and salsa with primogeration strawberry banana. Ooh, everyone loves banana juice. A nice, refreshing banana juice. Now you get a good idea of how big these friggin' things are, dude. Strawberry banana. Okay, let's give it a try. God, this shit is so sweet, dude. I feel like I'm gonna go blind after I drink all this. But if I do go, maybe that's why they did it. Mr. Beast teamed up with Prime, so all these kids will go blind and then he can have more to cure for his next video. 1000 IQ, Jimmy. So we've got the salsa here and this queso blanco. Bunch of sauce. Okay, so we got these tiny ass chips here.
This! What is that?
I gotta test out the cheese because, you know, I don't know if you guys know this, but I like my cheese drippy, bro.
I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro.
Doesn't seem very drippy, but it kind of tastes like the Tostitos queso. We got a little chip hanging off of here.
I think there's someone hanging right there.
I feel like this is a lot of food for a kid. How much food do kids eat? Especially this, bro. You couldn't have made a smaller one? It actually is so like a YouTuber, like Mr. Beast, KSI, Logan Paul, to make the biggest fucking shit. And this does not need to be this big. They're kids, man. But YouTubers gotta be like, oh, I made the biggest lunchbox you've ever fucking seen. Would I go out and buy this? Would I recommend you buying it for your kids? Probably not. But your kids are probably gonna freak out and snap their own necks if you don't buy it for them. So kind of put these parents in a sticky situation. Like I'm picturing if someone brings a Lunchable to school and then someone brings a Lunchly, the person with the Lunchable is like, oh man, back when I was a kid, Lunchables were the cool things to have for lunch. Except one time, we had to share a lunchroom with older grade, like a grade above us. I think they were like 4th grade, I was in 3rd grade. I had the hot dog Lunchables and I loved those. They tasted awesome. But the kid in the older grade thought they were gross. And he's like, you fucking eat those? That's so gross, you're disgusting. Everybody laughed at me. I went home, I was like, Mom, don't ever buy me those hot dogs again. Now we've got the milk chocolate Feastable. Just the classic plain chocolate. Penis right in my eye. Cheers. It tastes like fucking medicine, bro. Ugh. I'm not one of those fucking YouTubers to exaggerate. When something's good, I can't hide it. Same thing, when something's bad, I can't fucking hide it, dude. This one gets like a 3, dude. This flavor sucks my balls. I love bananas. Don't get me wrong, I fuck with bananas heavy.
They should never be a drink flavor.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do some work. I guess I'll see you guys in a little bit for snack time. Okay, there's this cool this cool thing that happens after you eat a lunchly where you have, you feel like shit. It sucks because I feel like shit, but I haven't got number 2 yet. I'm really scared because I've eaten quite a bit. It's like the oatmeal and the lunchly are duking it out. The oatmeal's like, no, he's not gonna shit. No, you can't get past me. And the lunchly's like, diarrhea. Pretty cool. I really want water.
Yeah, this proved to be the worst part of the entire challenge. All week long, the only thing I wanted was just plain regular water. If I was like a smart businessman, before filming this video, I would have put out my own water brand and called it like Water I Hardly Know. And then I could like drink the water and still have it be a YouTuber food, but I'm not that smart. This was fucking torture, man. The only beverages I had this week were Prime and the Prime hydration packs in regular water. So yeah, this week I definitely did not drink enough water, and I do not recommend doing this whatsoever. But I'll tell you what I did eat a lot of. Mina snacks from Pokimane. I do remember when these came out, there was quite a little bit of controversy surrounding them. I think some of it was about the, it's kind of just like white labeling, where it's like, this was already a product, and then they kind of just rebranded it. I don't think that's really a big problem. People are, I think, freaking out a little bit too much about that aspect. But then also there was the price that people were pretty upset about. These were pretty expensive. I forget how much they were because, you know, I just friggin' swiped my card and did the nay-nay. But I'll put the price on screen. I do remember them when hearing about them in the clip. Like, I remember them being a little pricey. And then I think Pokimane had like a pretty gnarly reaction on stream when she like called someone a broke boy.
Like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? It's 4 bags, $7 a bag. If you're a broke boy, just say so.
That's crazy. Nothing minor about the price at all. Spilled a bunch of crumbs as soon as I opened it. Also, it smells like Oreos. It's definitely giving Oreo. Let's pop them in and see how they feel. Huh? Pause. Okay, that's what they look like. I don't know why I'm holding it like a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card.
It's time to do.
I'm about to send this bitch to the Shadow Realm. Okay. Yeah, they're not bad. For a healthy cookie, they taste pretty good. They taste exactly like Oreos. Ooh, you know what they remind me of? The Oreo Thin-sations. You guys remember that shit? Those were so fucking good. My mom used to buy those all the time. I would eat them before she got the chance to, dude. They were so good. They're very crummy, though. I'll say that. Not like the product. You're like, it's crummy. It's literally crummy. Mina snacks. You know, they launched. There was a Mina set bag. You know what? These get a 7. And I think that was the price, right? $7 a bag?
$7 a bag. If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Very cool. I'm so thirsty. And to quench my thirst, I have a big jug of water that I am going to absolutely eviscerate with some lemon lime prime hydration powder. I said this in my water talk video, but I'm a huge fan of the Liquid IV product. I have it pretty regularly, like especially when I'm hungover or if I'm like touring. It tastes really good, and I find that it actually like helps a lot with hydration. So I assume the prime hydration packs would be just like Liquid IV. But oh my god, they were not. The powder doesn't even fucking dissolve all the way, dude. So you get these weird fucking clumps of sweet, dusty bullshit. Like, it literally looks radioactive. The flavor wasn't like completely awful, but just like the regular Prime, it was way too fucking sweet. Prime Hydration gets a 2 out of 10 from me. But anyways, after I finished my glow-in-the-dark juice, I had some more Joyride sour strips as I made some food for my dog. And we found this recipe online for like a dog-friendly meatloaf recipe that's apparently really good for my breed of dog. It has like beef, carrots, oats, and it's super easy to make, so we just make it for him every couple of weeks, and he absolutely loves it. And I'm usually happy to make this food for him because I love him with all my heart. But this week, it pissed me the hell off. Okay, I have to eat YouTuber food and drink chug jugs all week, but then my dog gets a fresh homemade meatloaf. Okay, cool, man. I'll just have another fucking Hot Pocket, I guess.
Maybe if I burn my taste buds off, I won't be able to taste the Prime tomorrow. I forgot to give this a rating. The Hot Ones Hot Pocket, 6.5.
And with another Hot Pocket hastily shoved down my throat, I went to bed and began day 3. I had another terrible sleep that night, and I'm beginning to think it's because I eat a flaming hot pastry filled with hot cheese and spicy beef right before I go to bed, but who knows. So I went downstairs and I had my thick-ass Ninja Nut oatmeal and tried the chocolate nutcase flavor on its own, and for some reason it made my teeth feel like really fuzzy and hairy. You know that? You ever get that? I don't know, the milk just has like a weird consistency to it and a really strange aftertaste, but it's good for you, I guess. So, you know, you can't have your Ninja nut and eat it too. And since I've now tried all the Nutcase flavors, I'm gonna give Nutcase by Ninja a 5 out of 10.
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
I then had my Chamberlain coffee, and then, man, I wish I could just drink this fucking water, but for some reason I included water in my YouTuber food umbrella. So here we go, Prime hydration powder again. Look at that, man. Literally looks like I poured a bunch of fucking sand into a cup. And surprise, surprise, this flavor was even worse than the lemon lime one I had. Sweet as fuck, yet again. But after I finished my Prime water, it was lunchtime.
All right, another day, another lunchly review. Turkey stackums. The crackers, cheese, and little turkey slices, I guess. And then this is the Ice Pop Prime, which is great because I just had one of those hydration powders and it fucking sucked. So I can't wait to have more of it. Also, just the fact that that this exists is fucking wild. The fact that there's like YouTubers have their product is like meat and cheese. What the fuck? Literally gonna have KSI, Logan Paul's, and Mr. Beast's meat in my mouth, dude. That's what they want. Smells like turkey. Turkey. I'm gonna taste each component individually, and then they'll do a thing together. Okay, I'll go cracker first. Okay. Cracker's not bad. It tastes kind of like a Ritz cracker. Actually, I'm kind of fucking with the cracker. Now it's time for cheese. The cheese is pretty good too. It tastes kind of like normal. And now for the turkey. Okay, that's all right.
I ate the rest of the turkey stackums, and just like all the other lunchlies I've had so far, it was just all right. It's pretty hard to fuck up cheese and crackers. Well, it's easy to fuck up cheese and crackers because I've done it. I can fuck them up all day too. But it's hard to screw up cheese and crackers. So this was actually not bad until I had to drink the Prime.
Yeah, God, and just the sweetest thing ever. Literally tastes like a melted popsicle. And I know this is ice pop, and I know that's what they're going for, but hey, maybe don't go for that. And they should just put out an ice flavored.
I chugged the Prime to get it over with, but unfortunately accrued some psychic damage along the way.
Surprisingly, I thought I was gonna like the pizza the best. Honestly, it might be this one. I think I'm excluding the Prime with all of these because if I'm including the Prime with all the lunchlies in my rating systems, then they're all fucking 0. And also minus a chocolate bar because too sweet. But just the food, I'd probably say this is the best one because it's just like, it's cheese and crackers. You can't really fuck that up. So I'd probably give this like, I guess like a 7.
So after eating all 3 lunchly variations, I think I'd rank them turkey stackums, the pizza, and then the Fiesta nachos. But I would like to talk about Lunchly as a whole for a second. I don't think it really made sense for these creators to come together and release this product. KSI and Logan Paul do so much shit all the time, and that's like a point of pride for each of them as well. Like they're essentially hustle grind set bros masquerading as YouTubers.
I'm out here trying to level myself up. That's why I got Misfits. That's why I've got Prime. That's why I've got all my Sidemen businesses, XIX, Sides, you know, the list goes on.
And same as Mr. Beast, dude. He always talks about how he's only like focusing his time on making YouTube videos or making his Amazon Prime show.
I reinvest every penny I make. Yeah. I work every hour I'm awake.
And he already has Feastables, which is its own business on its own. So it's not even humanly possible for these 3 people who don't even seem like they get along really well to effectively work together and like spend the time necessary to actually put out a product that is a better for you Lunchable.
What do you know? It turns out that the 3 billionaires have absolutely 0 chemistry together.
Thanks for joining me, guys.
Let's go.
Yeah, well.
Oh, pleasure.
Yeah. No.
And that widespread mold issue they were experiencing is a perfect illustration of that lack of time and care. Dude, even with Prime, the drink that KSI and Logan Paul created and they fucking talk about all the time and they display it everywhere in their podcast sets and even their wife's delivery room. Yeah, Logan Paul's baby was born. He put up fucking Prime and Lunchly, dude.
And of course, we have our snacks and our energy drink. None other than the greatest meals in the world, Lunchly.
Even all that time and effort devoted to Prime, there's still reports of the drinks containing lead and mercury, dude. Mercury. That's a planet. How'd that even get in there, dude? Welcome to the world, Logan Jr. Have some fucking mercury poisoning. Fucking Jesus. And I've had so much of it this week, dude. I fucking joked about Prime being radioactive, but I was right. Personally, I think it's just straight up bullshit that these people are acting like they're trying to make healthy food for kids, because they're not. If they really cared about kids eating healthy, they'd put out a fucking salad kit, dude. Come on, guys, do it. Put out a fucking steamed broccoli and chicken meal. Put your money where your mouths are, guys. I also watched a
Dr. Mike video about Lunchly, and he broke down a lot of the issues surrounding the messaging that they used when they released Lunchly, like how they didn't list the sodium or saturated fat levels on their website when they were comparing it to Lunchables. All they did was say how many electrolytes was in the Lunchly.
Sodium getting rebranded as electrolytes will be taught in marketing textbooks one day.
He also pointed out that the portion size between Lunchly and Lunchables, they differ quite a bit. So comparing the nutritional values isn't really fair, because obviously the Lunchables cheese and crackers, which is 82 grams, is gonna have more calories than the Lunchly turkey stackums, which is only 72 grams. That's like if McDonald's was like, our new healthy burger is much better for you than 2 burgers. Another interesting thing Dr. Mike brought up in his video is how Lunchly always boasts about how much healthier they are because they have lower calories.
So 30 less calories, 10 calories.
230 calories.
But when you look at the USDA caloric guidelines, it says that a children's lunch should contain around 625 calories because kids need energy to function properly in school and to stay active, and calories can provide that energy. But the turkey stackums only contain 230 calories. So to reach the recommended amount of calories, a kid would need to eat like 2.5 of these things. And if a kid did that, he'd be ingesting 1,300 milligrams of sodium, which is like way over the recommended amount. So overall, I don't think these people really give a fuck about kids eating healthy. I'm sure they would like kids to eat healthy, but their product isn't gonna do that. And in terms of taste, let's go back to me for the final verdict. They're just okay. All right, let's move on from Lunchly. A little later on that day, I was recording an episode of my podcast, Very Really Good. You should go check it out, go subscribe if you haven't already. But I was recording an episode and decided to bring along the Pizzafy with me to do a little review. Hey guys, what's up? I'm here in my podcast studio, and I'm also here sitting on my Video Gear Command Center. If y'all have ever wanted a POV of what it's like to use a Video Gear Command Center, and I figured this was the perfect place to try out Pizzafy. Fits very nicely in the Video Gear Command Center, I will say. Turn anything into pizza. This is from Eric. I've never met him in person. There was one split second at the Streamies.
You guys look so good, Curtis. Hey.
But I didn't have the chance to say anything. But this is his product. I guess he likes pizza a lot. He incorporates it into his content, so it makes sense. But yeah, I'm a little skeptical of this. You know, you put sauce on anything and it's gonna taste like the sauce. I think I have to cut this little nipple off. Do I have scissors? I don't think I have scissors. Oh, I might be stupid. I didn't take this off. If it works now, I'm so fucking stupid. Oh, it does. Looks like I just picked my butt. Okay, wow. Yeah, very intense pizza flavor. I couldn't just order the pizza sauce like I said earlier. It had to come, they were like all out or something. Really, man? Were they? Were they all out of the Pizzafy? Pizzafy that you're holding in your hand currently? I think someone must have squirted that sauce in my ear because I clearly got fucking pizza for brains. Clearly they weren't out because they sent me one. It is a little weird though that the option to just buy a Pizzafy bottle was unavailable. I had to buy it in like a snack box that was significantly more expensive. And I'm sure they did that so they could just get more money out of me, and it worked, you know? And I'm a little upset about it. I guess that's capitalism. I should start doing that. Sorry guys, I'm all out of shirts. You gotta buy 10 shirts. So they sent it with a bunch of snacks. They sent these Pirate's Booty, aged white cheddar rice and corn puffs, dried pineapple chunks, Pringles, Ritz cheese crackers that got fucking smashed in the mail, and then Slim Jim. I'm gonna try the Pizzafy on all these and see how it tastes. First up, let's try Pringles, and these also got smashed in the mail. I will say this. Pizzafy tastes good. Does it make the Pringle taste like pizza? No. It makes it taste like a Pringle with some pizza sauce on it, which isn't a bad thing. But maybe it'll be different. Maybe with Ritz, because it has cheese. And what if I try to up the dosage here? What if I really fucking squirt? Oh yeah, dude, now that's a squirt. Here we go. Now that tastes more like pizza. Would you believe me if you put more of this on it, it tastes more like it? If you, you know, suck really small dicks. No, if you partake in the devil's lettuce, this is like heaven, dude. I can already picture it because I've never done it. I never will. I spent the next few minutes messing around with the snacks and putting Pizzafy on every single one. And looking back at this footage now, I feel like I probably could have gotten away with eating like real fruits and vegetables. If I just like put Pizzafy on the healthy food, then it would immediately turn it into a YouTuber food, right? Because Pizzafy's whole thing is like, if you put Pizzafy on something, it turns it into something completely different. You know, is a banana still a banana if it has Pizzafy on it?
I don't know. It's like a ship of Theseus type thing, right? This is a larger philosophical debate that I don't really think we have time for, but everybody write your full thesis in the comments below. I want to truly put it to the test because so far, if you guys have been paying attention to the video, there are 2 items that I've had to have every single day that I don't like. And that's Feastables and Prime. So here's my theory. If I put enough of this stuff on Feastables and Prime, maybe I'll like it because it'll taste like pizza. Okay, I've got Feastables here. I got the regular full-size milk chocolate one, and then I got this Austin Matthews Prime. So I guess this just sort of tastes like him. A little weird to have a guy as your flavor. That's like if the Gatorade came out with a flavor and it was just called like Gary. Tyler. I'll do a cube at a time. Minecraft be like. It even has like a little container for it. Eric, you lied to me. I didn't turn the Feastables into pizza at all. Don't do that. For Prime, I'm not sure. I gotta make a little potion, I think, in the cap. Okay, a little bit of Prime in there. And then we hit it with a little bit of Pizzafy. Dude, this looks like diarrhea, bro. Cheers, boys. Actually wasn't that bad. That's not good. If putting pizza sauce in your drink makes it better, Logan Paul KSI, you fucked up. Final verdict for Pizzafy. The snack box was a little pricey, I remember that, but I mean, it was worth it. You get a lot of snacks. You know what? I think Pizzafy, I'm gonna give that shit, I'm gonna give it an 8. I'm gonna eat some more of these snacks, I think. And then I'm gonna go home and eat a Hot Pocket. Yeah, this week was definitely starting to take its toll on me, and yet I persisted. After I got home from my podcast studio, I had another Prime hydration drink, and the most incredible thing happened. I think my body was finally getting used to this diet, because I had a reunion with my long-lost friend, the toilet, and I won. It only took 3 days, but I successfully made a touchdown. I threw it like a touchdown, too. Pooped in my hand, and I went into the toilet, dude. After that, my wife and I tried the Joyride cherry berry ropes, and they were pretty good, but the sour strips were much better. It's like Twizzlers, kind of, but like with a little bit of goo inside. You can use that in your ads, Ryan, if you want. It's like Twizzlers, kind of, but like with a little bit of goo inside. I then heated up my Hot Pocket, and this is when I realized how much it looks like a chicken bake. And I'm gonna be honest, I was a little full from all the Pizzafy snacks I had a few hours prior, so I only had half of the Hot Pocket, but I enjoyed every second of it because tomorrow I was moving on up the spice scale to the Los Calientes sauce. And with that, it was time for day 4. I started off my day with some oatmeal because I have no choice, and I also picked this Night Owl blend for my daily Chamberlain / nutcase coffee, and wouldn't you know, it was just all right. And then a few hours later, it was time for lunch.
Okay, for lunch today, I've got the pizza lunchly again. Half of a Hot Ones Hot Pocket that I didn't eat last night. And I thought it'd be fun to put the Pizzafy on it. I'm gonna put this in the microwave. Keep my phone in there as well, so you guys can get a nice view. Okay, I'm about halfway done the week. I've said this earlier, but I feel a lot more bloated than I usually do. And I don't know if it's like the lack of sunlight because of the winter time, but I haven't been sleeping well at all. I don't want to blame the food for that because it could be a variety of things, but I feel like it's important to say. Bowel movements, they have not been moving, all right? I'm not seeing enough movement.
I'm not seeing enough movement.
Ninja, nut milk. Other than that, I feel semi-normal, I think. The only thing I'm feeling is just fucking boredom. YouTubers, you gotta put out some more food, man. I'm fucking sick of these lunchlies already. I'm sick of the Hot Pocket, sick of the oatmeal. I want my usual diet. I want fruits and vegetables. Sucks, man. I want like regular water. I miss regular water a lot. My body is like, where is it? You know what? We're gonna keep fucking powering through, dude. I'm gonna eat this lunchly, and it's gonna be awesome, man. I can't wait. So I put the Pizzafy on the lunchly, and it was pretty good. Luckily, the weather hasn't been too bad, so I've been able to go for like hour walks. So I've been getting like 10, 15,000 steps a day this week. Thank fucking God. I gotta offset all this fucking crap I'm eating, dude, because I feel like if I wasn't walking, I'd be like that fucking, the person who does drugs on the couch. They're just fucking... We're gonna crush this Prime right now. The best way to drink Prime is to drink it as fast as you can so you get it over with. Sounds like I'm drinking fucking Everclear, dude. I actually rather would drink Everclear than this. Hey guys, I'm editing this video right now, and the funniest thing just happened. Out of everything I consumed during my week of YouTuber food and beverages, Prime was by far the worst. So I thought it was very funny when earlier this morning, I opened my Instagram, and I see a DM from the official Prime account that reads, Kurtis, join the Prime fam for our biggest launches yet. We're kicking off the year with
epic drops, and we want you on our exclusive list. Let us know the best address for your first Prime delivery. No. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should respond with an address. Okay, I just sent them back a message. So they said, let us know the best address for your first Prime delivery. So I said, 42069 Ligma Lane, Mercuryville, Japan. Let me know if y'all accept Crypto Zoo. That's it. I thought it was funny. Back to the video. All right, another lunch in the books. Thank you so much, Jimmy, Logan, and KSI. I don't know KSI's real name. 4 lunchlies down. 3 to go. After lunch, I had another Prime hydration because fucking regular water sucks anyway, dude. I didn't even want it. I did find a way to make it a little more bearable though. I got this Lexus US Open Stanley Cup as a gift when I played Pinehurst #2 with my friend Aaron last year. And you can fit so much fucking water in this thing. 40 ounces of water to be exact. And Prime Hydration recommends mixing in 1 pack with 16 ounces of water. So by tripling the amount of water I'm putting the Prime into, I'm essentially making it 3 times less sweet. So it was actually like okay to drink now. And later that night, I was watching my favorite Christmas movie, Jingle All the Way, while enjoying some D'Amelio Be Happy white cheddar popcorn. And this was actually really good as well. And mostly because it tasted like every other white cheddar popcorn I've ever had in my life. And that's always really tasty. So I'm gonna give it an 8 out of 10. I then got a really crazy headache out of nowhere, so that was really cool. And I also had 0 bowel movements that day, so I was not feeling good.
Like I'm hungry, but I don't want a spicy Hot Pocket, you know what I mean?
I've now upgraded to the Los Calientes hot sauce, and it was a significant jump in terms of spice, but luckily I had Ninja's thick nut to pour down my throat and cool me off. And with that, another Hot Pocket in my Hot Pocket. That's my stomach. I feel like a Hot Pocket could be several things. Another Hot Pocket in my ass. Speaking of stomach though, luckily I rarely get bloated. It hardly like ever happens to me. It happens to me so little that for like most of my life, I thought people were lying when they said they were bloated because I just didn't know what that was. But this week, oh my God, man. People were not lying. Something in these foods made me blow up like a fucking balloon. Look at this shit, bro. I look like pregnant Brian. Oh, it also hurt a lot? Cool. And on top of that, I felt fucking sluggish like all week. I do not recommend doing this, okay? Never do this. And candidly, I've gained like, I think like 30 pounds over the past like 2 years. And like, I'm trying to eat better and exercise more. That's like a conscious thing I've been doing over the past like 6 months, but I feel like I lost any progress I made in this 1 week, dude. And honestly, I wish I was exaggerating for the video, but I'm not, dude. Food has a massive impact on how you feel, and this shit was not making me feel good whatsoever. But I was already in too deep to quit, so. You know, one could say I was in the thick of it, everybody knows. Okay. Day 5. This is pretty cool. I woke up with a shooting pain in the right side of my abdomen, and I Googled it, and I got really scared because everything was saying that my appendix burst. But it went away after a few minutes, so we're all good. I guess that just comes with the territory. If you want to eat YouTuber food every day, you gotta go through these like little death scares. I then had my daily Oath oatmeal and my Chamberlain nutcase coffee while I hung out with Kiwi. And for lunch that day, I had the Fiesta nachos again, and at this point, I just wanted to get through the food as quickly as possible. This footage isn't even sped up, dude. That's just how fast I was eating it. Fuck you! Later on that night, I opened Prime Video on my TV because I wanted to watch an episode of Fallout, and who do I see on the front page? Mr. Beast himself. I can't escape him. I got Mr. Beast meat in my mouth every afternoon, and now he's on the goddamn boob tube? I mean, this is just a dream come true. This is what life is supposed to be like, guys. YouTubers aren't meant to just make YouTube videos. That's not what being a YouTuber is about. Being a YouTuber is about doing as many things as you possibly can. Spreading yourself so thin that everything you do is half-assed at best. YouTube is not art. It's a business. And I think that's beautiful. I was so excited to watch Jimmy on Amazon Prime, so I cracked open my second lunchly of the day, and I scarfed it down while watching the first episode of Beast Games, Mr. Beast's brand new game show that was actually filmed right here in Toronto. In this show, 1,000 people compete for $5 million. And if you're wondering how they accurately showed everything that was happening to the 1,000 people, they didn't. I'm sure it gets more mellow as the season progresses, but watching the first episode of Beast Games felt like what I think meth feels like. There was way too much going on. It was scary. I was like jumpy. I was like, it was a meth, dude.
What a day. You look lonely. I can
Sorry, filming from my phone here. I forgot the Prime. Drinking Prime while watching Prime.
I left my wife and my 3-year-old son.
Why'd you leave your wife for this show?
But I chugged the remainder of my Prime and didn't bother finishing the first episode because personally, I hated it. I think it's not good. But I've got some bad news, guys. You know, this whole week I've been really good. You know, I've stuck to my diet. I haven't faltered at all. Just, I had to get through this week. I don't know what it was. Something about that night, I gave in to temptation. Later on that night, I was watching Jack Frost, and we had just bought like a tin of these quality street chocolates for Christmas time, and unfortunately, they were too good to turn down. And as I reached into the pile of yummy chocolates, I randomly grabbed a little treat for me and oh, come on, man, what the fuck? I sadly ate my dark chocolate Feastables bar as I watched Jack Frost, and I was pretty full from everything, so I didn't end up having a Hot Pocket. But I went to bed happy, knowing that my week of YouTuber food was almost complete. I woke up on day 6 from another shitty fucking sleep, ready to take on another day of this stupid experiment, dude. Even my dog was getting bored of my diet, and he's eating the same thing every day for 7 years. I opened my fridge to get my oats, but they were nowhere to be found. I searched, and this is when I remembered. I forgot to prepare them the night before. I forgot to overnight my oats. So in an act of desperation, I heated up some of Ninja's nut in a pot and cooked the oats, and after a few minutes, I had a little bowl of baby shit. Delicious. I then had my Chamberlain nutcase coffee, and a few hours later, I had the pizza lunchly again. But I must have gotten some inspo from heating up my breakfast this morning, so I decided to do something crazy and put the pizza lunchly in the oven. I had the little chocolate while I waited and chugged this little bottle of mercury poisoning as well. After a few minutes, my little pizzas were nice and cooked and ready to be eaten.
Okay, they definitely smell better than usual. Okay, they're better in the oven. Should've been doing that all week.
And later on in the day, it was Hot Pockets time yet again. I was having dinner a little earlier than usual on this day because we were going to a Christmas party that night at our friend's house. So I had to make sure that I had a full belly before we went because, you know, I wasn't gonna be allowed to eat any of the food there, which is great, which is fun. And it really sucked too because they had like the best looking fucking charcuterie board I've ever seen in my life, but I wasn't allowed to eat any of it, okay? And I didn't want to be the guy to go up and be like, hey, is any of this the turkey stackums? Since it was a Christmas party, I was gonna get a little fucked up. Oh, yeah. So you know what that means. It's time to do an in-depth review of Happy Dad Seltzer. Launched in 2021 by the Nelk Boys, who are known for their shitty podcast.
First of all, I'm not even talking to you. I'm not even talking.
Yeah, but he's tired of your shit too.
I'm not talking to you.
And their failed NFT project. You know what? Saying failed NFT project is a little redundant. I can just say NFT project. The Nelk Boys also recently received a shout out from the CEO of UFC, Dana White, during Donald Trump's acceptance speech.
I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross.
The fact that fucking YouTubers got shouted out during a president's acceptance speech, this is the worst. We all need to die. Okay? And also, like, dude, I don't know why this fucking Nelk dude fucks with Trump so much. Why does he love Trump so much, dude? He's Canadian. He's from Mississauga, bro. Dude, you weren't even born in America, man. Trump does not fuck with you, dude. But the Nelk Boys are very popular with college dudes named Trent, so they launched a seltzer brand to compete with the very popular White Claw. And in terms of what they could have released for their audience, it's pretty smart. I think the only thing they could have sold more of to frat boys is a collection of pastel-colored button-up shirts. But yeah, when I wore pink in high school, I got called the F-slur. Got it. Sorry, when I did my taste of Happy Dad, I was trying to be as impartial as I could. And truthfully, I was pretty excited to try Happy Dad because based on my childhood, I didn't even know those existed.
I'm gonna give it a go and see. I'm just giving my first, what's it called? First impressions, dude. I swear to God, I've been having like fucking brain fog all week. I can't fucking think of words, shit, and I'm blaming my fucking diet, dude. It smells like Prime. Thank God. Thank God. Not for me. I will say this is pretty warm because I forgot to put them in the fridge, but yeah, I'm just not a big seltzer guy, and I'm also not a big Nelk guy. I would just rather have a beer, you know, but because this kind of tastes like an alcoholic Prime. At least with Prime, you can drive a car after, right? I mean, you can, but you know. First impressions for taste alone, Happy Dad, I'm gonna give a 4. For comparison, I would give White Claw like a 5. So
I then housed this Hot Pocket with the Los Calientes sauce. I also had a Prime hydration in preparation for all the Happy Dads I was about to consume that night. And this one was interesting because it looked like someone literally blew a load into my water. But I've been having Ninja's nut all week, so this was light work. I didn't take any pictures or videos because, sorry, I was living in the moment. I had about 6 or 7 White Claws that night. And just like most of the other products this week, they were just all right. A weird thing happened though. I don't know if it was like
I got like a faulty case of them. But like the more Happy Dads I drank, the less I really cared about the taste of them. We'll say this about Happy Dad. They work if you intend on getting fucked up. And folks, as I tucked myself into bed that night, I went to bed a happy dad because I knew there was only one more day. So I woke up a little hungover from all the Happy Dads, but you know what Anthony Bourdain said about how to treat a hangover? What you gotta do to fix a hangover is have an oatmeal that you drunkenly put in the fridge last night. So I had my final oatmeal. And at this point, I didn't give a friggin' crap anymore. So I put the Pizza-Fi on the oatmeal. Dude, I'm so crazy you can't take me anywhere. And with that, my oath journey was complete. And I was smiling through it all. Can't believe this is my life. I then had my final Chamberlain / nutcase coffee and went for a walk with my dog. And it was a good thing I was wearing my scarf too, because underneath that thing, I could not stop smiling. Only one more day of eating this bullshit and drinking mercury-led smoothies. And for my final lunchly, I decided I needed to do something special. If this was the last time I was ever going to eat one of these things, I needed to celebrate this special occasion. So I made a full charcuterie board complete with all the turkey stack'em components, a Feastables bar, some Mina cookies, some Joyride sour strips, some Be Happy popcorn, and a ramekin full of Pizza-Fi. Wow. Isn't this disgusting? It's a special occasion, so I had to dress up a little bit. It's the final lunch, and I've got this nice fancy glass here that we're gonna put the prime in.
Bon appetit.
After I finish this prime, that'll be a wrap on lunch. And with that final sip of prime, my lunchly torture was finally over. 7 lunchlies, 7 days. No, I think I had 8. 8 lunchlies, 7 days. And I'm never having one ever again. I'm dressed like a waiter right now, too. Oh, excuse me. I'm dressed like a waiter right now, too. Was everything to your liking? No! No? Understandable. And later that night, I heated up my final Hot Pocket, but since it was the final day, that meant it was time for the last dab. So I put a hefty amount on the Hot Pocket and took a big bite. It really didn't feel that bad at first, but after a few seconds, the pain really started to ramp up. The heat was seriously intense. And Ninja's thick nut flowing down my throat was the only thing that could make me feel better. Dude, I even had a sip of Prime to see if that would help, but it didn't do a thing. And I'm honestly surprised the heat from the hot sauce mixing with the mercury in the Prime didn't make my fucking head explode. But after a long while, the pain finally went away, and when I looked at the clock, it was 12:11. My torturous week of strictly eating YouTuber foods was finally over. So I poured myself a big glass of regular, plain-ass water, and I chugged that thing. And just like Logan Paul donning a pair of colorblind glasses, I too cried tears of joy. So it's been a few weeks since my little food experiment. I've had some time to look back on it and reflect. During the week, I was so annoyed and irritable and bloated and tired, and I just hated it. You know those times in your life that were stressful and just terrible, but when you look back on them, it's with much fondness and you appreciate what you learned during those times? Well, after looking back on my little YouTuber food experiment, I came to realize that was not one of those times, okay? Fuck that shit, that sucked. That was such a dumb idea. Do not do this, ever, okay? If you're gonna have YouTuber food, just have it every once in a while. I'm sure you didn't need me to tell you that, but just please, just do your research on what is in foods that you're eating, and do not base your entire diet around YouTuber foods, okay? That was shitty and dumb. And I meant to weigh myself before and after the challenge, but I forgot. And so this is just a personal feeling, but I do actually think I gained a few pounds during this challenge, just based on how I feel. And I weighed myself today, and I did not weigh this much a few weeks ago. So I know that's not concrete evidence that I gained weight from this diet, but I do have a feeling that all those spicy Hot Pockets did a number on my body, especially my stomach lining. But as I said several times throughout this video, during the whole week, I felt bloated and uncomfortable. I had less energy. I experienced more brain fog. My bowel movements were so infrequent that my toilet actually put up lost Kurtis signs all over my house because he hasn't seen me in so long. And I also didn't really have any restful sleeps. It's like every day, like my breakfast was normal because it was just oatmeal oatmeal and coffee. But then the rest of the day, it was just like, hey, try this hockey player mercury juice, and don't forget your spicy beef pillow. And to echo what I said at the beginning of this video, it is a massive responsibility to create a food product and sell it to people. And I think the appeal of immense financial gains kind of makes people forget about that responsibility. And, you know, luckily there are usually guidelines in place, you know, that need to be met before you can actually sell a food product to the public. But those guidelines don't automatically make them good for you to eat, right? I don't know if you guys remember that like pink sauce debacle from like last year, but it just goes to show you that like starting a food business is not easy and it can be very dangerous. Even the biggest YouTuber on the platform with like endless resources at his disposal, he's had issues with every single food product he's ever released. Mr. Beast Burgers dealt with lack of quality assurance across the board. I also just found out that Feastables has like child labor allegations. And with Lunchly, you have the nutritional concerns as well as the mold issue, right? Like if I wanted blue cheese, Jimmy, I'd order some wings. And I'm not saying all these YouTubers are wrong for putting out a food product, but some of them just don't make any fucking sense to me. When a product actually relates to a person and what they do or who they are, then personally, I'm gonna feel more inclined to purchase that product. Like how Tom Holland put out that non-alcoholic beer recently, because while going through his own personal journey with sobriety, he realized like most non-alcoholic beers are either not good or just unavailable. So he just made one himself. That's fucking cool. I love that. Like that to me is so much cooler than fucking like Ryan Reynolds being like, hey, buy this gin because I made it and I'm me. You've seen me in movies, remember? I don't know, in conclusion, I think just do the best research you can before consuming a food product. You know, everything in moderation, of course. You know, if a YouTuber you like puts out a food product, support it or don't. I don't care. I do not care what you put in your body because that is your body. You can put whatever you want in there. The only thing I will strongly suggest you guys not do is eat strictly YouTuber foods for a week or any amount of time, really. But maybe I'm just jealous. Perhaps I'm envious of all the money that these YouTubers are making by slapping their name on some random ass food product and then selling it to their audience. It's smart, you know, you sell people a consumable product so they consume it and then they got to keep coming back for more, right? Therefore increasing the amount of sales you get, therefore increasing the amount of money in your pocket, in your hot pocket. I can't do that, okay? Because I only sell merch. Until now. That's right, guys. I am launching the world's first edible candy clothing. Have you ever looked at a shirt and thought, ah, sweet? Well, in this case, you would be right. I have teamed up with the most skilled candy makers in the world, the Oompa Loompas. Yes! And we have created the first ever consumable merch. So you gotta keep on coming back for more. Each shirt is made of the cheapest sugar we could find. Mostly sugar we dust off the ground when I open a pack of Joyride sour strips. The patent-denied gummy shirt is sticky to wear and a nightmare in the summer. I hope you like bees, but how do they taste? Not good. One could argue they're an abomination to the taste buds. Their mere existence is an act of defiance against God, and they're not good for you. In order for the gummy shirts to keep their shape, we had to implement a special binding agent that may or may not contain asbestos. There's also mercury and lead in there, but we only did that because we saw Prime do it. These gummy shirts may not taste good or be good for you, but that doesn't matter because when you buy a Kurtis Conner gummy shirt, 100% of the proceeds go directly to me. The Oompa Loompas don't even want money. It's crazy.
Yes, we do.
No, they don't. Buy the 5-shirt bundle today because we're all out of shirts. Available now. All right, thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please press the like button because believe it or not, one like actually equals one sandwich with chips not asked for that I will eat. Leave a comment. Let me know what you think of all this. Let me know if you've tried any of these foods. Subscribe, because as soon as you press the subscribe button, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. You know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world, and I'm the mayor of Kurtistown. So you have to be nice to me. It's the law. And also come see me in Australia. Those shows are happening very soon, and I want you to be there because it's gonna be a lot of fun. Okay. All right, that's it. I would stick around, but unfortunately, I need to go research on how to remove lead from your body. See ya.
I like my cheese drippy, bro.
Folks, every single year on May 4th, without fail, I get exactly 1 year older. And I wanna be honest, it's starting to tick me off a little bit. Even after doing all those anti-aging techniques I found on TikTok, I am still aging all the time. Getting older kind of feels like checking your blind spot and actually seeing a car there. Like I know it's bound to happen, but I didn't think it would actually happen, you know? I think everybody has their own weird relationship with aging, but I think most adults have that exact moment where they realize that they are, for the lack of a better word, chopped and also unk. For me, it was right now when I said chopped and also unk. No, I'm just kidding. I think it was actually a few years ago where I like genuinely thought to myself, Maybe I should run a marathon. Knowing full well I have no interest or experience with running long distances. Dude, that was the exact moment that I knew that I was no longer a young man. Dude, I'm in bed by 9 p.m. I golf several times a week. I get back pain. I am an old man. And to be honest, it fucking rocks, dude. I love it. Getting older fucking rips, dude. 17 again? That's a horror movie. Being a teenager fucking sucks, and I'm like super happy that I never have to experience that ever again. Which brings us to the topic of today's video. There is a man on TikTok who I've seen for about a year now, and I've been truly fascinated by him and his content, and I've thought about making a video about him for a while, but he's been going like especially viral these past few months, so I figured that was a sign for me to finally make this video. And also, it's been a while since I made like a silly little video about a silly little guy on TikTok. So the guy we're gonna be looking at today, his name on TikTok is Luan Oli. He has 129,000 followers on TikTok, and his bio is "I'm always talking here," which is arguably the best TikTok bio I've ever seen in my life. Dude, I need to fucking steal that immediately. That's so accurate, dude. I'm always talking here. Well, let's take a look at one of his recent TikToks with over just an incredible piece of content. The pretend conversation followed by the smolder to the camera, the awkward peace sign, the caption making it seem like it was not him who posted this video himself. It's literally a perfect TikTok. My favorite part is him giving like the really cool double peace sign and then immediately skipping away. Just immediately killed any amount of swagger he did have in that moment. What do you mean I'm the coolest guy in the world? You're Timothy Chalamet. Oh man, I love you so much.
Kurtis,
dude,
what's up, man?
I'm sorry, buddy. I'll talk. No, I'll see you there. Yeah, I got you. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Dude, it's been forever.
Yeah.
We grew up together. Do you remember me?
Yeah. You're Dial.
Yeah, Danny. So you were talking to Timothy Chalamet on the phone?
You heard all that?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so embarrassing.
How was that embarrassing?
It's just like I try to be low key.
All right, well we should do something sometime. We should catch up.
I'd love to, man. I can't right now. I'm booked busy, man. I still booked, dude. I got A$AP Rocky's birthday bash, baby shower later. I'm his best man, so I gotta go.
That's so cool, man. Yeah, all right, well, you know what? Get out of here. Go have fun, man.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Yeah, see you.
God, he's so cool and so young. It's a shame what's gonna happen to him. It's a shame A$AP Rocky's gonna kill him when he gets there.
What? So this Luan guy, he makes a lot of videos exactly like the one that we just watched, where the caption will be 36-year-old man who looks 17. And the videos will feature him skipping and jumping around his neighborhood. And I think his videos get so many views because we're all thinking it. This 36-year-old man does not look 17. He looks great, don't get me wrong. You know, he looks good for his age. He doesn't look a day over 35. But claiming to look 17 is it's fucking nuts, bro. Him skipping around too, like, dude, that's exactly what an old guy thinks a young person would do. He is like the personification of the, how do you do, fellow kids? And we'll get into the details of these videos, but like I said, I've been I don't want to say fan. I've been an observer of Luan for the better part of a year now, and he didn't always make this type of video, but his content has always been very unique. So in this video, I like to do a little case study and showcase a real timeline of Luan's content and how it's evolved over the years, because I truly think this man is one of the most fascinating guys on TikTok right now. So Luan posted his very first TikTok on March 31st, 2023. It was a video about him only having 2 followers, but still viewing those 2 followers as like his really close friends. For the first arc of his TikTok career, Luan would post little comedy sketches and stuff, and then a short time later, he would adopt his first catchphrase. Well, I guess it wasn't really a phrase, it was kind of just like a noise. So like his catch noise, catch sound.
Hey guys, a girl walked past me. It's why alone? I told you that I don't need any problem in my life right now.
Yeah, for some reason he started doing a little at the end of his videos. It's fucking genius. I do love that. It's really smart, you know, a little sound, you know, a little lets the viewer know that video's not, it's just a joke, you know, you're not supposed to be taken too seriously. And that's a good way to get that message across. It spans across all languages, you know? I honestly wish we'd all incorporate that into our everyday lives. Okay, sir, are you ready for your tongue removal surgery? Yeah, I'm ready. I just feel bad for my wife. Got it. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? See what I mean? That'd be Pretty cool. This era of Luan's content was so interesting because I guess he realized that making little weird noises at the end of his videos was getting him more views. So he continued to make weird noises at the end of his videos, but things quickly got a little out of hand.
I really don't waste my time to try explain how smart you are.
I'll have what he's having. Full on moaning, dude. What the fuck? He sounds like the fucking weasel from the Barbie movies, dude. That is some big brain shit, dude. That's how you respond to the haters, man. They hate while you ejaculate. Dude, get cummed on, man. But then Luan entered his next era of content in December 2023. And this is when I started getting his videos on my For You page. So personally, these are my favorite videos of his. We'll describe this era as the lion era because instead of doing a fart sound at the end of his videos, he started ending his videos in the coolest way imaginable.
People always compliment me, but not a single woman wants me.
Yeah, man, I wonder why, dude. They're probably fucking terrified of you, buddy. You're shaking a tree around and screaming like a lion, dude. I don't know if that screams, I'm a good guy. I think that just screams. Fuck, man, his videos, his videos are nuts, man. I'd love to think that this video was unedited, too. Like, this is just a sound he could make. That'd be so sick, dude. If he could actually do that, he has a bright future as the new MGM mascot. And I love this era of his videos, man, because they're just so unique, man. No one's doing this. And this was before he spammed the 36-year-old man who looks 17 style of content. So at this time, man, you never knew what you were gonna get when he popped up on your For You page. Here's another one from early 2024.
Get out of here! Nobody likes you.
That's so funny, right? The next time.
What was that sound? Was that supposed to be a gunshot, dude? I'm guessing it was. It says it's an American school, so.
If you guys mess up with me again, I'm going to rip your ball out of you.
Okay, I assume he's like teaching at the school in this scenario because he's a 36-year-old man. So if this is his first day teaching at an American school, I think it's also gonna be his last day teaching at this American school, dude. Cause threatening to rip your students' balls out of them?
Rip your ball out of you. Remember that.
The class cheering for him too, dude. Wow. He had the balls to stand up to us. I wish I had the balls to do something like that. But he ripped mine out of me. Okay, now I want to show you guys the very first TikTok that I saw from Luan. Because this is a pivotal TikTok in the timeline.
Hey, what's up?
I want to tell you that I call you off your dating.
If you invited me for a date, why you call off now?
So sorry.
Fuck, man, I love this shit so much. That roar, dude. If you cancel on a date with someone, they mock you and then roar like a lion, you dodged a fucking bullet, dude. That is insane. Also, guys, I just found this out while I was scripting, but this TikTok was actually posted on my birthday last year. And this is a selfie I took right after I found that out. It's a big deal. This video got 70,000 likes, and for some reason, Luan really liked this one. So for the next little bit, every few days, he lip-synced to his own sound and posted essentially the exact same video 14 times.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I gotta respect the hustle, dude. I'm also really jealous, dude. I wish I could do that on YouTube. That would make my job so much easier. I could just lip sync to my like hour-long videos that I already made, dude. Speaking of videos I've made before, this year I've had to do a lot of editing on the road, which unfortunately means connecting to public, unencrypted Wi-Fi networks at hotels and airports. Usually that would be a huge security issue, but no matter what Wi-Fi network I connect to, I know I'm protected because I use ExpressVPN. That's right, folks. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Guys, I've been using ExpressVPN for years now, and let me tell you why. Like I just mentioned, if you're connected to an unencrypted Wi-Fi network, you're basically a sitting duck for hackers, as they can easily steal your personal information if they're connected to the same unencrypted network. But ExpressVPN wraps your traffic in an encrypted tunnel, making you a hacker's worst nightmare. ExpressVPN also shields your online activity from your internet service provider and other parties who are trying to spy on you. Yeah, guys, if you didn't know, your internet service provider can legally sell your browsing history to ad companies. Call me crazy, I think that's weird, That's creepy, okay? But thankfully, ExpressVPN encrypts and reroutes 100% of your network traffic through secure servers while also masking your IP address. So those pesky ISPs don't know nothing about what you're doing, and I think that's pretty cool. Another amazing thing about ExpressVPN is it allows you to easily unblock content that is blocked in your location. For example, I am in Canada, and Canadian Netflix doesn't have the show Lost, but the US Netflix does. So if I want to watch Lost, all I have to do is just switch to an American server. Bada bing, bada boom, couple clicks, I'm watching Lost. It's that easy. Another example, dude, a few weeks ago, I was on tour in Philadelphia, and after the show, I wanted to watch the new episode of The Chair Company, but I watched that on Crave in Canada. So when I was in Philadelphia, I just connected to a Canadian server, and there I was. I was watching TV just like I do at home. Folks, ExpressVPN is the world's best VPN. Simple as that. They have the fastest speeds, they have 24/7 customer support, and they've been rated #1 by CNET, The Verge, PC World, and many more. And folks, now is the best time to start using ExpressVPN because I've got an incredible deal for you guys. Find out how you can get up to 4 extra months by scanning the QR code on screen, clicking the link in the description below, or by going to expressvpn.com/Kurtistown. Thank you so much to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video and many others in the past. Hope you guys check them out. Back to the video. Around this time, Luan occasionally made videos about how young he looks, but he was a little more modest back in 2024. He wouldn't go as far as to say he looked 17. He used to say something a little more believable. You know, he would say that he looked 18. I could believe that. I could believe 18 all day, dude. 17 is fucked. 17 is ludicrous. But this is where things really started to ramp up for our guy Luan. His roaring videos starting to pop off. He was getting some traction. So now was the time for him to showcase what he was actually passionate about, which is, of course, his self-described youthful appearance. Halfway through 2024, the frequency of him posting the 36-year-old man who looks 17 videos increased tenfold, and it just gradually multiplied the past few years where they're pretty much like the only videos he posts on his TikTok now. Like, no joke, every single video he posts on his page relates to him looking like a 17-year-old boy. And I don't know if this is all an elaborate, like, rage bait technique just to get engagement from people, and if it is, this man is a fucking genius because people get so angry in his comment section.
That's not true. People don't like it because they're jealous.
The people in his comment section are more angry than Luan when someone cancels a date with him. But Luan feeds into this negative feedback, and he often responds to the comments, which is pretty badass. Someone commented on one of his I look 17 years old videos, and they said, "Who told you that?" And this was his response.
One time, I went to the party. Only teenager could be stay there. They let me in because they thought I was teenager.
I don't know if that's the clapback you thought it was, man. I don't know why you're hating from outside of the party for teenagers. You can't even get in. Guys, could you imagine being a parent and supervising your teenager's party? And then this dude is there? You'd be like, hold on, who the fuck is this guy? Get out of here. Scram! Smacking him with a broom on the way out. Get out of here, 36-year-old. For real though, this guy, sure, he looks young, I guess, but if you put him beside an actual teenager, he does not look like 17, dude. If I was in like 11th or 12th grade math class or something and I looked to my left and fucking Luan was there, I'd have to tell the teacher, I'm sorry, I got a tattle on him, man. That's tattle words. You gotta go home, man. You can't be there. Let's watch another TikTok of his.
Yo. Let's go, bro. Yeah, I only dated girls over 18. Looking at me, I'm looking like 18. People has a jealous about me because I'm looking like 18.
Next time I'm in an Uber, dude, I am throwing that on the aux. Sorry.
I only dated girls over 18. Looking at me, I'm looking like 18.
Also, dude, if someone asks you if you're into young girls and you start freestyling, that's crazy. Maybe just say no. You know, I don't think it's a good time to break into song. Hey man, you're not into young girls, are you? Speaking of Luan and young girls, this person on TikTok who I guess is like a Luan hater, they posted a voice message that Luan sent them on TikTok, and it's pretty wild.
By the way, if you were 18, I could date you.
Fucking fart still. And yeah, people in the comment section are rightfully pretty shocked by that. And you know, one could argue that this is an insane thing to say to a minor. But you gotta remember, this guy's only 17. No, all jokes aside, that's a crazy fucking thing to say to a child, dude. Now I don't feel bad about making fun of this guy's videos anymore, okay? I don't feel bad at all. Because that's insane, dude. I don't care what the fucking law says. If you're a 36-year-old and you want to date an 18-year-old, call me crazy, I think that's fucking weird. Like, bro, that's literally half your age. Who do you think you are, Leonardo DiCaprio?
Thought this was Leonardo for a second.
Oh no! But apparently everyone who comes across Luan, they also tell him that he looks like a teenager. Like, this is not just him saying this, apparently. He made videos claiming that teachers were yelling at him to go back to school.
I walked past the school and some came up to me and said, why I was at school?
Someone refusing to sell him stuff because he's a teenager.
I went to buy something for my uncle at the bar, and they wanna say, sorry, you underage.
This one in particular is my favorite.
You won't believe this. A group of teenagers were asking me to play basketball with them. I said, yes! One of this, you're 19.
Yeah, man, I'm sure that happened. That is a very normal human thing to say to someone. Hey bro, pass the ball. Great shot. You are 19. Yes! Okay, well, I guess he started the video by saying, you won't believe this.
You won't believe this.
And I don't, so he's right. I also wonder, like, how long he's gonna keep this up, you know? Because when he started making these videos, he was 35. And at that point, he said he looked 17. But now, he's 36, and he's still saying he looks 17. So it's not like the age he looks is increasing with each passing year as well. I think it'd be much better if he just maintained that 19-year age gap for, like, the rest of his life. That's genuinely a really funny bit. Like, I'm picturing him keeping that up well into... Being older can be a scary thing to confront, especially publicly on social media. But here's the thing, nobody is forcing you to make videos on social media. So if you're like insecure and for some reason concerned about strangers on the internet thinking you don't look 17, then just stop making videos, man. Like, you don't have to. Dude, like, it's so much cooler to just accept the aging process than to like fight tooth and nail with people on the internet trying to convince them as well that you do look 17 years old. He is so defensive in his comment section if anybody disagrees with him whatsoever. And I genuinely think it's like super funny. I almost kind of admire him for it. So I want to show you some of the responses that I've seen. This person says, you don't even look 36. Jealous is everything you have. If he is a model, then I am the Queen of Denmark. You're so jealous. I don't know if you guys are doing this as well, but I'm picturing him skipping away after saying all of these. I'm 41 and you look older than me, lol. In your dreams, maybe. Fuck, man. People don't say in your dreams anymore. We gotta bring that shit back, dude. That is so good. You can say that to anything and it's automatically hilarious. One large coffee, that'll be $3. In your dreams. Hey, I really like your hat. In your dreams. I had a dream about you. In your dreams. I hooked up with a Minecraft YouTuber. You're in dreams. Let's get back to the comments. Midlife crisis is hitting you hard, man. You'll get over it one day. I am younger than you. Okay, yeah, in the comments I will say he's a little more bold down there. Like, he doesn't just say, I look younger than you. He just factually claims that he is younger than everyone. Someone commented 40. Hold up, dude, the number 27 commented this shit. Huh? This comment looks like fucking long division, man. What the hell? But in response to 27's comment 40, Luan commented 16. 16? What? I thought it was 17, man. Now he's getting younger, what the fuck? I'm gonna check in on his TikTok page in a few months and it's gonna be like 36-year-old model who looks 3 minutes old. This shit is messed up, man. Back in my day, people lied about their age on the internet to seem older. This guy's got it backwards, man. He's the type of guy to buy a fake ID so he can't get into bars. Oh yeah, I should bring this up too. There's like a small community of people on TikTok who are kind of just like devoted Luan haters. And pretty frequently they'll post this specific screenshot from one of his videos in his comment section, along with the comment, life is not a strawberry. It's a great picture, man. There he is. There's our little 17-year-old boy, man. They grow up so slow. And they comment life is not a strawberry because that was one of his catchphrases.
Actually, you're just jealous because I'm younger than you. Life is not a strawberry. By the way, life is not a strawberry.
And I looked up what that phrase means, and it's basically like, life, it ain't all peaches and cream. Yeah, man, the introduction of being able to comment photos on TikTok, we shouldn't have done that. That's so bad. But let's look at some more of Luan's troubling responses. You legit have gray hair. You ain't a teenager. Yes, I am. Why does he want to identify with a minor so much? Because I'm 17. All right. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna hope these are both typos, because I don't know if it's a good thing that he is actually claiming that he is a teenager. I mean, I don't know. At least he's not hanging out with teenagers, right? And oh man, never mind. I guess he has an 18-year-old friend, so that's good and normal. I mean, I highly doubt this guy is actually his friend. He does not look like he wants to be there whatsoever. Call me crazy. 36-year-old man should not have an 18-year-old friend. That's fucked. What are you guys gonna talk about? Wait, if you're 36, you can buy us alcohol. Dude, let's get pizza and beers. Pizza and beer? Okay, let me ask my aunt first. Your aunt? Yeah, my Aunt Acid. Cause that'll give me heartburn. The fuck is heartburn? Sorry, I want to show you guys one more comment because it made me laugh really hard. This person commented, "How long have you been 17?" And to that, Luan responded, "I could be your son. Orphans be like." That's actually how I'm gonna interpret this comment. This was a genuine cry for help from Luan. "And how long have you been 17? I could be your son. What? Please. Let me be your little boy." The fuck? Get away from me. How could you say that to me? I'm your son. Oh, honey, is this guy bothering you? Yes. You must be my father. Though my ex did have the baby. Oh my god. Honey, no. This is clearly a 36-year-old man. What are you talking about? Well, yeah, he looks 36 because of all the stress of not having a dad. You don't have to worry about that anymore, son. Let's go play catch. I guess life is a strawberry. Plug. I don't want this video to seem like I'm just bullying a random guy on TikTok. I just think his videos are very funny, and I also think his TikTok page is truly a great place to learn how to age gracefully. You just have to do the exact opposite of whatever this is. Like, there's nothing worse than an old person acting like they're still young and hip, you know, like it just never works. Luan's TikToks remind me of this video I saw of that Majlak guy.
Imagine in some alternate universe, Jimmy had joined Clout Gang and he was Clout. No, it wouldn't. He was Clout Beast and he started dating Tessa Brooks.
He's 40, dude. Researching for this video, I've watched pretty much every TikTok Luan has ever posted, and he claims that his secret to looking young is minding his own business and not gossiping.
Oh my god, how do you manage it to be so young?
I mind my own business and don't go around gossiping.
But like when he's not making videos about how young he thinks he looks, he is publicly arguing and insulting people who don't also think he looks 17. So he's not minding his own business, dude. He's doing the opposite. And I want to criticize him for like responding to all the hate comments in such a childish way, but like he's only 17. He's just a little boy. I keep forgetting that, man. I keep forgetting he is the youngest person ever.
How old are you?
I'm 36.
You are the youngest person ever.
The thing that makes me sad about these videos is like, I feel like aging on the internet used to be like a kind of like a taboo thing. Like it was viewed as like a bad thing, you know? Like people used to like make fun of old people for still posting videos on the internet. I really don't think it's like that anymore. The internet has been around for fucking decades now, and it's a huge part of all of our lives. So it's like, it's totally normal for people to still like actively make videos on the internet into their like elderly years. There's no shame in aging. Like you don't have to go online and be like, "No guys, I'm 17. Trust me, I'm a little young boy. I'm a child." Or, you know, maybe this is all rage bait and I fell for it. Either way, these videos make me sad. I also think it'd be way less weird if he made videos like 36-year-old man who looks 26, you know? Like I don't see an issue with that, right? Like there's just something so inherently like creepy, you know? About a man in his 30s pretending to be a teenager. Like that's so strange, dude. I'm mostly sad for Luan because he has made several videos claiming that time does not exist for him. Those are the exact words he used, okay? And if that's the case, then all of his videos become truly terrifying. That completely recontextualizes everything. Because people have pointed out in his comment section that whenever he films videos outside in his town, there's nobody else on the streets. All the voices in his videos are just edited versions of his own voice.
I want to tell you that I call you off your dating.
So maybe time doesn't actually exist for this guy. Maybe Luan really is this lonely, ageless being whose soul has been bound to this town by some evil warlock. And he's watched all of his loved ones die because he's been forced to live alone as a 17-year-old half man, half lion for the rest of time. So guys, before you make fun of people online and post an unflattering picture of them with the caption, "Life is not a strawberry," just remember, that person might be in the throes of an unfathomably torturous curse. I think this video can be a good lesson for the young people out there. Aging is good, okay? I think it's good and it should be not only welcomed, but celebrated. Oh, you got smile lines right here? Oh no, you lived a life of joy and whimsy and laughter. Oh, you lived to be 80? Oh no! Dude, back in the day, people died when they were like fucking 6. That was old. If you were 6 years old, dude, you were an elderly person back then. Luan, he says that life is not a strawberry.
Life is not a strawberry.
But I disagree. I think life is a strawberry. Because just like a strawberry, we start off little, and then we grow into our full size. And then if we're lucky enough to not get eaten, then after a while, we start to get wrinkly and smelly and ugly until we ultimately die and are left to decompose alone in the dirt. Alright guys, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please press the like button because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 gray hair I will grow on my head. Also, leave a comment or I'll fucking scream. And press the subscribe button because as soon as you do, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. If you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world and I'm the mayor. So you have to be nice to me. It's the law. I've got shows in Canada coming up. Come see those and it's gonna be good. Alright, that's it. Thank you so much. I would stick around, but unfortunately, I have a preschool. I'm a little baby.